All right, what's going on, chat? Good afternoon. Let's turn my camera on. There we go. At least I remember to turn it on before. This time I should remember this time. All right, so we got some more playing with another Yu-Gi-Oh player today. Jessica Robinson. And she's actually been playing like I think she's been playing a decent amount of Pokemon recently. So compared to like playing with Triff yesterday, it might be a little bit different in terms of the especially like the understanding of like the card pool and stuff like that. But very good player. She's the 2023 European champion in Yu-Gi-Oh. Not sure about her recent accomplishments, but yeah, she also did play VGC apparently back in the day. Yeah, did apparently play VGC back in the day, and now is trying the card game out. What's up, Antonio? Is Yu-Gi-Oh difficult to play? Yes, in comparison to Pokemon, yeah. I mean, once you like understand the game, it's obviously different. But like initially learning how to play the game is definitely more difficult than like Pokemon. Definitely more difficult than Pokemon. Most card games are more difficult than Pokemon to get into. Though, to be honest, Pokemon is definitely the easiest game to understand and get into. But here it's also more expensive. It is more expensive, yeah. I mean, every card game is more expensive than Pokemon, though. I'd actually go with Triff. Not that I hate the guy, but I can't stand how loud he is. It went well, yeah. Triff was it was a fun time hanging out with Triff yesterday, playing some games. Chess is the easiest game to get into. Actually, Jake, I would argue it's checkers. Once you understand the game, you basically need a PhD to understand Yu-Gi-Oh! And even then, ruling silliness still occurs. Nah, that's overblown for sure. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not that hard to understand. There are some things that obviously like, but we even have those interactions in Pokemon where you're like, wait, how does this interaction work? Even I question how interactions work sometimes in the PokemonTCG. Yeah, needing like a PhD to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or whatever is definitely overblown. For sure. You just need, I guess like in Yu-Gi-Oh! And all the other card games, though, it's not, well, except maybe One Piece now. One Piece actually has rotation, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a continuous format. There's no rotation in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's just a ban list. So, I mean, it kind of tries to act as like the same thing, basically, but it was also hard to get into because of the large card pool. Yeah, that definitely makes things more difficult for sure. So do you already have an account set up, or are you going in fresh? We're playing Pokemon today. We're playing Pokemon today. Not Yu-Gi-Oh! Although who knows? Maybe I'll pick up Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometime in the future. Problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that the onboarding process gives you an expectation that you are playing a style of gameplay that hasn't existed in 2008. What do you mean onboarding process? Enjoying Silk Song? Yeah, Silk Song's been pretty sick so far. Oh yeah, also there is the tournament. Is it in the Philippines? Hang on, let me see. We are going to be watch later on at 7 p.m. my time, so like 7 hours from now. It is in the Philippines. There's the Premier Ball League happening in the Philippines, so I'll be watch partying that at 7 tonight, so 7 hours from now. I don't really have a plan yet for how long we're going to be playing with Jessica, but we'll talk to her, see how much time she has, and go from there. Did you watch the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show growing up? I did not. The only part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Appreciate the 4 months there, Loppy. The only Yu-Gi-Oh! Show I ever watched was what's the format for the Philippines tournament? Just current standard, I believe. Yeah, they have the same card pool as us. Was when there was like when they were doing like the 24-hour marathon on Uh, 24-hour, 24-hour constantly streaming the Yu-Gi-Oh show on Twitch. I watch a little bit on on Twitch. Then that's the most amount of exposure to the Yu-Gi-Oh show I've ever had. I think I watched one Yu-Gi-Oh movie where Yugi and what's the other guy's name? Kaiba? Is that the bad guy? They get stuck inside a pyramid. Dude, I don't remember. I've watched one Yu-Gi-Oh movie as well. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and call up Jessica. Pyramid of Light? Maybe. Wait, is that working? Okay, now it's working. You appreciate the prime sub there, Rolla. Apparently the best Pokemon in format got the Premier Ball promo this time. Badoo. Give the Badoo the stamp. Movie Pyramid of Light.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, give me a second. I've messed up. I've messed up my settings.
Oh, you're good. So if I expect increased tool scrap usage in the format, is Drifloon a bad play in Guardy? I mean, it just depends by how much and what decks. Yeah, it depends by how much and what decks.
Hello?
All right, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry about that. I don't normally wear headphones on the stream, so I didn't have my Discord connected to my headphones.
You're good. All right, how's it going? I guess the first thing I would start with is, I mean, you've been playing a decent amount of Pokemon recently, right?
Yeah. I've been playing multiple hours a day for the last 2 weeks-ish.
Okay, yeah, because you're going to be more... I did play some games with Triff yesterday, which was an experience.
I am fully aware.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I promise I'm not Triff.
No, I assume not. I assume Triff's unique for sure.
Look, I love Triff, but Triff is just Triff.
Yeah, definitely.
This is going to be a little bit of a different experience.
All right, cool. So I assume you have like a decent card pool knowledge and everything like that, right? For current metagame?
I'd say I have a pretty complete knowledge.
Okay.
I've played a little bit of every single meta deck to get knowledge, just to try and increase my knowledge. I've majority played Dragapult, a little bit of EVBox for fun, but I've 99% just played Dragapult.
All right.
And I've been reaching out to players to try and get as many games in as I can.
Okay, so you're taking it seriously then.
Yeah, I've had a lot of, I'd say, I've just been quite motivated. I've been picking up Pokemon on and off for the last maybe year, just playing it occasionally. I tried to get into it properly, I think, end of 2024, but I didn't quite have time at the time. And then recently I just kind of got hooked, and I want to dive in and be as competitive as I can, as fast as I physically can.
All right, sounds good. Well, I'll try and help as much as possible, but it sounds like you're on the right track already. Is there anything like, yeah, because I didn't know how extensive your current knowledge was, but it sounds like you're pretty much up there. Is there anything like specific, or I guess like one thing as well, how much, just so I have a rough idea, how much time did you have today? Because I'm pretty much available all the way until like 7 my time, so like 7 hours from now. So I'm just curious.
I have a lot of time.
All right, sounds good.
Admittedly, I was up until like 4 a.m. last night, so that gives us more than 7 hours. So that is, I have all the time in the world.
All right, sounds good. Well, I guess we'll just jump into it and see what happens then. Is there anything like specific you wanted to like go over I guess we could just like jump into a game initially, so I can like kind of get a gauge for like where you are currently in terms of like your thought processes like in the game.
So there are a couple of things. I feel like my base knowledge is kind of fine. One or two skills I do want to improve quite a bit on though. When I've seen you play, for example, and when you talk through your plays, you're able to come up with a plan for taking prizes very, very early on. And that's something I haven't really developed yet. That's something I'd like to have maybe a bit more insight into.
Okay.
Especially just like planning prizes out for the rest of the game. I can do it to a quite simple level, but I think it's just experience. And then there's just a couple of things with, I guess, just general late game management. I also struggle a tiny bit with, like, I've asked for help with this previously, but just to know when it's worth digging.
Mm-hmm.
Just for example, I don't have a specific example for this, but sometimes, like, especially since I'm playing a lot of Dragon Ball, when it's worth holding a hand or when it's worth pitching it to draw 7 with research. Some of those situations I struggled with a little bit.
Yeah. Just gauging the value of the current hand.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
The other thing I wanted to say... Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
The other thing I wanted to say is I want a better idea of where I'm at.
Okay. All right,
Unfortunately, I have not been able to get physical cards yet. Or I do, but I've been waiting for a shipment for like a week, so I haven't been able to go to a locals or anything. And ranked has... I can play ranked as much as I want, but because I'm still newer, it's harder to get a gauge of where I'm at because I don't necessarily have a gauge of where my opponents are at.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So that's definitely one thing.
All right. Sounds good. All right, let's just jump into a game and let's like start walking through like I guess walking just through like the initial steps of a game. Let's let me load up PTCG Live. What is your tag on TCG Live?
Unsee Jess, as
Okay.
per.
All right, I'll send you a friend request here. And then I can pull up your stream. If not, are you able to share your screen on Discord?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Because that'll make things a little bit easier. I can also just pull up your stream. And if anyone who wants to go watch Jessica's POV, her stream is she's streaming right now as well over Sunsea Jess on YouTube and Twitch.
And for your perspective, you're streaming on AzulGG, not .dgg.
Yeah.
I'm so used to like all the esports websites having .gg.
Yeah. All right, there we go. All right, I'm gonna add you. All right, I sent you a friend request. Are you going to be going to... I assume you're not going to the first European tournament because that's coming up like next weekend or something.
So I'm not going to Frankfurt. I'm undecided because the main thing is because I don't know where I'm at right now. I don't want to jump into an event. One thing I actually do want to speak about in a little bit is deck building.
Yeah.
As like a new player, I've done a lot of coaching with Yu-Gi-Oh! And all of those kind of things. And one very key thing that I've always advocated for is don't do deck building. Just take a standard deck list and learn the game and learn the deck first because you don't know the intricacies to deck build around yet.
Yeah, that's what I always tell people as well. You have to learn... Deck building comes second to playing the game. Like, you have to learn how to play the game before you can deck build in the game.
So just some ideas of just deck building fundamentals would also be nice to go over, just so I have a bit more knowledge, because I have not touched deck building almost at all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I sent you a... I think I did anyways. Let me try again. I did it, right?
I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Wait,
okay, cool.
Don't decline.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me pull up... I'm going to put... if it's fine, I'm going to put your point of view on the screen, so that way... my chat will be able to follow along and what we're talking through on your side of the field.
Yeah, go for it.
So Pult is like your go-to right now, right?
99% Pult, yeah.
All right, cool. Is there like
it is Pult Noir.
Yeah, that's the one to go with, I think, right now. All right,
Like, I have tried some straight Pult lists, but I just found Pult Noir a little... It's a bit cloggier. I've noticed it's a bit brickier. But I just wanted to start with a very standard, good list that I can develop skills from. And then I can always switch to a straight Pult list if I think it's better for the format.
Yeah. This is still... All right, cool. I sent you a challenge. I put timers off so we can like talk through everything.
Yeah. Just to preface with my list is the list that got second at Worlds with Dragapult.
Okay.
With one change.
What'd you change? So I'm aware.
I dropped the Nest Ball, and I'm playing a Scouting instead.
Okay. So nothing crazy.
No, it's just, especially with like early game setup, I noticed because I'm not as confident a player, I found it a bit better just to have that solid setup option.
Sure. Yeah, that's something we can go over.
The startup is slower.
Yeah, that's something we can go over as well. Let's just go through a game. Am I going first? Okay. Oh. It's always funny when I opened like so much basic Pokemon search, so I got kind of excited. But then I priced 2 gimme goals, so I was like, oh, this is a really good start. Nope. Did quite a bit here. I was like, man, I got everything. This is it. If you have any questions about how I'm playing my cards, feel free to ask at any point.
I played a little bit of Goldango, but it's not a deck that really like interested me to start with.
Yeah. It's a little bit more I usually Goldengo is like a deck I like to recommend to like beginning players because the game plan is super simple. But so it all just comes down to your sequencing. The only thing and the sequencing isn't too intricate either, but the sequencing isn't too intricate either. For Goldengo, but that is like that keeps things simple for like beginner players. But I think your depth and knowledge of card games definitely like pushes you past like that beginner level to some extent for sure.
I think with sequencing, it did take a couple of days to get the hang of it, but I think I'm in a reasonable place. It's more just like not making stupid mistakes in the mid game.
Yeah.
Okay, so prizes, 1 Dreepy, 1 Gloat.
I'm actually curious, as a Yu-Gi-Oh player coming over to Pokemon, what do you think about the prize cards? I know like a lot of even Pokemon players complain about them. They don't like the idea of them, and especially like that's one thing that players from other card games always hit on is that you don't play with your full 60 cards or your full deck or whatever.
I don't mind it. So I actually kind of like it, just as a system of. I'm pretty sure I just go double Dreepy here.
So we want to go Badoo. We probably want to go Badoo there still. Because like the whole point of the deck is just to stop me from playing items, basically the whole game. It's a little bit different in this situation because I did.
It's because you've already got double Goldango set up. I thought it would be more important to bring out a Dreepy so I don't get screwed over by our bosses.
But so the thing with Badoo is the Badoo makes it less likely for the boss to happen because the boss I'll always have, but I need to get energy as a thing for me. So I'll need Vessel or ESP or something like that to find the energy to actually pull off the knockout. This situation is a little bit unique. I definitely should have played my turn a little bit differently when I realized like me playing the second Buddy Poffin and not getting another gimme goal. Like I told you, I prized 2 gimme goal basically. So if we ignore if we ignore that that information being given over to you, it's potentially there's no reason to get the Badoo here. But generally, you almost always just want to rush into Badoo because like it's not even so much about Badoo specifically in the Poltnor deck. Is basically just trying to make it so I do as little as possible turn to turn. not even necessarily stopping me from doing everything completely. It's just trying to be like get to the point where you just like limit, and then you go pop some Norse plus Iono and then swing.
Okay, sure. So in this situation, I think Luminous Energy is a bit weird here because I don't know if I assume I put it on the Duskull, so I have to free switch if I don't, because I've prized 2 Ultra Balls, so I'm like less likely to get to the Lati anyway.
Yeah, well, Neo Upper wasn't prized, right?
Neo Upper is not prized.
Yeah. So I would go Luminous active and then play the Iono, look for the Badoo.
Okay, sure. I don't get it. So that's my bad.
So I would hold jamming here.
I have 2, so I feel like I throw 1.
Oh, sure. You do have 2. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead. Yeah, throw 1. Try and bait out my stadium.
I don't see. There's not exactly any point using that.
Nope. Just pass.
Like, okay, I should have gone for the Badoo there to try and stall you a little bit from setup.
Yeah, you just want to buy. And you also want to play, like, it sounds bad, but it sounds like a bad thing in terms of, like, how you don't want to win games by having to, like, have your opponent brick off your Badoo, but that's, like, a large part of, like, Pult Nor's win condition. Or I should say Pult decks in general, because they're really the only Badoo decks in the format. Like, a decent amount of your win percentage literally wants to be, you probably have the out here, but you whiffed this time because I had Badoo. The deck usually wants to play. The deck wants to play pretty heavily through that win condition. Because like even though like you gave me like I have access to Golden Goes because I have Genesect, and it's all I need is 1 energy to KO the Badoo. But without access to like Vessel or ESP, it's definitely possible I whiff the energy if you Badoo me, or it's more likely I whiff the Badoo, whiff the energy if you Badoo me than not. So you may as well just like play into that.
My main concern was literally just because I only had access to 1 Poff in his setup. Yeah. I was worried that if I set up if I went for double Dreepy, if I didn't go for double Dreepy, and then I didn't Iono into another Dreepy, I'd just be stuck because you need to get access to Gloak as soon as possible in this matchup. Like, if I lose access to all my Dreepies turn 1, I go behind very, very quickly.
Yeah,
against Goldinger.
Yeah, and those are the things where it would be like, you kind of just like play as if you're going to hit the cards off the Iono. And that happens like a lot in Pokemon in general, where you... I'm sure it's similar in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's like you just play as if your opponent either... I assume in Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably happens more so where you just like play as if your opponent doesn't have something. Like you evaluate the situation and be like, well, if they have this card, I don't think I can win anyway, so I have to play as if they don't have it, and then you just hope they don't have it when you make your action.
No, yeah. Okay.
So like in this
situation... I
situation...
didn't think of it like that, so that is useful.
Yeah, so in this situation, we would just want to play as if we're planning to hit a Poffin or a Dreepy or something.
Okay. Because now, obviously, I'm very, very behind already here.
Yeah, this is pretty terrible. This is not where you want to be ever. But it's still winnable for sure.
Okay, that helps a decent amount.
So here, so now things are a little bit changed, obviously, because we have our only energy in hand is Neo. Is Latios prized? I'm actually curious. Or is it we have access to it?
I don't think so. It is not.
Okay, so it is there. So now here's where we definitely want to question whether or not if we get the Badoo here, we have to use Latios because we can't afford to like sacrifice our Neo Upper. So here's where a point where we maybe wouldn't get the Badoo off this. We'd maybe just go for another Dreepy. And then we could commit to just hoping that I don't have boss KO the Neo Upper off the bench. So that would be the only thing to think about here, because we can't sacrifice our energy on our active here because we don't want to lose our Neo Upper.
Because I found that even in like kind of grindy states, if I can go Badoo in the late game against Goldengo to stop superior retrieval.
Yeah, it can come up in the late game. It shouldn't ever happen. Usually the Golden Go player would have to misplay for Badoo to ever win the game in the late game, but it can slow things down in the late game as well. Like you can make it hard for them to win. Go in like this and then
just attach a research, right?
Yeah, I would probably Nitroger for the second Duskull here as well, though, and just put it on the bench to have the option of double Double Dusclops next turn. Yeah, and then attach bench research.
Oh. There you go. Okay, this is where Nest Ball is better than scouting in this situation.
Yeah.
I can countercatch you into the Genesect, which I'm pretty sure I do because the Ag Balloon is turned off.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I just have to pass.
Yeah, the only other thing to consider here would be to bench the Badoo, to have that as an option on the next turn.
I can bring it.
Yeah, so yeah, we'd probably go ahead and just throw it down and have the option.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so I need Stadium.
Because I know some Golden Go lists don't play Stadium.
You should assume most have it. Like right now, the trend. Previously, there was like some people weren't playing it, but the trend is usually 2. Most people are playing 2 stadiums.
Okay. Is it I don't remember what it's called. Is it normally the one that adds back Thunder Energy?
Yeah, that one. Some people play Artisan sometimes as well, but it's usually Lavencia. Yeah, Lavencia is the one.
Okay, sure.
Yes, I'm just the Monkey Dory setup.
Because at this point, this is over.
Well, I mean, for most, Poltnor has like some insane comeback potential. Like, I only have 2 Golden Ghosts set up, so my draw power on board isn't like that crazy. I think this game is like still winnable, which, for most decks that wouldn't be true, but Poltnor's comeback potential is kind of insane. Because like even on this upcoming turn, you don't have it yet. Oh, did I just only do 1 energy? Oh, I meant to KO the Dreepy there. Yeah, go ahead.
Because I just dropped scouting for Dragonic here.
Yeah. If I had KO'd correctly, we could have gone with maybe the Fez.
That's
yeah.
Yes. Please.
All right.
That is very useful.
Yep. Next turn.
The next time. And then we just put an energy on the other Dreepian pass.
Yeah, I'm curious. Actually, can you tell me what one do you think we should put on, Luminous or the basic energy, and why? I'm just curious your thought process.
Luminous.
Yeah.
So I'm aware that I can save the. So I've already gone through 1 Luminous. I'm aware that realistically in this matchup, your Monkey Door is pretty much useless in this matchup.
Yep.
So there's no real reason to save it for that, and because I have more basic energy rather than luminous energy in deck for next turn, I'm more likely to get to a basic energy off something like the Iona than I am to get another copy of luminous energy.
Yeah.
Because I've got 3 versus 2 in deck, 2 to 1 in deck.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. And yeah, pass it over.
I may have over-explained that, but it's fine.
No, you're good. I mean, that's what I want to hear. Like, this is what, whenever I've done coaching in the past, I want to like make sure like doing the right thing, but for the wrong reason, of course, is not good. Like, so it's always like I always like to make sure that people are doing the right thing for the right reason.
I guess I could have put it on the main Dreepy to put the there's no point in this situation.
Yeah, you're too scared of boss here for sure. Because boss KO Truck Cloak is pretty possible. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have gone Retreat Badoo. That limits my options a little bit.
The thing is, you already have so many energy in hand, and we're not really reliant on any items this time.
Okay, let's see. I did with the boss, so I gotta go with just set up stuff for next turn. Let me see. 4, 5, 6. All right, one turn late on the Droopy, but it's fine. All right, so now I just want you to. I'm just curious, like, just talk me through this turn. Like, what is your plan this turn? What are you trying to execute?
Okay, so my aim here. So I think there's a couple of routes that I can go down. I think getting rid of one of the Goldengos would be, because I don't want to give you a ton of resources for the Munkidori. If I can get access to a Clops and then haul Lucha onto the Goldengo in the back and then bring it up with a Countercatcher, I think that puts me in a very good position. Obviously, I want to reduce your hand down with Iono. That's also a very real thing to go for. My ordering would probably be the energy attach. I don't particularly care about. I probably just load up the second Dreepy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's
Ursulana. I still want to keep. No, I'm fine keeping Ursulana in deck at this point. I think I just start off. I don't need the Lati. I don't need the Lati anymore. I'm pretty sure I just go basic energy attach onto the Dreepy. Iono, then depending on what I draw, a Gloke, try and get into a Fez. I'm aiming to get into a Countercatcher, a Dusclops, a Lucha. Like, the dream scenario would be KO the Goldengo on the bench.
Yeah.
Because that's how I swing the momentum the best and don't leave you with enough counters to get punished by Monkey.
Yeah, I like the idea of that. The only thing I would say to that is, like, what is our one thing you can, like, take note of here for sure is that I probably KO your Dragapult next turn, right? Because I Cypher Maniac.
So I want to get the second Dreepy setup ready to go.
That, or the other way to look at this would be, like, we could commit to Ursaluna right now. So we could, like, bench Ursaluna before Iono, because it'd be like one less piece we would need next turn, right? Because if we do commit to the knockout on the Golden Go on the bench, then we could put 6 on the other Golden Go, and that leads to putting it in Ursaluna range. Also, in this situation specifically, I haven't developed.
So in order to
go ahead.
Oh no, you're right. So the only thing that is, if I don't draw the Dusclops, if I don't hard draw the Dusclops, then I lose access. If I scale the Ursulana now, I'm losing access to the 3 Fez draws.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. We would lose access to Fez draws then. Yeah. All right. That's actually.
And I feel like it's. So I don't want to lose access to the Fez draws, like, because I can't realistically always get to Ursulana in the grind game, since I still have. I priced 1, so I still have 2 researchers left. I still have two Ionos left, and I'm still going to have access to realistically Dragloak for next turn.
I guess we could just commit
multiple copies of Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I guess we could just use Dracloak now and see if we actually get the. Oh, I guess that doesn't work either though, because we need Hawlucha as well, right? So we can't, like, go Dusclops and then Fez anyway. So no, I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure it's just energy then Iono.
The only thing would be I think you have plenty of energy left. The only thing would be to hold the energy for Ursaluna on the next turn. That'd be like another value of putting the Ursaluna down right now, so you could attach to it. I think we have plenty of energy left, so yeah, I think you're right. Just attach to Dreepy Iono is fine here.
Because I want to reduce the amount of dead draws anyway.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, in my head I was just thinking, like, getting Ursaluna down, because it, like, is like our potentially best follow-up attacker, because I might not be able to get another Gimme Ghoul here.
Okay, so I got access to the Ultra Ball and the Stretcher, which is pretty big, because the Stretcher gets the guaranteed Clops. So that means I now have Ultra Ball for the whole Lucha, so I just need access to Countercatcher. Problem is I didn't draw that. So we can Ultra Ball. We can Ultra Ball into the Fez. I think we have to Ultra Ball into the Fez in that case.
Well, we should start with Dracloak first, because there's 2 things we want to get. So these are the situations where it's like, we want multiple things, right? We want Hawlucha and Fez. So we'd want to Loke first, but also we just stacked 4 dead cards on the bottom of the deck, right? 4 non-countercatcher cards. So if we shuffle first, we shuffle those back into the deck. So
you're right. Yeah, Iono puts the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
That's okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
So we go Ultra Ball before Fez draw, since there's only 1 poke. Actually, to be fair, I can also get a second Clops would No, a second Colts wouldn't work because then I just die to the Golden Go on the next turn.
Yeah. We do have we still have 5 non-counter catchers stacked on the bottom, so we definitely just like throw down Fez first and see what we get. Go for the counter catcher. All right.
Okay, because I didn't prize any counter catchers.
All right.
So we stretch it for the Clops.
Yep, you got it, and then we just have to figure out what to Ultra Ball away.
I'm assuming. Okay, the basic things, we'll just do this, and we'll just do this while we have them. Well, I'm always Ultra Balling away a Hilda. I mean, I don't... So, I'm thinking we go Ultra Ball, pitch, Luminous plus Hilda, go into the whole Lucha. I'm wondering if it's worth going the second Ultra Ball, pitch, Luminous plus the second Hilda as well, to get the access to the Dragloak, so that I guarantee have the follow-up, because I think that's really important here.
Yeah, more draw power is always good. So the things we want to think about is like not just what we want. I mean, we can set up this way, but they also want to think about what we need next turn.
We need a Glowcon field for next turn.
Yeah, so we want that would give us the option on Dragapult. But then the other thing to think about is us having access to potentially just doing Ursaluna, right? Because you could just go KO Golden Go, KO Golden Go, and then even though you don't win the game, if I'm out of Golden Goes, I just can't win, right? Well, potentially. So with that in mind, that would give us that would put higher value on conserving the Luminous Energy and the other Ultra Ball, right?
Yeah, okay, so we just use one of the Ultra Balls here. Because realistic, Golden Go doesn't play Iono, so...
Yeah. So yeah, we can
I'm
start...
not really at risk of getting Candripped here.
Yeah. So we can start with one Ultra Ball. And then I think...
I mean, I'm just going to put
go ahead.
This down, because I'm guaranteed to use that anyway. And then we just go Ultra Ball, pitch, Hilda plus...
In this
it could be boss it. It might be double Hilda.
Yeah, I think it is double Hilda. The question is, how much do we value the option of a Hilda versus the Gus? The Gus is probably higher.
I don't need access to energy anyway here.
Yeah. So we can go. So in this situation, I think we could have maybe still got the Dracloak there. So we had the option of Pult or Ursaluna on the next turn. And then we would have had to Ultra Ball away boss plus whatever we Dracloaked into, but it would allow us to establish a Dracloak. So that's what I was going to say. So we could have gone... Oops. Yeah, you're good. No problem. So yeah, we went Ultra Ball for Hawlucha.
I think that was the correct play, yeah.
Yeah, because that gives us the Dragapult option. So depending on what I do, I can't think of all the lines that I could possibly present on my turn, but it might be better for us to want to attack with a Dragapult on the next turn. So this kind of locks us into Ursaluna, which still on board seems like a fine play. It kind of just depends on what I do. We're to the point where we would maybe be like, oh, we kind of wish we had the option of the Dragapult here.
No, yeah, just so that all like situations were covered, I should have done that.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we go Lucha.
I'm trying to think if the 10 matters more on Monkey Dory or Genesect. It might.
I mean, it's going to get transferred off either way.
Oh yeah, I guess we have to.
Actually, it's not because it's going to get transferred off the bench called Dengo.
Yeah, so this one will stick. I don't think it actually matters though. I can't come up with a scenario where it matter in one Pokemon or another.
I'm going to put it on the Monkey Dory then.
Sure. Yeah.
Just because I think it would it seems irrelevant.
Yeah. That comes up a lot where yeah, it comes up a lot where you can't actually just doesn't matter. Not just with this, but like things in general, attaching energy sometimes at the end of the game and stuff like that.
So, is it just loading 60 onto the Golden Go here, or is it trying to spread it a little bit? Because my mind kind of goes here to, okay, you're double knocking out anyway, so the Duskull doesn't even matter. If you can get the double knockout, the Duskull doesn't matter.
Well, the one thing about this situation, we did like pigeonhole ourselves into the Ursaluna play, so we have to put at least 5 on the Golden Go, because if I Monkey Dory it, if we only put 2, then I Monkey Dory it.
No, the problem is I'm dead. I'm dead either way, I think.
Well, your Dragapult is KO, but
the Monkey Dory is just going to put counters on
you have the Badoo, yeah.
Badoo. I'm just going to die.
I forgot. Oh, I have to KO your active. I have to KO your active and the Badoo. So we definitely need to put 5 on the Golden Go, hoping that doesn't happen. I don't actually know if I have enough energy to do that. Yeah, I forgot about the Badoo just hanging out there on the bench. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, I just clocked on and just saw it and like, huh.
Yeah, I actually don't know if I have enough energy though. Let me see. 4, 5.
No, I should have just put all of them on the gold angle. I don't know why I just put one on the Genesect. I don't know why I did that. That's gonna cost me.
2, 4, 7. Yeah, I should have enough here. Yeah, I guess maybe in the early game we maybe overcommitted the Badoo. We maybe should have held off on putting the Badoo. I'd have to go back and look at when we actually put it in play. Because yeah, if we're not going to use it
for the free retreat.
That's true. We did. Well,
it was needed.
We could have sent
up.
No,
it wasn't because we had the extra energy in hand.
Yeah, we could have sent up Dustclops as well, and then when we popped the Dustclops, so it's maybe possible we could have just not put the Badoo in play. I'd have to go back and look at when we actually ended up putting it in play. Yeah, if we could have, I guess, limited our... The thing is, in this situation, though, it would only matter for us to go like the 2/2/2 on the Golden Goes if we had the... We would need the threat of another Dragapult as well, because currently we're only locked into like the Ursaluna, which means we need... If 2 doesn't end up on the Golden Go, I guess we could like countercatch your Genesect and then try and deal with the Golden Go later.
Even if I went 2/2/2 across the board,
the monkey had the 1.
Even if I went 2/2/2, then because the monkey got the 1 from the Holucha, I'm still stuck.
Yeah.
Because one of them is going to end up on 30.
All right, let's run that again.
Okay. Yep.
Ascent request.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, after that game, like you seem to have a pretty good grasp of, like that. I think like you already seem to have a pretty good grasp of most of the game at like a decently high level. But we're going through some more interactions. Will be interesting for sure. Still,
I feel like I have a good base. It's just about refining.
Yeah.
I think it's about refining, making sure that my thought processes aren't for the wrong reasons.
Yep, definitely. No, that's like the important thing.
Because yeah, turn 1 I should have gone for the Badoo there. Turn 1 I should have gone for Badoo instead of going for double Dreepy.
Yeah.
I have one slightly dumb question.
Go ahead.
About my hand specifically. So I have... Look, I was on low ladder for a little bit. I went against, I don't know, like 5 poison decks in a row.
Oh, hang on, I left the timer on this one. Let me do a reset real fast.
That's fine. Okay, sure.
Yeah, is it ever worth it
going for the double bench if I have like Dreeply plus Duskull? If it's a completely blind matchup. Game 2 and 3, obviously, it's fine. But when it's blind, is it just worth putting the 2 on?
Depends how much.
Obviously, if I start with Lati, it's not an issue. But
in that situation,
if I start with something like this,
in that situation, probably just yes, because you're giving them basically full information of what you're playing. Anyways, if you open Duskull or Dreepy, they know exactly what you're playing, so they'll play around it accordingly, by like playing extra items, stuff like that.
And if I start to do, realistically, it's going to be Pult.
Yeah.
So I assume that's kind of the same.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Where the only thing that you could start that wouldn't give, Monkey Dory is the only thing you could start that wouldn't give them the information. Because yeah, if you have Latias or Fez, like you mentioned, you survive the donk anyways, so you wouldn't consider anything.
I mean, the monkey survives regardless.
Yeah, the monkey survives. But that's the only thing where it would be like, yeah, it's true. It also survives. I guess there's some donk builds out there that could get around it, but
I'm sorry, I'm not used to like 4 mulligans.
Yeah, you're good.
One other question, actually.
Go ahead.
Since we're on the topic of like starting Badoo, I am struggling to know when it's correct to start Badoo, because very specifically with Badoo, I don't know when it's best to keep the Badoo up front because it's really strong just to retreat it, because it's the free retreat. And I don't want to have to start Dreepy up inactive and then have to waste an energy to retreat. But also having I don't want to give them the information of Badoo, because if I'm going second and I start with Badoo inactive, they're just going to spam their items and they're not going to save anything for next turn because they know they're not getting items next turn.
Yeah. So that would be
basically,
one of the...
Is there a world you don't start Badoo?
The only situation where you wouldn't, there's basically no situation where you don't start Badoo. You basically always start Badoo, because the trade-off of like, the only thing like that would only ever come up in a situation where it's like, you would be like, it's basically always incorrect to approach a game in a neutral situation to like assume your opponent's going to misplay. And that would be like one of those situations where you're kind of assuming your opponent's going to make a mistake, right? You're assuming that because you opened, well, the only thing would be like, what's the resource trade-off look like? Like if you open Dreepy, you want to assume your opponent knows you're playing Dragapult, so they know they're probably going to get Badooed on the first turn of the game anyways, right? So it'd be like,
okay, sure.
Maybe
so
if you open,
if there's information,
yeah, the trade-off would be like, your hand would have to be like, you could open Fez and you're okay with retreating the Fez to the Badoo, but that almost like the chance that ever happens is like so low that it's like you want to like put the Latias in play or lose your energy attachment to retreating your Fez into the Badoo on the first turn. It's like, you'll still be able to get the Badoo in the active, but concealing the Badoo information, yeah, it's like, I don't know, like a 0.01% play, if that. Or yeah, it's like a 0.01% play, like if that. Like it should almost never come up in like a tournament run. And that's generally how I like to think about things, is like, would this happen in a tournament run? Yeah, it should like basically never happen.
Yeah. It's one thing with like Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically. One thing I was very big on with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is trying to conceal what board breakers or what like let's say key tempo cards I was playing, so that my opponent would play into them more heavily. So I wasn't sure how relevant that was or transferable that was into Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely not so. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like they're already aware of the full information, and they don't have to think very hard to come to the correct conclusion. Yeah, you're not making your opponent work very hard by not opening your Badoo.
Okay, sure.
But there are other things. Yeah, it basically is just like that. You're just not making them work very hard, and that's like that can come down to like a kind of a deck as well. That's why it's like it's harder to play against Dragapult Dusknoir than it is to play against Golden Go. It's like you're making your opponent work harder to have to come up with the correct solutions playing a deck like that. I think I'm just gonna give up on this Ogre here.
One thing I was also just got reminded of was I mentioned with events before, or you mentioned when I'd be like going through events or whatever.
Yeah.
Currently, it's because I didn't mention it before. Currently, I will kind of guarantee be going to a regional in January. But if I'm if I think I'm ready, then I will probably look into like, I know tickets just came out for Lille, but it's also Stuttgart. So I may end up going to regional earlier than January.
Yeah.
It depends on how confident I am, which is why I want to get a better gauge of where I'm at.
That makes sense. And then we also have, before those, if it's January, we're going to have 2 major sets before then. And before Lille, I think we'll have 1 major set comes out before Lille. Actually, that'll be the first major in Europe with the new set, I think, would be Lille.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that put me off Lille is because the new sets come out and I'm not the most used to deck building.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was a good idea just to jump in when there's a brand new set and I don't know how to deck build with it.
Yeah. From the results from Japan, from what we've seen, it looks like nothing changes, but I guess we'll have to wait and see for sure. Once the rest of the world gets their hands on the cards, it changes a little bit. All right. Go ahead.
So with this hand, my thought process is just, I don't need to use the jamming tower. Actually, it depends what I'm using. Obviously, I'm going to go Dreepy into Gloak.
Yep.
That happens regardless. Then your hand isn't that sculpted right now. I don't know if I just want to throw an Iono. Because your hand isn't super sculpted. And realistically, your Genesect is getting access to the Goldango. So you have at least 2 Goldangos you'd have access to anyway. I feel like I just go scouting for setup.
Yeah, so the question would just be like how many basic Pokemon you want to find versus other stuff. But with this hand specifically, we probably want to find energy. So I think, I guess that's one thing about the situation.
Oh, true.
Brock's scouting.
I could just go Gloak first to see if I can grab energy.
There's like two things to think about, I think, in this situation specifically. You know, I have an energy in hand, which is like, that's how I get the knockout on the Bidoof, of course. But
yeah,
you have pretty high odds of like finding a Poff in this turn through a draw supporter, whether it be Research or Iono. And then it would like, you also are lacking evolutions and energy in the current hand. The combination of cards that you do have that's pretty good is Jamming Tower and Counter Catcher. So that is like a pretty good follow-up. But yeah, you definitely don't get to buy a free turn from the Bidoof. But no, I think just like committing to the scouting is probably fine. And we probably... Go ahead.
Is it worth going for Gloak first to see if I can grab an energy? Because if I get energy, it's more worthwhile going for like an Iono.
I'm trying to think if that's worth the trade-off. Honestly, no, I actually do kind of, I think that maybe is worth the trade-off. I think that might be worth it. Yeah, so we could go Loke first, I guess, and just see because if we find energy, then we have such a high odds of Iono finding us the basics we want. Then we could do it, and we can try and get the...
We just get the monkey because I'd rather just, if I end up researching, I'd rather just pitch the monkey dory than the secondary search.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we just go... Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm not going to have access to the glow. So is it just worth just ripping the Iono to get the energy? Because I'm not going to have access to attack with Dragapult, realistically.
I think the Jamming Tower Counter Catcher combo is like so good to hold on to. I would probably go with the Brock Scouting. Because your next turn could look like just Counter Catcher, Genesect, Jamming Tower, and Bidoof. And that could be like fine to just give us another turn to set up. I think it's worth just going in here. Yeah, go ahead. Price check. And just getting...
I'm just going to very quickly price check because I forgot to before.
Yeah, just get our basics and then go like Iono plus Counter Catcher Jamming Tower combo after that to try and buy a turn.
Yeah, because I can't drop research here because I have prized one boss. I prized a boss and Counter Catcher. Yeah. So I'm lower on those in deck anyway now. And my Fez is also prized, which is also good to know. So I'm literally just going for like Duskull Dreepy.
Yeah, I think so. I think the split is probably correct. Then we have to commit to, if I have like boss KO Dracloak, which would be very unfortunate, then we have to commit to, we have Night Stretchers, I guess, to just respond, so it would be fine.
Because we're just going into Bidoof now.
Yep.
The thing is, if I Iono you here, because you're still on 6 anyway, you're realistically going to get to a single energy to kill the Bidoof back.
Yeah, most likely. But like I said, like those are the turn, like you, as a Drake Ball, you want to kind of like do as many of those turns as possible, where you just like, as many turns of, they probably have it, but like on this next turn, our play probably looks like, I mean, if we can get like Dragapult Neo upper, we could go Counter Catcher Genesect and then punch it with Dragapult, that'd be great. But if not, we can just Bidoof it, right? And that could be fine. Yeah. And then try and hopefully...
So there is...
I whiff.
There is a world where we go for the second Bidoof.
Yeah, if we find Dragapult Neo upper, that sounds way better, but as of right now, it's probably unlikely.
Because it's, especially if you're setting up with Cypher Maniac for next turn, I'm going to want to drop Iono here anyway. Oh wait, no, because you didn't draw after that, so that's just top decks. Iono doesn't do anything.
Yeah, so Iono's pretty neutral here. I mean, a 10-card hand plus two cards that I want is better than a 5-card hand, or 3 random cards and 2 cards that I want, so it would still be nerfing my hand somewhat.
Yeah, okay. So I think I'm always going Night Stretcher into Bidoof.
This is the Actually, for this situation here, did we prize a Badoo? I guess that'd be my question. When we prize checked, was there a Badoo prize?
I don't think we did. We did not know.
Yeah, so here I would probably not Nitrate for Badoo because we don't want to end up in the same situation we ended up last game where we just have a Badoo kind of hanging out to get KO'd by Monkey Dory later. Because if we
So
Iono,
we want to wait till we find out if we can get the pulled off or not.
Exactly. So I think here we could commit Countercatcher, Jamming Tower, Iono, that whole combo, bring up the Genesect, then play Iono, see what we get. And if we get the Dragon Ball attack, great. If we don't, then we could just go into Badoo again and Badoo for a turn. But we should be able to find the Badoo, right? We should draw into a Poffin or an Ultra Ball or another Night Treasure or something.
Yeah, so my second question is it worth to put the Duskull on the bench?
In this situation,
I feel like it probably is.
I think so, yeah.
And then Jamming Tower, Countercatcher with Genesect, and I don't know.
Yeah. Well, my chat's saying Neo Upper is prize, so we definitely need to go into Badoo for a turn.
Okay, that's honestly I
chat's sometimes wrong though
on that one. No, I just blanked on that. I was like, I think it's prize, but I kind of just forgot to check. I was too focused on like checking what mons were prized, so it's fine. We just dropped the Gloak here anyway.
Yep.
Because I can't go into Fez regardless.
Yeah, so we check for... Okay, so we got the out to the Badoo.
We got the Poffin.
Yeah.
And then we just drop that now.
Yep.
I will double check to make 100% sure. Yeah,
Okay.
Neo Upper is priced.
All right, good to know. And
so we just put...
Did that Dreepy come down this turn or last turn?
Did what come down?
The Dreepy? Was it this turn or last turn?
It's Dreepy. I believe it was
last turn, right?
turn.
Okay, so we can get another Drekloak here then.
So we got Ultra Roll, Pitch, Hilda, plus Psychic Energy.
Yep, I think so. Yeah. And
I'm going to put this on here just because.
The one thing I will say is a good thing. It's a good thing to make a habit of doing all the stuff you're gonna do before committing anything. Like, so it's a good thing to make a habit of playing Ultra Ball to get the Drakloak first before we evolve to Dusclops, stuff like that. Because it gives us more time to think for sure if we want to make... Now, that actions, we're probably going to evolve to the Dusclops. Like, in this situation, we are going to evolve to Dusclops anything. But it's one of those things you always want to make a habit so you don't overcommit and then realize, oh, wait, I didn't want to do that, right? Because the biggest thing is, like...
I want to ask with that.
Go ahead.
What situations wouldn't you want to overcommit into the Dusclops? Or what situations wouldn't you want to commit into the Dusclops there?
So this situation we always want to. It's not so much about like this situation we always want to. It's about building the habit, because like there will be situations like where you think you see everything, but then all of a sudden, like, so we looked at our hand, right, and we were like, we have Ultra Ball, we want to get another Drakloak, we have Duskulls, we probably want to evolve it to a Dusclops, but it's like we're always doing the Drakloak. So let's just do the Drakloak first, and then let's see the random information of the Recon Directive before we commit to the Dusclops. So it's always just about, if there's two things we think we want to do, we may as well maximize random information first, just in case. It's like, let's say we think we want to attach this Fire Energy to a Drakloak, but then we use Recon Directive, and we see a card that changes what we thought we were going to do, because we thought we had all the information, but we just didn't fully think through everything possible. But seeing the new card reminded us of a different play we can now make. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I guess, I don't know if this is a huge factor, which is why I'm asking. I assume it's also a factor of, because your opponent doesn't see the ad with, or like the reveals of your cloak, it also creates the idea of another random card. So let's say I got, I don't know, an item that I immediately used off of the cloak. They then wouldn't know if the Dusclops was searched or not. Or they wouldn't know if I already had the item, it's just conserving information.
Yeah, that applies as well, for sure. It also goes the other way, where you want to give your opponent sometimes the least amount of information before they have to make a decision, with something like Iron Bundle. Like, you basically, if you're going to Iron Bundle, that's the first thing you want to do. Because then you give your opponent the least amount of... Like, you do the least amount of actions before they have to make a choice, right? Because the more you do, the more information they have. But that's when they have to actually make a decision. They're not just trying to, like, figure out what came from where on your side of the field.
we always load up the Luminous here.
Yep. Yeah. Even though it probably doesn't
And then
matter
just-
because you're assuming I just don't play Iono, but some Golden players do play Iono, so you may as well be like, all right, just in case.
I've seen it as a one-off in a few lists, just general index that don't normally play Iono. I've seen it as a one-off, but
Yeah, it pops up now and then. What am I doing? Okay, just draw one. All right. So unfortunately, in this game specifically, you've cycled your deck like very little because Fez's prize and our track looks were a little slow. So because there's
so
like
the top deck is very good here.
that's very good, yeah. So
So I assume we're just putting the energy on the Gloak and then just dropping Iona.
yeah, before we go into that though, what do you see as like the lines of play to take from here? Like, what do you think are our main options
So
before we even see what we get?
there's a couple. I think there's a couple of things. I think it's quite open right now because we still have access to Klops plus Duskull. Ideally, I don't want to use both of them because I don't want to put you on two prizes so that you can just, because you haven't used Superior Energy yet, you can just, I don't want to put you on two prizes because you'll just win.
Yeah.
Realistically, I'm only going to be using the Klops or a Noir if I get it. If I can't get access to Noir, it's just Klops. I can literally just knock down this Goldengo with an energy already on it because that cuts you off access to one energy, and then just kill it and then just put counters onto another Goldengo to position it. If I can get to jamming towers, that is best case scenario. There's probably, I think there is also a world where if I get to jamming towers plus counter catcher, I don't hit the Goldengo and I just hit the Genesect for 200 and don't use Klops and just try and lock you into the Genesect after I've Iono'd you so you have less outs in deck or in hand potentially.
Yeah.
I think those are two options. I think the turn sequencing is just going to go energy on Gloak, Iono, and then just see what we get. But I think the two aims are if we can get to Jamming Towers plus Countercatcher, I think I probably do try and lock you into the Genesect. Because you've already gone through one field, or stadium, sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh term. Or if I can't do that, I just kill the active Dengo with Plots plus Pull.
Okay. In this situation specifically, because once again I ended my turn. Wait, unless I'm tripping. Let me see. I ended my turn with Cypher to set up the top deck. I think actually just playing aggressively for the knockout is probably the best line here, because if you gust up the Genesect, you know I'm going to be able to get around that play. So if you just take the knockout on the active, plus you Iono me, you make me use the resources I put on top of my deck to respond to knocking out a Dragapult, and then ideally I'm not able to Cypher stack my deck again, which means that would be the turn to go for the trap on the Genesect play. Also, we did prize Neo Upper. So in this situation specifically, we know we can't chain Dragapult attacks unless we get access to Neo Upper, and we should be able to reasonably assume that we're going to get like the trapping Genesect will not work here because I stacked two cards on top of my deck, right?
Sure. So it's just attach and then Iono and then go from there, right?
Well, no, I would attach, pop the Klops, and just plan to be KOing in the active here. So I'd go attach, pop
pop the
Klops, then
Klops
Iono.
first.
Yeah,
Right, sure.
so I get one less card because I think we should just commit to KOing the active here, because my deck. If I didn't Cypher last turn, then playing for the Genesect play is definitely way more reasonable. That's way more reasonable for sure. Oh wait, hold up. Let me get the prize. Yeah, but now I think we just commit to KO in the active. Hopefully pull Neo RNG off the prize cards and then go from there.
Okay, so Jamming Tower is good. Poffin is kind of just useless here.
Yeah, the question is just whether or not we play it. But we have what was the one card that went to the bottom of our deck again? It was energy, right?
Yeah, it was just an energy.
Yeah, so I mean we could Poffin for we would probably just hold Poffin until we cycle the Lokes, I think. We could Poffin for a Dreepy, but it's just 1 for 1, so it's like the same thing. I think we just cycle with Lokes first.
I don't think we add the bosses because I don't want to research next turn and pitch it. Because realistically, I don't think I'll be. No, I will be using bosses because bosses are really useful with Jamming Tower because after next turn, after your stacks are over, as long as you can't get to another Cypher Maniac, that gives me a win con for if I adding bosses gives me a win con if I can't get to Neo Upper.
Yeah, definitely want the option. Actually, we should have committed. I think we should have committed. Now that I'm thinking about it again, we probably should. I would go ahead and Poffin right now because we want to be able to. We should have Poffin before the first Dracula because we want to be able to basically stack our deck. We want to be able to get access to the Dreepy, and then, well, like I said, at this point we maybe shouldn't have because we still need the. My bad, actually. We shouldn't have done it at this point because we need the Dragapult, but we should have committed the Poffin initially before the first Dracloak because we want to be able to go Poffin for Dreepy and then go Dracloak, and then next turn go Dracloak, and continue to stack the bottom of the deck. We should not. I thought we had a. We probably only want to commit to 1 Dreepy though, because we need bench space for.
I was thinking just 1.
Yeah, we need bench space for Ursaluna and Fez if we get that off the prize cards. Now second Dracloak.
And then we just.
But we should have done it before the first Dracloak, but at this point we probably should have not committed to it. All right, we got Dragapult anyways.
We got it anyway.
Never punished.
Because we always had Stretchy for Badu if we needed it, so it's not the end. It wasn't the end of the world.
I wouldn't put the Jamming Tower in play though, because we're not getting. So it does counter my Stadium. So it does -1 energy, right? I do get. No, I lose access to energy.
You're right.
Yeah, but we want access to the Genesect play.
But you're getting access to energy anyway here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know why that was.
No, you're good.
Okay, I know why I did it. Still shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, it looked good. Bumping Lavencia usually is pretty good.
Because realistically, you're getting access to either Arven or special energy anyway.
Let me see here. What am I sending up? It's always this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and just play as if you didn't play the Jamming Tower to keep that option around to make things more interesting.
Yeah, sure. I kind of just went yellow button click.
Yeah.
Button is shiny, must click it.
Oh, I guess the bottom of my deck is stacked as well. What's on the bottom? Nothing. Great. No. What do I need? I need 8? Okay.
Okay, so you have
3,
the...
4, 5, 6.
To be fair, that isn't for next turn, that's just for this turn. Because you still haven't drawn 2 yet.
How do I want to... Let's see. You have 4. Second bench, give me Ghoul, fine. Here.
So, my aim for next turn is going to be Ursaluna.
Yeah, that's actually a good point someone made in my chat. Pizza Panda said, wouldn't 3-3 split on Golden Go been better for the Blood Moon Iono? I think that probably would have been better, actually, looking at it now. Because, yeah, we had, like, the Neo Upper would have been great to pull, but we probably need to play more heavily into Ursaluna. So we probably should have gone with 3 on each Golden Go to play for that.
Okay, sure. No, that makes more sense. Because yeah. I didn't think one thing I have definitely not struggled with, but one thing I do forget is the Ursaluna win condition. I definitely need to keep it in mind more than I currently am.
Yeah, it feels bad because usually when you're using it in these kind of situations, if you're using Ursaluna, you're probably losing. So it's not something you ever really want to play for, but it's better to have an out than no outs.
I should definitely keep it in mind a little bit better.
7. Yeah, so we could have gone 3 and 3 on the Golden Goes. We'd probably still put 0 on the Genesect because we still want that as a win condition. If we do pull the Neo Upper off the prize cards, and we could get like Iono Countercatcher again and trap the Genesect. That would be like the ideal play. But I mean, here's where we probably just commit to trying to find. Do we have a Countercatcher left? We have 2 Countercatchers. So yeah, we could like here's where we can commit to like Ursaluna KO Fez, or yeah, Ursaluna KO Fez is probably the best play here. Is what we want to find through ideally Iono and Countercatcher.
The thing is, so is that just using both the cloaks first then?
Yeah, start with 1 Dracloak, hope for the best, go into the next. Ideally, this first Dracloak just finds us Iono. Nope,
that is nice not an Iono. This is also not an Iono. I'd rather both. It's useless. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, so if we
now we have to drop the research.
Yeah, the only other thing to consider here, I'm trying to think if it's ever worth just to go for Boss Genesect. Because bossing Genesect wouldn't be terrible to try and trap it. We go research, we get.
The thing is,
leave me with the 7 card hand is so bad.
Energy in Ben. I think it is Boss Genesect and then just pray.
I don't know. There's no good play.
If you don't have field, I don't think there's any like feasible win condition here. So, because realistically, you're killing the Ursaluna back, even if I get to it.
Yeah, with the 7 card hand. Yeah, so I like that more, actually, I think. Yeah, just boss the Genesect and pray.
Just gonna fuck it.
Yeah, and then just, yeah, build up the Dracloak with an energy. I guess you could Badoo. The only problem with Badoo is Badoo opens up Monkey Dory as a win condition. What is my energy count?
You've gone through 1 dark energy. I know the deck plays like 1 to 2, but if I'm going Badoo to cut off your retrievals anyway, I think I'm fine going Badoo here.
Honestly, I think Badoo is actually the best win condition here because I actually only have 1 energy left. So if you just hope that energy is prized, I literally just lose. Because my Levencia is gone. Yeah, I literally have 1 energy left. I think it actually is the win condition in this scenario, which is like not a good out. But I think it actually is our best out, is to hope my last energy is prized, which it's not. But I have to find it this turn. Actually, yeah, no, the more I think about it, the better I think this play is, the Badoo play is. Yeah, the Badoo play is probably always just the best play here. Go down Artisan. Oh, so I don't have items. 12 in this. Draw. Start with draw 2.
So is your aim here just to thin as much as you can and just draw?
Yeah. Draw as much as possible. I don't want to fill up my last bench space. I don't think. No, I guess I could have actually. I could have done this first. I don't have another thing to put on the bench, so I could have just gone. Grab Monkey Dory.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a reason you didn't go Artisan fast.
Yeah. At first I thought I wanted my bench space open, but there's nothing else. There's no options. So this is my last draw. At this point, I think I actually still keep the option of Cypher Maniac open. Okay, that's fine. Play Arvin. Grab random dead card before I get Iono'd. And then, yeah, I do have an energy left eventually. And this would be one of those situations where you would still have to like if you're like you'd have to make the judgment call on whether or not you think I have my last energy or not. Because I'm gonna always play like I have my last energy, but like in a tournament setting, you have to make the judgment call on whether or not you should keep Bedouin or attack with Dragapult. And then so that's like the hard choice to make in this situation, is to decide whether or not I have my last energy in my deck. Because if you just wait, I eventually do win by KOing Badoo. So that means that at that point you'd want to be aggressive. And the odds are that the energy is in my deck, so you should always be aggressive here and go for.
Yeah, it's just about timing, especially since you're getting a minimum of. Okay, you're getting a minimum of 4 draws. You've got 12 cards left in deck. If you haven't, we know you haven't already seen the energy. You still have a minimum of like what, a 33% chance to see it, not including any other thinners in your hand.
Actually, the more I think
about it.
All right, so you know my energies in my deck. I think the more I think about it, if I was playing this scenario in a tournament, I think I would always pray the energy is prized, because all I need in this scenario is a dark energy from my Monkey Dory and I win the game. So if I was playing this situation in a tournament, I think I would just sit here and Badoo the rest of the game and hope that the 11th energy is prized. Now let's just pretend I have my energy left, which I do. It's in my deck. I'm just waiting to draw it. So let's play as if we know the energy exists. We're just using Badoo to buy a turn, and we'll play it through that.
I have a question about Goldango lists.
Go ahead.
Do you typically play multiple dark energy?
Most people are playing multiple lightning through Labencia right now. So it's usually 2 lightning and 2 lightning, 3 metal, and then 1 of each of the rest. That's like the average list.
Sure. So I know that without Superior. So here I'm just trying to set up so that I can be aggressive when I want to, right?
Yeah, or we could even be aggressive this turn. Like if we find Iono plus Dragapult, we could be aggressive this turn. There's no reason that we wouldn't be able to be aggressive this turn. Actually, go ahead.
I have Pult because I have Stretcher into Pult whenever I want.
The play we could make here, which is our bench is a little bit awkward, I guess. The play we could make here, which is maybe the best play, would be to just go Ursaluna KO the Golden Go that has 60 damage on it, because then you don't leave any damage in play for me to just win through a dark energy. Like that's like something to look at here. We'd prefer to attack with a Dragapult, but if we do that, then we leave damage in play for the Monkey Dory. So our highest odds play of winning the game here, if we know I have an energy left, would be to maybe just KO the Golden Go with Ursaluna, and then we have to reset on the next turn from there or something like that.
So my counter argument is I basically know I lose, because if I look in your grave, there are no retrievals in there. You have a 10-card hand, a 12-card deck.
But we definitely need to find Iono.
1 card imprised.
Oh, actually, that's a good point.
If I don't,
go ahead.
If I don't get Iono, then I'm stuck anyway. I have to try and put you on 1 so that you don't get, because
it has to go through Iono for sure.
Basically guarantee you have double retrieval in hand.
We could actually spread the damage on the bench like 2-2-2. So we could actually go attack with Dragapult and go KO Golden Go plus 2 to each Golden Go and put 2 somewhere else. So the Monkey Dory can't KO the Badoo. But yeah, it starts with Iono. So if we don't find Iono here, we probably just Badoo again.
So we go for double Dragok now.
Yeah, go ahead. So we could go for I think we should go for the Dragapult, because the Stretcher can become the energy then, right?
Do we not go for the Ultra Ball and then go Ultra Ball?
Oh, sure. Same thing. Yeah, go ahead.
The 2 research to get access to Dragapult, so that if we Iono, we don't have them stuck in deck, and we've decked them by 1.
Yeah, definitely. And then we could commit it now. I'm just thinking if we ever want to play a research out of this hand, because playing research out of this hand to just set up for the future wouldn't be terrible, right?
Thing is, I can't draw into our jamming towers. The only thing I'm trying to draw into there is realistically Countercatcher.
Or we need Iono to go with it, right? So the thing would be whether or not we should just commit to using research this turn, because then we could just Ultra Ball for Dragapult, and then because if
I can safe to go Ultra Ball pitch research plus Dusknot, because Dusknot is unusable anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we could
and that's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think we could commit to playing research before we use this last Dracloak, is what I'm saying, and then just commit to Badooing for 1 more turn. Because even if we find the Iono off of this next Dracloak, we'd also have to find a Countercatcher off the Iono, which is like pretty low odds. So if we just research this turn to Badoo again this turn, then we could just wait for the then we can just research the setup for the full combination next turn. Um,
Okay. So would that just mean going Ultra Ball first, pitch 2, get the pull, put the pull over the Gloat, Night Stretcher back, energy, attach it so we have pull set up?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or the other play we could do is we could play boss this turn, because if you do boss up my damaged Golden Go this turn, like I would need more than just energy. I would need Air Balloon energy, or I would need Turo energy. So that means it would like require me to have more, and then we could just like cycle the Drakloaks further now. So we could just like use this Drakloak and then just boss for the turn and make it harder for me to win next turn, because it feels like we don't need. I mean, we could still like when we use this next Drakloak here, we could find Iono, and then we could Ultra Ball for Dragapult, play the Iono, and the Iono could find us Counter Catcher. But that sequence is like pretty unlikely, so I feel like committing towards. We could also just so that in that sequence there first, we could just like commit to this Drakloak first and see what we get. Like just use this Drakloak. If we get Iono, then we could like play. But the thing is, if we use the problem with like using the Iono next turn with the lower odds of hitting the Counter Catcher is if we whiff the Counter Catcher off the Iono, we're like down one more Iono, but we're not attacking with Dragapult that turn, and then I just get to cycle with my Golden Goes again. And even if I don't win the game, now you need another Iono. So that's basically what I'm thinking about here is like...
Okay, one of my Ionos is prized anyway.
So we only have one left.
Deck, so I can't physically do that.
So we need this...
I think it is just...
We need this next Iono to be
I think it's Badoo this turn.
Okay, so we're committed to
I think I need to Badoo now. Because as that means that I can... Basically, it means I'm not reliant on having multiple Ionos if I go Badoo and then stall out.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure I go Ursalana, Ultra Ball, pitch, go into pull, count Night Stretcher back in energy, put it on the pull so I have Pult and Ursalana set up, and then just research.
So I actually think we can play the Ultra Ball and just shuffle the deck to reshuffle the Dragapult, take a dead card, and just research it away and keep the Drakloak around. I think the draw power of the Drakloak is probably of higher value. Like, we're almost guaranteed a Dragapult next turn anyways. So yeah, just ditch these, find a dead Pokemon. Just get a Dusclops, sure. Or I guess, yeah, Dusclops should be dead. Yeah, and then bench.
Like I can use it, but I'm dead to a prize anyway. So
yeah, bench Luna,
then... get
energy with Stretcher, and then research. Yeah, especially with us prizing an Iono, this next Iono has to do everything for us. So I like that choice there then for sure. And just commit to the research. Research will set us up for the next turn.
Okay. Oh wait, there wasn't an Iono prized.
Oh, okay.
I swear.
So we could have.
That's my bad.
No, you're good. All right, so now Loke again. And then just Badoo again and hope I don't find the energy. Probably Ultra Ball because it continues to thin out the deck. We could, I think, could we just commit it this turn? Probably doesn't make sense. We can probably hold it for a turn. I guess we did get the...
I do counter catcher into the damaged one though.
Do we have the last counter catcher left? Because on this next turn, I could just have like Turo but no energy. So then we need counter catcher again. I guess I could Turo no matter what though. So I guess I always remove that line of play anyways. Maybe you do always counter catcher it then.
I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'm just gonna commit. Is there a world I use Ultra Ball pitching, research plus monkey, and just thin more?
There might as well. The deck is already so thin at this point. It plays around like a potential Iono on my side of the field, so might as well play around it.
Also, it plays around me making bad plays because it means I can price check again. It means I can make sure I know that I haven't got any counter catchers left.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so just take whatever. Then, grab Dreepy or Halucha. And then Itchy Pollen once
again. And then we just... Realistically, there isn't that much I can actually dig for in my deck anymore that I care about. I think I just play the pull down on the Dwarf now. Because there isn't anything I'm realistically going to be able to dig for next turn.
Well, you'd want to dig for... If I Iono you, you'd want to dig for Iono, right? So we have a 9-card deck. We would draw 4 if I Iono'd you plus top deck.
Oh.
I guess we wouldn't actually we wouldn't be able to actually reach Iono, though. Because we would draw 4 plus draw for turn, then Loke would be the last 4 cards in our deck. There's nothing that shuffles the deck, I don't think, left in our deck. So I think we just actually get stuck. So it actually makes more sense to evolve it. Yeah, it actually makes more sense to evolve it just to have the option. And then Itchy Pollen.
Oh, yeah. I keep doing that. That's one thing I'm so glad it has, like... Are you sure you want to end? I'm so fucking glad.
All right, and honestly, Arfin's still pretty good here.
Okay, so assuming that you have the energy left, this is where this is where I have to be aggressive.
Yep.
So I just drop the Iona now.
Yep.
And then I just go bloat because I still have a Luminous left. Okay, we got an energy.
Yep.
And now we go gloat. Sure. And then we just retreat into the pult and then put 30 on Goldango, 30 on the other Goldango.
Well, I think we want to go 20s. We want to
we go 20. Yeah, we go 20. Yeah, not 30.
Yeah. And then, I don't know, maybe 20 on the Fez. Like 20 on each Goldango plus 20 on Fez. Or the Genesect, I guess, also works. The last 20 probably does not matter. We just have to make sure we don't put 30 somewhere.
And then we'll just go for like
10 on Fez, 10 on Monkey Dory. This is where like the damage, I can't come up with a scenario where it actually matters. Putting Genesect in range of Dragapult, put 20 on Genesect would probably be fine. Same thing with the Fez though. So
I'll just go 10 to put the Fez on it as well.
Sure, yeah.
Because realistically, this is like Genesect is the worst attacker here. That's the one that I'm most fine with being an active column.
Yeah. All right. Sure, shuffle. I'm close, but I'm not quite there.
Okay, I need to read that thing.
What one?
I don't know what vanilla Goldango does.
Oh.
This Pokemon involved in Gimmighoul's turn, just 90 more. I'm gonna ask, I assume it's just a utility thing.
It's basically there just to have the option of a one prize Pokemon, basically. So you can initiate without a two prize Pokemon active. So in the more aggressive matchups, like Mirror Match, Raging Bolt, even like Joltik Box, it allows you to do something, like attack, without putting a two prize in your active.
Okay, sure.
Is the purpose. All right. Let's run a different matchup. If you want to stick on Poltnor, that's fine. Is there like a, with that though, is there like a matchup specifically that like, not specifically like to go over to get more knowledge on, but is there like a matchup that you feel, usually the question I would ask in like coaching or whatever would be like a matchup that you feel like you don't understand or something like that?
I think I'm generally fine. I think Raging Bolt is one that, so I'm pretty confident with Guardy. I'm pretty confident with the Guardy matchup. Goldango, we've just gone over Goldango.
Yeah.
Joltik Box, I'm very familiar with. I'd say, yeah, I don't know. I'd say Raging Bolt. Initially, so just as a bit of context, I guess, in terms of when I've been playing, I think the first week and a half, my win rate was probably about 55, 60%, just against random people. And Raging Bolt was a matchup that I really struggled with.
Yeah.
Raging Bolt specifically, I struggled with a lot initially, but I don't know, something kind of clicked, I want to say 4 or 5 days ago. Something kind of just clicked, and my win rate since then has been a lot higher, and I haven't had an issue with Raging Bolt since then. But it's still one that I'm not too confident against and want to make sure I know what I'm doing against it.
All right, let's run some games with that one then. Let me import a list real fast.
it's also the one deck that I'm less familiar with what the deck lists look like, because I know there's like some Noctowl versions.
Yeah,
There's a couple that don't play Noctowl.
Yeah, there is like the more aggressive build. It's definitely less popular. The main way to play it is with the Noctowls. Some people will cut the Noctowls and just go with like the turn 1 attacking version, which is less popular though. This looks fine. Okay. This matchup, I feel like there's actually, well, I do not like going first in this matchup. However, I know there are some players who say they prefer to go first. I'm a little bit what's it called? Less confident in going first. Oh, hold up. Let me send the challenge again with timers off. All right, there we go.
It's fine. I was about to say Bruce timer.
Yeah, Raging Bolt players say they never get the first attack going second, but I feel like they always pull it off. So this deck is definitely not built to do it in the same way that the non-owl build does it. But going first in this matchup is probably correct because you do want to try and play around the baby Raging Bolt sniping as much as possible.
So it's best for me to start in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, all Blitzell's in my chat, and he said Bolt should always go first versus Bolt.
So are we just playing this blind where I'm going second, or do we just play it as if I'm going first to begin with?
Yeah, just choose first as if you know the matchup.
Okay. It's just that's one thing that, like, for the first few days I did struggle with, is working out when to go first and second.
Yeah, yeah, blind
because it's not as easy as just. Yeah, it's just not as simple as it is in Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's just you go first or second every single time.
Well, I guess I'm opening this. So is it in Yu-Gi-Oh? Then I'm curious. In Yu-Gi-Oh, is it deck dependent, but you always go, or you just always, is it just format based? Like depending on the format, you'll always be going first, or always like everyone's choosing first, or everyone's choosing second, or is there like matchups where you do switch it up?
Nope, it is you go first every single time. If you are playing a normal deck, you are going every single player 99.9% of the time goes first, regardless of matchup.
All right, that's what yeah, in Pokemon it does fluctuate. Like we're in a, I guess I'd have to look at the I think we're in like a go second meta right now, or maybe it's like kind of close. No, we're definitely in a go second meta game right now. But sometimes in the past it's been go first. But there definitely are matchups where you want to go first and second. Like I said, yeah, Poltnor. The only matchups where you want to go first is probably the Noctowl matchups, like the Flareon matchup, Raging Bolt. But yeah, obviously blind you're choosing second.
Yeah, so with Yu-Gi-Oh, it's all very, because decks are very like combo oriented because it's negate based like interaction on your opponent's turn. You are trying to set up your strategy turn 1 so that your opponent can't use theirs turn 2.
Yeah,
and sense. There are very few. The only exceptions to that are decks that are very heavily. A deck will always go first or always go second. Matchups do not matter.
Okay, makes sense.
I mean, my turn is really easy here.
Yeah, I would go with the Luminous energy.
Oh, Luminous.
Yeah, Luminous first, and then yeah, pass.
This hand's kind of terrible.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get off a turn 1, yeah, you're hoping for the top deck, I guess, literally no matter what. I probably am not getting off the turn 1 attack. However, it is still possible. Let's see. Sure.
Okay, so I know there's a knockdown on hand. You didn't use a turn on supporter.
All right, we'll stick around for at least one more turn in this one. But yeah, so there's the threat. You know, like, so yeah, from this situation, if you look at my field, what do you know? Like, what do you, not for sure 100%, but what do you think is going to happen on my turn? Like, what am I doing?
So you're at least going into one knockdown, and then realistically, you're going to knockdown. You're gonna start building up your board. You're gonna start building up an energy pool on your board. The thing is, I know you can go to snipe. Realistically, I have to get double Duskull here. Actually, I have to get Dreepy Duskull. Yeah. Because if you're going to start going if you're going to start sniping instead of going for the Badoo, because you can just go Crispin and get, or you have, actually no, you just go Sada. But regardless, you're going to be able to set up Raging Bolt plus energy, a bunch of energy on your board, which means that you're going to be able to snipe a Dreepy next turn.
Yep.
Then if I go into Dragloak, you're going to be able to snipe the Dragloak, so I need 3 Dreepies set up here.
Yeah, exactly. And there would even be an argument in this situation to actually go for 4 Dreepies, because if we top deck a Dracloak next turn, and then this turn I'm going to snipe a Dreepy, and then next turn if you top deck Dracloak, I'm going to snipe the Dracloak, which means if we take Duskull Dreepy off the Buddy Poffin, we're going to want to commit the Night Stretcher probably towards another Dreepy. But if we take 4 Dreepies here, we can commit the Night Stretcher to a Dracloak instead. So I think probably just going quad Dreepy here probably makes the most sense. Also, I'm going to draw so many early prize cards, we might just not be able to use Dusknoir anyways at some point. Like, we're definitely just going to need this game to slow down, and we're going to start to have to, like, punch stuff without taking knockout, depending on if I develop my, like, Pheasantipity and stuff like that. So yeah, we just split energy.
I'm just basic energy on a Dreepy.
Yeah, split the energy, and then Itchy Pollen. But with the top deck next turn, this matchup is actually still pretty winnable, to be honest. Like, this scenario, because it always comes down, like, one thing that always, some stuff, like, seems unwinnable, but a lot of it comes down to how developed my board actually is. Like, if I only get this one Raging, and that's why Badoo is so good, because, like, without items, it's always going to be, that much harder for me to just develop my board at all. I'm going to have, like, this initial Baby Bolt knockout here, but past that, it's gonna be hard for me. I'm not gonna be able to, like, set up another attacker anytime soon unless I just draw into it. That's where if you just Badoo every single turn, maybe top deck a counter catcher or a boss, even trap something in the active for a turn or two, you'll have plenty of time to get back into the game and just, like, maybe even just KO my Baby Bolt, and then I have no other attacker in play.
Okay, sure.
And a big part of, like, the a big part of the comeback potential. What was I gonna say? Comeback potential in this matchup. Oh, is the Neo upper energy? Because even if I, like, take all your energy off the board, you can, as long as you have a Dracloak, then you'll be able to go just evolve attack. Swing. I guess it's always correct to take out this because I don't want to give you Night Treacher for the energy. Alright, let's see if you top deck something. If you don't top deck something here, we can go to the next game. But I think there's still a decent...
Okay, sure.
You have decent odds of winning this game still if you top deck. Alright, let's go next. Nope. Give it one top deck there.
No, it's one of the reasons I did change this to the Nest Ball for Brox, just because... basically, when I'm in those slower game states, it's really fucking difficult to come back.
Yeah, and that's, like, a big thing to learn for specifically for tournament play. Is, like, knowing when to concede. It's, like, super, super important. And it's a little bit, that's, like, one of, like, almost the I don't know, faults of Holtnor is it feels like after you've played enough of the deck, you feel like you can win a wider range of scenarios or a wider range of board states in most decks, and it is true. You have a higher chance of winning more board scenarios with a deck like Poltnor, but you still need to know when to concede to conserve time, because that's like something. Actually, I don't even know how it applies in Yu-Gi-Oh. But
Time management is a very, very big skill.
it is a big deal in Yu-Gi-Oh as well.
Yes, time management is a big deal. It's a very important skill.
Okay, that's I was curious about that because I wasn't sure how much it how much it consistently applies compared to Pokemon.
So, in Yu-Gi-Oh, so it's changed as of yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Or 2 days ago, I
Triff
think.
told me about that. Now that's just double game losses. There's no ties, right?
Yeah, but prior to that, we used to have our end of time procedure was the player on the highest life points wins. So choosing whether to continue playing a lost game so that you'd be in the better position going into game 3 regarding time, or to just concede early when there's signs that you're not going to come back is a very big tool. Like time, it's a bit different now with both players having to play quite fast so that you don't lose to time. But time used to be like a very specific skill in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
I am sure Triff explained how he got banned.
Yeah, he did.
So I assume I'm just going Badoo Dreepy here.
Yeah, I think so. Because if I get off a turn 1 attack, it's likely to be through something that's not the Baby Bolt, so the active would go down. We get to push Badoo for a turn.
I mean, I can to play around that. I can just go Luminous on the Duskull now and just retreat into the Badoo so that you can't. Oh wait, it doesn't just snipe bench; it snipes anything.
Yeah, I would definitely. Yeah, I would just leave the Duskull active. We'd rather lose the Duskull than the Badoo here, anyways. Because like the thing I'm most likely to attack, or the thing I have a higher chance of attacking with turn 1 is just a Raging Bolt or the Fan Rotom. The Baby Bolt can happen, but so it's like less likely. But also your Dreepy is safe from that. But yeah, attached to the.
So do I just go Dreepy?
Yeah.
On Luminous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Luminous on Dreepy.
Yeah, and then pass. And then I'm glad Blitzel's in my chat right now because he gets to see me attack turn 1 with Raging Bolt going second, which he says never happens. It is a pretty big commitment actually though. Hold up, let me see if I'm gonna do this. See what I have in the deck. My turn 1 is actually, I think, better than I thought it was going to be. Then, Nest Ball. I was gonna, at first I was initially gonna KO your Dreepy, but it means I wouldn't have gotten Fan Rotom out. Wait, no, I can never reach the Dreepy. What am I thinking? I'd have to have gotten really lucky. And then I'm actually not sure what the best thing to KO here is, to be honest. I could go after your Badoo. To make it harder to get Badoo, but you still have a really high chance of getting Badooed. I think I actually just go after your benched Duskull here. I'm actually not 100% sure. Because like, you have such a high odds of just drawing back into a Badoo or not touching for Badoo. Like KOing the Badoo itself doesn't, but stopping your development of the Duskulls probably makes a little more sense.
Okay, so this is literally just Ultra Ball, Pitch, Hilda, Blitzhole, Lutzer, Gloak, Research.
Yep. Sounds good.
I should have just checked prizes there. Oops.
You're good. I've not been checking prizes any
It's
of
one
these
of those
games.
things.
But it is definitely something you want to develop for sure. Is that make it a habit? Definitely want to make it a habit.
So, one thing with this with Pokemon quite specifically is, or not just Pokemon, just in general, I find those kind of skills a lot easier to do in person.
Yeah, it definitely is like a big difference from doing it on live to in person as well.
I think this isn't me trying to be like, cocky, but I think one advantage I do have is that isn't as visible in. Okay, if you go on Google and go on resources for learning Pokemon, a lot of people say that, you know, people play a lot better on live compared to real life.
Yeah.
Because real life is quite different. I think because of, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh experience and stuff, I feel like that is a lot less of a barrier.
Oh, definitely, for sure. Yeah, they
So
definitely
I think I'm in a
the...
much better. I feel like I'm going to play. From the games I've played in real life so far, I have felt I play a lot better in real life compared to on live, especially when like streaming and talking through all my plays.
Definitely. No, yeah, there's definitely going to be for you, like, I mean, yeah, because you have so much experience in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the same thing. It's just the IRL experience definitely transfers over for sure.
Okay, so in this situation, so I've already. Oh, I wish I checked the prize.
But we just want to get Badoo in the active, right? We just want to slow down.
Yes.
We have a couple ways to get there: energy attachment or Latios.
I assume it's Gloak first. Okay, realistically, there's nothing I can Poffin for other than another Dreepy, which I have in my hand anyway.
Yeah.
So I assume we're gonna go Gloak, see what we hit, and then go an Ultra Ball, pitch, Poffin plus probably the Scouting, and grab a second Gloak.
Yeah, we could also, if we play the Poffin, it also does cycle our, like, it thins out the deck by 1. I think the research is pretty low value here as well, though. So if we look at this hand specifically, it's like we don't really want to draw into Dreepy. Putting another Dreepy on our bench, we're probably going to put another Dreepy on our bench, right? Because like theoretically, next turn I go attach to Regibolt, and then I knock out your cloak with energy, right? Your Loke with energy, right? So we're gonna want a third Dreepy on the bench anyways.
Anyway.
Yeah, so I would, and I think because the research is so low value, we're comfortable discarding the research because we want to Iono next turn anyway. So I think we can commit the Poffin first here and just go get another Dreepy.
Okay, and then we're just gonna check very quickly. So that's one Gloak. Ooh, that isn't as nice. So 2 of my Pult surprised, which is still fine. It's not really the end of the world. I still have Fez, I still have Lati. One of my bosses is prized. One of my Hildas is prized. No counter catches are prized. One jamming tower. I still have access to all my energy pool, so it's fine.
Yeah, and then
because now we drop the Gloak before we Ultra Ball because there's multiple things we could get with Ultra Ball here.
Yeah, that would be, there is like an argument. Oh yeah, there is value in playing Ultra Ball right now because the only thing we need this turn is a Loke, but like next turn, another Loke, the Dragapult. There's so many other things we want next turn. We definitely just want to commit to. Oh, I guess also we have to save the Ultra Ball to potentially get. Wait, was Latias prize or was it in there? Oh, new offer's pretty good. It is in there. Okay.
It's always new offer.
Yeah. So now things are a little weird because we didn't get a way to retreat to Badoo. This is like an interesting
gamble
scenario.
On the Gloak. It's either gamble on the Gloak. I think it's gamble on Gloak here.
Yeah.
Because we can always go Clops and just pitch the Clops on something that's guaranteed to stick around.
Yeah.
AKA the Ogerpon.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you're right there. Yeah, just go for the Loke. Hopefully we find a different out, and if we don't, then we commit the Clops.
We just Clops the Ogerpon.
Yeah.
And we just pitch Research plus probably the 4th Dreepy.
I'm trying to think if the Dreepy would ever come up. I think the Dreepy could come up that we'd want it, so we'd probably get rid of the Brox. I think the Brox is like pretty low value here. I think it could come up where we'd still want the Dreepy. I guess ditching it isn't the end of the world because we have Night Stretcher, but yeah.
I mean, I could also go Fez here.
I think the Loke is too. If we the thing is, if we go Fez, the problem with going Fez here is it does see more cards, and it does set up to see more cards on the next turn. But then we're basically but then we need to draw a Dracloak off the Fez, right? We have to find that.
Yeah,
whereas
it's
like
not worth
this,
adding like the extra layer of RNG.
Yeah, right. Whereas here it's like, okay, we can pop the Clops, and then Badoo still this turn no matter what. I mean, seems fine.
I don't know how good I don't think jamming is that valuable in the matchup.
No, it matters. It can be good early game. Like, it can be good early. Like, when I put an Area 0 in play, if you can bounce it before I, like, go too wide, then that can be annoying for me. Yeah, as far as the damage here goes, I'm not sure if we should have put it on the Ogre Pawn. We could have put it on... Honestly, we could have put it on the active. I think that might have been better. Because if we go 50 active plus Badoo hit, that's 60. And then we could go, like, Counter Catcher plus Halucha, and that would KO the Baby Raging Ball off the bench. Another thing with the Ogre Pawn as well in this matchup is you want to leave the 210 HP, the Fez, and the Ogre Pawns. You don't want to put damage on them usually because you want to be able to bring them up and punch them but not KO them. Like, one of the most important things in this matchup is to, like, do damage without taking a knockout. So we probably should have just put the 50 on the active Raging Bolt there.
Okay, so are we going for more like 4 or 5 prize turns in this matchup?
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't attach... Can we attach a Neo Upper?
I feel like we can, because the Gloak is already set up. Is already going to be set up if we get another energy anyway.
So the thing that would happen here, though, is if we attach Neo Upper Energy, we need to attach an energy next turn. So if we attach Neo Upper Energy... So no matter what, we have to find an energy next turn, but the Neo Upper is the energy next turn. So I think we always hold Neo Upper here. The only thing we'd be afraid of is Judge. That would be scary, actually. So that's the thing we have to think about here is, like, do we want to play around getting judged? And you only have a 4-card hand, so it's, like, pretty unlikely that I'd want to go super far out of my way to judge you here. So I think we're probably safe to hold it.
So we just hit with Badoo, because I don't think it's worth benching the Dreepy and just taking up the space just yet.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, just hit with Badoo. It's also possible I don't have access to an energy in hand, so I have to KO your Badoo, and then we definitely don't want another Dreepy on our bench. Yeah, my hand's pretty weak. Okay, I do need to establish... I think I have to establish some threats here. An owl involved. Go. I won't be able to play the Nest Ball, but... See another card. Like, here on the next turn is, like, where... This is, like, where you could play the Jamming Tower. We'll talk about that. Because we're basically have everything else... Oh, that's a good topic as well.
I'm pretty sure I just go Jamming Tower, Neo Upper, play Fez, Iono, and then just go from there.
So the one thing...
That's what I would not... That's, like, by default.
Yeah.
That's, like, the default play.
So the question would be, like, what do we knock out if we have access to KO anything here? KO in the active is actually decent here because it removes 3 energy from play. The one thing to think about whenever you replace Area 0, pretty much against any Owl deck, is...
They're just going to remove the owls. The big owls.
Exactly. And then they get Night Stretcher for Owl. But in this situation, I have 2 bench spaces open. So you'd be giving me access to 2 bench spots. I think jamming is probably worth it here. Because the thing is, when you attack here, you could also take no KOs here. You could, like, bring up my Fez and just punch it for 200, which would mean then it'd be pretty good to, like, bench lock me and just punch Fez for 200. So I kind of lean towards just throwing the jamming tower out there. Even though it gives me access to the Night Stretcher line, I think it's probably fine. You also KO double Hootoots here. That would also be pretty good. There's like a million lines to actually take from this situation. I mean, what we get access to is what we get access to, but there's like a million things we could do if we get access to everything. And that's why, like, if we had,
going jamming towers. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, if we had put the damage on the Raging Ball, if we had 60 there now, then we could have theoretically gone, like, I don't know, we could go Counter Catcher Fez, ping the Raging Ball, KO the Raging Ball, which gives me Fez draw, which is one of the things one of the main things you try and avoid playing around in this matchup is, like, giving me Fez draw, basically, because Fez draw equals owls. If I have Hootoots in play, if you're not able to take care of those, and it just equals, you know, outs to Sada, stuff like that. So, like, but also, like, if I don't have enough energy in play to actually KO anything, so actually KOing the Baby Bolt here in this scenario is probably our best KO. And then the question is, yeah, at that point, I'm like a little bit less confident in... No, playing the jamming tower is still probably correct. It takes away... It leaves me with one bench space to work with. Yeah, I think the jamming tower is probably correct. Go for it, yeah.
I'm trying to think if I have any... I'm trying to think if I have any other reason, because realistically, if I'm going for the K on the baby ball...
Yeah, that's what I lean towards. If we had the 60 on the active bolt, then I did say if we had put all the damage on the baby ball and the active, we definitely don't KO it. But now that we're in this kind of scenario, I do lean towards just KOing the baby bolt probably being the best play. You do give me Fez draw. I do have 2 Hoot Hoots, but I need a lot of resources to get to a Raging Bolt attack. And then you could follow up with like Ursaluna Iono again. Like I would put all my resources in playing and like wipe them out of play.
Realistically, I can... you only have access to 1 Hoot Hoot, because I can just kill the Raging Bolt and then just put 60 at Holucha, the small Hoot Hoot.
Yeah. But at that point, you're giving me 2 bench spaces, which is basically equal to what you'd be gaining if you put Jamming Tower in play. So then maybe putting Jamming Tower in play doesn't make as much sense, and you could just give me the bench spaces, and then... I'm
kind of just thinking about it. I don't really want you to just start removing the Noctowls, especially since I'm owning you into 3. You're not having as much access like Ultra Ball. I don't think I'm gonna Jamming Tower here.
Yeah, I kind of like that as well.
I think I'm just gonna go Faz Neo Upper on the Drugloak so I can set up, and then just Iono.
You could bench the Dreepy here because you'll get access to Area 0 as well when you find Dragapult. So having the extra Dreepy down,
true.
I think putting the extra Dreepy down shouldn't hurt too much. And I don't know. And depending on what we draw, I see a play where, I mean, yeah, we could just bring up the Fez and punch the Fez, to be honest, and that seems not terrible. We did draw the Counter Catcher plus Ultra Ball, so we could... Yeah, there's just so many lines here. It's always it's hard for me to figure out what the best one is.
Okay, we'll just go Fez. Well, it's more for me. It doesn't really matter if you tell me the correct line. It is more, how do I think about it?
Yeah.
Because this is a little bit sidetracked off of this play, but I guess everyone talks through their plays in their head, but one concern I had with Pokemon initially was, okay, I'm going to jump into this TCG, I'm going to play as much as I can, and I'm going to start doing exactly what I do with other card games, and talk through my plays step by step in my head.
Yeah.
But if I'm doing that, and I am missing some fundamental... If my priorities are not correct, or I'm prioritizing different things than I should be, I'm just going to teach myself the wrong way to play, or I'll have like a suboptimal priority order, and then that's how I get into bad habits.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So for me, even if we don't find the correct play here, as long as you're getting direction into the correct lines is all I need, or like into the correct ways to think about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, the more I'm looking at this board and thinking about it, yeah, there was the question of whether or not the Jamming Tower. I think not Jamming Tower was probably correct. Yeah, that question at this point becomes,
I always go
knockout. Yeah, flip the script first. Let's see what we get. Yeah.
Okay. So I have Ultra Ball to go into the Holucha whenever I want, but I don't have access to... Actually, no, I need Night Stretch to go into that. So I just Gloak and just see what I can get off the Gloak first.
Yep.
Because I want to keep targets. Night Stretch will be perfect. There we go.
We also want... Well, this is kind of unfortunate. We didn't draw into another Loke plus the Dragapult, so now we have to like pick between the two there.
I think it's always pull and just knock out. Okay, my mindset is KO the Bolt, KO the one of the Hoot Hoots.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it requires more energy setup.
Yeah. Because
there'll be no energies on the board.
Yeah, I don't hate that play. The other play that seems reasonable to me here would be like Counter Catcher the Fez, punch that for 200, and then you're setting up for like a bigger play next turn, but you do risk me just having a Noctowl and then potentially just KOing your lone Polton play, and then we would have no Loke follow-up. So I think this turn we probably want to make the play that allows we probably want to make because we don't have we don't have Dracloak, and well, I guess we're behind on energy anyway, so we want to make the play that like is most likely to let our Dragapult survive a turn. Is probably the play we look for.
Which I think is KO Hoot KO Bolt.
Yeah, that seems fine to me. So the question then just at that point is just where does the other Halucha Ping go?
I'm assuming it's best to just put it on the Rotom and just set up another potential KO.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable to me. The other argument would be probably Fezandipity, so you could KO the Fez for 2, but we probably want to keep it on the bench as something we can bring up and punch, but not KO. So yeah, I like that. Hoot plus Fan Rotom, KO the Hoot. Sounds good to me. Would have been nice to get a Duskull down. Would have been nice to get a Duskull down as well this turn, but not going to be able to do that either.
I think we always prioritize in killing the Hoot just because, look, I've not played a lot of Noctowl lists, but I did play a little bit of Eevee Box, and the multiple Hoot turns were the turns that the momentum flipped completely. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Most of the time, game plans can be pulled together with a single Noctowl. However, the double, except for like sometimes like some turn 2 plays where it's like you turn 2 double Noctowl to make like the big play happen. That happens. But most of the time, it's like one Hoot gets there fairly often. Dusknoir probably hits the discard pile here because we still have all of our Night Stretchers. So the question is just what is the second weakest card in the hand?
I'm pretty sure it's just this energy, because realistically, there is potentials for all 3 of these supporters next turn, depending on how you respond.
I'm thinking about whether or not we ever play the Hilda. I guess it could happen, though. Hilda seems pretty unlikely, but yeah, I'm fine with the energy. We have plenty of recovery left still. Hilda seems like the next weakest card besides an energy, if not the weaker of the cards. Oh, I guess
then we're just hitting and then...
Yeah. I guess we do have Countercatcher, so we could go hit Countercatcher plus Hilda, actually. That does work. Because we're not playing Countercatcher this turn. Yeah, just go ahead and hit, knock out the Hoot. Yeah, because if I whiff knockout, like one of your goals this turn is that I do nothing, basically. That's one of the hopes. Or maybe at the most, I go like... And this is why it would have been nice to get like double Duskull on the bench, but that was obviously not possible. It's like, one of my plays here could be just like Fan Rotom, KO, Dreepy or something.
Yeah.
I mean, if I
but
can...
I think if you go Fan Rotom, KO Dreepy, Countercatcher kind of... Okay, it doesn't solo, but it puts me in a very, very good position.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. I don't even know if I'll be able to get Fan Rotom KO Dreepy. Hold up. Pawn number 2. And is there anything else to be done? I don't think so. Burst Roar. There's 5 grass, AZ. Yeah, so I mean that's exactly what we were looking for. We're looking for the whiff on the turn. And honestly, the Hilda does not look too bad here now, for sure. The Hilda actually looks pretty good.
It's my thought with the Hilda was literally just if the Pulse survives, because we have the Countercatcher, the boss isn't that useful.
Yeah.
Or it isn't needed.
Yeah. So yeah, I like the Hilda sets up another Drakloak. The energy's kind of whatever, obviously. And then we should set up to win the game.
Because we can target the Hoot here.
Yeah, go
we
ahead,
can target the Hoot because we can't kill the Raging Bolt anyway.
The one thing you want to play around...
Or do we just...
One thing to think about against Raging Bolt is they do play hand disruption cards of some kind. Like, a lot of people play Iono. Some people play Judge. So I can hit. I am the more aggressive deck or an aggressive deck, but I probably play a hand disruption card. So like we want to keep that in mind when we're coming up with our play here.
Okay. So my thought process would be we have the bench phase, I'd probably put the Solana out.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably put Dreepy with Luminous. I'd probably attach Luminous to Dreepy, Hilda for Gloak. I think in this position, okay, I'm on 4, you're on 3. I can't see any way to kill this turn. The most damage I could ever do would be to kill your Ogerpon and then Fan Rotom, which just puts you on 1.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't interest me though. I think I'd be in a better position hitting probably the Teal Mass. Thing is, if you're playing Hand Disruption, then you're ideally gonna get rid of, if I use Countercatcher, you're gonna get rid of the bosses.
Another thing to think about as well when going for like a setup play, and this can be why it's like nice to be more aggressive with your own stadiums in this matchup, is I play a way to counter Area Zero as well. I either play my own stadium or I play Chien Pao. So I have a way to bump my own Area Zero. So if you go too far in putting a bunch of damage in play, you have to consider that it could be removed. Now, depending on what you hit, me removing those targets means I might not have an option next turn, but that's something to like think about as well here.
I feel like if I'm gonna hit anything, who is like public enemy number 1?
Okay, and then if
I'm gonna go for knockouts.
How many knockouts?
Because if I'm going for like if I can go Countercatcher, just Countercatcher up Hoot. Knockout Hoot, knockout Fan means that you are in kill range if I hit the Teal Mask. If I have like bosses or another copy of Countercatcher, and I haven't gone through any, that Teal Mask is still in death range, and it means that even if you would need multiple on your bench, you need to put 2 more on your bench plus Stadium here.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. We definitely want to draw prize cards this turn for sure. I don't hate Hoodoo KO Fan Rotom. I also don't hate KO Ogerpon KO Fan Rotom. Just go down to 1. Because like the one,
I feel like the Hoot stops any potential for like field bumping plays though.
Yeah, it definitely lowers it. It doesn't make it completely gone though, right? Like obviously the Noctowl is like my most powerful card that I could play to like set up plays. The one play we want to like be aware of is I couldn't go Gust Hand Disruption. So if you go down to 2 prize cards left, I could possibly go now. Even if you KO this Fan Rotom, I could go Fan Rotom, Counter Catcher, or Prime Catcher plus Judge or Iono, and then knock out a 1 prizer on your side of the field while leaving a 1 prizer in the active on my side of the field. So by drawing 3 prize cards, we take that away, but that means we wouldn't KO the Hoot, which lowers the chances of that. So no matter what, we probably at least want to draw 2 prize cards this turn, at least 2, so that'd be KO Hoot plus the Fan Rotom. Or if we draw the 3 prize cards, KO the Ogerpon plus KO the Fan Rotom. If you have Ursaluna on your bench, that automatically has to become my target, probably, right? Like if you put Ursaluna on your bench, if I don't KO Ursaluna, I literally just lose the game. So that would be the thing I have to chase. So I'd have to get like Gust Effect, KO Ursaluna, plus Hand Disruption, and then from there, all you need to do is find Night Stretcher to win the game, right? But if you KO the Hoot and the Fan Rotom, then on my turn, if I have Fan Rotom, Gust, Counter, or Prime, Item Gust, plus Fan Rotom, plus Hand Disruption, you would need, see in that situation, draw 1, you've drawn 2. So you would just need, your Ursaluna would be alive, and you would just need Gust at that point. So the question is like, do you want to be able to dig to recover your Ursaluna, or do you want to have to find Gust Effect for the Ursaluna? So those are kind of like, that's what it kind of breaks down to when we go for the 2 prizes or the 3 prize cards here. And the big thing to keep in mind with that play is like what we get to play to like extend to find that. Like if you need to find, like if you play Research, you can't play Boss, right? But if you need to just recover your Ursaluna, you could play Research into Night Stretcher, right?
Yeah.
That's like the big thing to think about here is like what else you can play around it to find the cards that you need. Because we'll always have Fez, we'll always have Dracloaks, but there is other cards that can help us find one or another card.
Whatever dumbass Yu-Gi-Oh players say Pokemon is easy are on something. Okay.
So yeah.
Right.
So that's like the thing. That's what we want to play around. I think we're like always playing Hilda to find Dracloak, probably, right? Like I think just setting up a Dracloak here is really, really good, especially if it leads to another Dracloak. So the question at that point is just,
No, I think
what do we KO?
it's always Hilda.
Yeah. So let's just go. Let's play the Hilda. Let's use our Dracloak, and then let's decide what we're taking KOs on here. We definitely want to draw at least 2 prize cards because we want to threaten the win on the next turn. And the question is, do we feel like we want Ogerpon plus Fan Rotom go down to 1? Like I said, if we go that route, our Ursaluna becomes the target because we're always benching Ursaluna because we don't want to have to find Ursaluna. Unless we think our odds of finding Ursaluna are higher than recovering Ursaluna. That could be another way we look at this. Another thing to think about here, right? Is if we keep...
It's not, because if you look at I've already been through 3 Ultra Balls. I've only been through 1 Stretcher. I always bench the Ursaluna.
Okay. Yeah. So then it becomes, do we want to have to find Gust for our Ursaluna? Or do we want to have to recover our Ursaluna? That's what we're like choosing between here when we figure out what our opponent would do in response to us doing either play, right? Like I said, if we go KO Hoodoo, KO Fan Rotom, my play becomes use Fan Rotom to KO 1 Prizer plus ideally Hand Disrupt you. If we go KO Ogerpon, KO Fan Rotom, my play has to become KO Ursaluna plus Hand Disruption, right? So the question is, which play do we want to play to force me into? We know what my play is going to be based on what we do this turn. What my play has to be. Otherwise, we know we probably just win.
Okay. So then, can I ask a little bit of information about typical Raging Ball lists?
Yeah, go for it.
So how many copies of Night Stretcher do you normally play?
I would say, I think the information you'd want to work around would be 2 to 3. 2 might
4 Ultra Ball.
Yeah, 4 Ultra Ball. 2 might be the norm actually right now. So maybe.
And it's either 3 Noctowl, 3 Hoot, or 4, right?
3. Always 3.
Okay.
I think 2 Night Stretcher is the norm, so you should play around 2 Night Stretcher.
Because realistically, I'm giving you Fez draws no matter what. You are almost guaranteed to get to the Noctowl. And though your plays are facilitated so heavily by Noctowl, like, I fully understand that knocking out the Teal Mask plus the Fan Rotom is more consistent in terms of it should give me a bit of a wider pool of win con hits, but I'm not going to have any 1 prize hits.
Remember as well, like when you go, if I do find the play, if I find, because we have Boss in hand currently, so Ursaluna Boss just wins us the game. But if I do find Fan Rotom Gust, I do think this is pretty close. If I do find Fan Rotom Gust, the energy for the Fan Rotom is almost like a given. Honestly, me finding a Fan Rotom could be tough. That could be like a harder part for me to find on my next turn. But yeah, Fan Rotom Gust, Judge, you have to have Boss with Ursaluna because we'll be tied at 2-2. So that'll be like
I'm fairly convinced it's Hoot. I'm like very convinced it's Hoot.
Yeah, let's go for it. I don't mind it. I don't mind the play. I think it's close because yeah, obviously it's way harder for me to make a big play happen without Noctowl. So even though the threat of the big play exists, it's going to be way harder to do without Noctowl. So let's go KO Hoot plus, or I guess cycle with Dracloak first and then go from there.
So it's also, where does the energy go? Because I think there is maybe a call about putting 1 on the Ursaluna, just because if you are trying to go into Fan Rotom to pop to get the kill on a Dreepy, so that I can't, and then hand disrupt me so that I don't have the energy, so that I can't immediately kill back with, but I can just immediately kill back with, but killing back with Duskull. I can just immediately kill back in that case though, because I'll still have access to pull. So I think it's always Undergloak. It's always Luminous Undergloak.
I'm only going to draw 1 prize next turn, so... Oh, another thing that we actually could set up this turn that I didn't even actually think about is we could get a Duskull on the bench, which actually does give you... Oh, does it open up any lines, actually? Maybe putting a Duskull on the bench doesn't actually change anything. It would let you draw 1 more prize card, so Ursaluna could attack for free. I guess there could be value there, but yeah, cycle the Loke, let's see what we get.
Okay, Stretcher means Stretcher gives me access to the Duskull.
I don't think the Duskull matters here, though. I think it would probably just be another Dracloak. Getting another Dracloak in play is probably just higher value.
I mean, there's also... It stops hand disruption plus you trying to lock... Lati stops hand disruption plus you trying to lock me with bosses. Okay, I just add Lati and play it now.
Okay, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because that's actually something, a big point to talk about in Pokemon is... whenever these kind of situations come up, the question you always need to ask yourself is, do you care? Like, if I go Countercatcher Ursaluna Judge, do you care if I do that?
It's an extra lose condition, and I can prevent that loss condition.
Hold on, is it a lose condition?
It's just
how does it lead to you losing the game? Well, like, what could I actually?
So is there any?
Yeah, that's the thing. So you have to think about, like, does it? Because like that's like a big thing that comes up. A big question that people bring up in Pokemon all the time is like, oh, now they can't trap something in the active. It's like, well, you can eventually find Latios, right? So like, can I actually win before you would find Latios? Like, what is the play that I have available to me to actually draw prize cards while keeping the Ursaluna trapped in the active?
I mean, baby bolt setup.
Yeah, that would be it. So I could set that up actually. So like next turn I could find E-Switch, Latios, Lightning, Hand Disruption. So that would be a play to play around. But is that worth just having? Is that better than not having another Dracloak set up in play? So that'd be like the trade off here, because having a Dracloak set up in play plays around Hand Disruption as well, right?
I think the Lati's I think this prevents a loss condition. My thought process is it's preventing a loss condition. Granted, though, the thing is, I've gone through multiple Ultra Balls. The problem is that I've already gone through 3 Ultra Balls. So realistically, if I get Hand Disruptioned, it's not that likely that I'm going to be able to get. It's less likely I'll be able to get into the Lati.
Yeah, I don't hate that.
Because I've already gone through Brock's and I've gone through 3 copies of Ultra Ball already. So I'd have to hard draw the Lati.
Yeah. But it also, like, so if we're thinking about like the plays that I would have options for me to actually do anything though on the next turn through the baby ball play, I would have to have Hand Disrupt. Most likely would have to have Hand Disrupt plus set up Baby Bolt without using a supporter, without using Crispin Arsada. So it'd have to be like Judge, E-Switch, attach. Actually, my E-Switch is gone. So you know my E-Switch is gone. My E-Switch is in my discard pile. So actually I can't do this. I can't Hand Disrupt you and set up Baby Ball in the same turn. I either have to play Sada or Crispin, which means I can't play Judge or Iono. So if you think your hand's good enough, then you should probably always set up the Dracloak here. Because you'd have one turn. Like, I could have Hand Disrupt and plus bring up Ursaluna, but I can't attack on that turn as well. So you'd be able to cycle 2 times with Dracloak to find your out. So I think having the Dracloak set up here is a little bit higher value. If I had the E-Switch left in my deck, there could be an argument, but even at that point, simply making sure we increase our odds of winning the game next turn, I think is still of higher value.
I'm going to be very honest with you.
Go ahead.
That entire discussion just happened while I did not realize I had a Dracloak in my bin already.
Oh, okay. You're good.
So no, the play is 100% correct, considering that.
Okay, the jamming tower is actually kind of cool here, I feel like.
Because, I mean, you get rid of the fan rotom. I don't think I use it. I think I just...
Oh, yeah, we are one short.
Save it.
Yeah, never mind. I thought I had 5 bench, so I was like, okay, we could actually take away the big bench as well. But yeah, all right, we're committed to the Hoot Hoot fan rotom play. Let's go for it.
And then I just...
I think... Well, for the play that I'm going to make on my turn, though, I think we want the energy on the Ursaluna, right? Because if I'm going to go fan rotom KO...
Okay, yeah, because if you KO the Pult, then the Ursaluna is my win con anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Now my play has to become... Also, I guess attaching to Ursaluna increases the odds of it not getting stuck in the active. My play has to become Fan Rotom, Gust, and Disrupt. Okay, easy. It's doable. Fan Rotom, hand Disrupt, Gust, and it has to be my Prime Catcher. So how many? I want to cycle as much as possible. Third Ogre Pawn. Right, I think I commit this first. Oh, there's nothing in here to actually grab. Oh, I guess also... Oh, I have my own... I forgot there's Ursaluna in this deck. I have my own Ursaluna. I guess I could attack with Ursaluna. So I could go Ursaluna KO your Fez, but that gives you Counter Catcher, which doesn't sound very good. I think I still want to leave Fan Rotom in my active. Or I guess I can use Ursaluna to KO one prize. I guess that'd be fine as well. I gotta get something here. Let's just get Gonna grab Latias. And then bench. Bench. One prizer in the active, ideally. Let's cycle on. Alright, it's not looking good. Jinpao, Prime. Okay, Jinpao. I guess I can say no here. I don't have to actually discard this. But let's just go with yes. Why not? This. And then probably...
I always just pitch the Badoo.
Yeah, I think so. Because that's like the easiest thing. I think you get rid of Badoo just so there's no weird Baby Bolt trapping plays. Because Badoo would die to a 2 energy Baby Bolt, whereas Halucha dies to a 3 energy Baby Bolt. So it could like offset me by 1 turn. So I think that makes the most sense. Because that's like the only thing you're scared of if I gust something up is Baby Ball attacking.
I think realistically your bench is full here. I don't think you'll be able to get to Baby Ball anyway.
Yeah, it'd be pretty... it would have to be like 2 turns from now or something ridiculous. Okay, well... we did not get there. I did end up with the Prime Catcher, but I didn't find the Judge.
Right, I think I was pretty safe from like any wink on there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If I find the Judge, it's still pretty unlikely because you would draw 4 plus you had Loke, Fez. You're gonna see a lot of cards. But that was actually, I like the way that one played out. There's quite a few more intricate plays to come up to like actually discuss and go over.
No, Bolt's one of the weird ones where it's just like, I don't know. It's been one of the more intricate matchups where there hasn't been as many correct, like, in a lot of matchups, things like Guardy especially, I want to say. In a good chunk of the matches, I found just very straightforward win the game plays, just like cutting off Ralts, for example.
Yeah.
But in Raging Bolt, it isn't quite as straightforward.
Yeah, it's harder to catch them with Badoo into just like a board wipe play. It's harder to pull that off. It does come up sometimes, but it's less common for sure. All right, let's run that one again then, if that's good with you.
Yeah, all good.
You said you said you did want to get into like some deck building theory.
So it's more just going over the fundamentals kind of thing. Because I admittedly, deck building is probably my...
Yeah.
But it's something I'm a little bit afraid to touch right now. Because I don't... Okay, I think I have enough basic knowledge now. But I still haven't messed with deck building, so it's a bit difficult to know where to start.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of it... I mean, it sounds like you have like a pretty good idea of the card pool. So I mean, that's like the base. That's like what you need to start with for sure at first. But it sounds like you know the card pool well enough. And then from there, the next thing to like think about is obviously like how the card, like to already have some kind of like expectation for the card you're putting in your deck, right? To have an idea of what you want to get out of the card and why you're kind of adding it to the deck to begin with. And a lot of that, I mean, almost all of it is because like no one's really sitting there and tracking their win rate with every single card in their deck at all times. So almost all of it comes down to kind of intuition. Like you sit there, you play some games with the card, and it's like, oh, it feels like it's doing what I want it to do, or it feels like it's not doing what I want to. I don't know if it's like different in Yu-Gi-Oh.
This sounds very much the same as Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. Triff was saying yesterday, he was like, if it's a good card, you play 3 of it. And that's what he was saying. I mean, he wasn't making it sound like it was like super simple or anything, but he was like, it's definitely weird to play Pokemon in that sense where it's like, oh, this is a good card. Why would we not play? When it's like a good card, but it's not like a good card that's not like a searchable card. Like you can't Arven for it or something. Why would you not play 3 or 4 of these or whatever, like max the count.
Yeah, with Yu-Gi-Oh, it is, if you want to see the card, you play 3, because bear in mind with with Pokemon, your deck is a toolbox. I feel like your deck is, you have access to all the tools in your deck.
Yeah.
In Pokemon, but in Yu-Gi-Oh, like the reason Yu-Gi-Oh has concepts like the side deck is because you're just trying to see certain, you're siding in cards in the hopes to see them. There is no guarantee that you'll see them, because quite often you are, in terms of if a card isn't part of your staple engine, there is no guarantee you'll see it, and there's quite often no way to just cycle your deck to get it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Like in Yu-Gi-Oh, because I know this is one thing Triff mentioned, was why don't you play for the do? In Yu-Gi-Oh, you cannot see, it's hard to see too many of a card.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not exactly drawing half your deck or cycling through half your deck with searches.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, I prize my baby bolt, so I have to go for the the secondary option.
Oh, I did have one. This is like a random like policy question.
Go ahead.
What are Pokemon's rules with note taking? Because I've seen a couple people like writing down prizes, like prizes and stuff, and I'm not actually sure what the rules on that are.
So the rules for note taking in Pokemon currently is you have to enter the match with like a clean slate. So whatever you're using has to be blank. You can't write in code. So basically, a judge, I've never had a judge ask to see my notes, but a judge can ask to see your notes. So you'd have to just be able to explain your notes to the judge, basically. So like a lot of people just, for notes, they usually just write down their prize cards or anything weird that their opponent plays so they can try and get a read on other counts. So it's like usually Dragapult, Dusknoir doesn't play Super Rod. So if you saw someone play down a Super Rod, you'd maybe take note of that and be like, okay, well now I have to try and figure out their Night Treasure count so I can play around that later or something like that. But if you like, we're just writing down your prize cards and you prized Counter Catcher, you could put like CC on your notes and that would be fine. So as long as you can explain it to a judge, if they ask, that's basically that. All that means is like you can't write in code, but if you can explain it to a judge and it's very obviously what it means, then it's like fine. And that's basically it. You can write down anything you want. It has to be a clean slate going into the match. And yeah, you have to be able to explain it to a judge basically.
So my second question that is your opponent allowed to know what you've written down?
No, they don't get to see your notes.
Okay.
Can they see your notes? Can you write down notes in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Typically no.
No, okay. Because that's actually always interesting, because that's a question that everyone asks. I feel like people ask a lot is, can people from other card games, they ask, are you allowed to look at your opponent's notes? But yeah, you're not allowed to look at, I don't know if it's like different in Magic or something like that. I think maybe it is different in Magic where you can like look at your opponent's notes or something. I don't know where like that idea comes from, but
so I know there's been controversies in the past regarding Yu-Gi-Oh and things like notes. You can keep tab of effects that have been used this turn. You can keep somewhat of a tab on those kind of things, but it's a little bit more. It's a lot more strict on you. Your opponent has to know what you've written down.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you still have to have like a complete blank slate before a round. You can't just like walk in with notes.
Yeah.
I think there's also been some controversies with like deck with spreading information about opponents' decks as well in the past.
Like telling other people what someone was playing?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, there's nothing like that in...
I don't know the whole deal with that. That was a long ass time ago.
Yeah, the discussion in Pokemon right now is they made in their tournament updates, or their one of their updates heading into the new season this year, one of their posts was basically saying that it is possible that during a certain phase of the tournament, deck lists might become open or public. And one of the big discussions right now is like whether or not one of the big reasons to have open deck lists would be that way it like completely removes scouting from the game, because although I don't think it's as rampant as some people seem to think it is, but like, you know, if you have a testing group or a large network of friends at a tournament, like you're going to have more information than the average player on what's doing well at the top players and what the other top players are playing.
So Yu-Gi-Oh had a big... Do you mind if we just sidetrack for a second?
Yeah, sure, go.
Yu-Gi-Oh had a big issue with this over lockdown specifically, because you would have people essentially spreadsheeting what every single player in online tournaments was playing.
Yeah.
And you would have it to the extent that in certain ways to play, you could choose rock, paper, or scissors, and they were mapping people's choices so that they could try and guarantee winning dice rolls. As a Yu-Gi-Oh player, my opinion on that is, obviously I have not been to like major Pokemon events yet.
Yeah.
My opinion on that would generally be, though, don't you just reveal it for Top Cut? Because I feel like day one, you're giving out a lot of information. And I feel like, but by Top Cut, some people will have played, like some people will have had friends playing as other people, or teams will know what people are playing, and individuals might not. So it makes it more fair going into Top Cut versus just regular Swiss.
Yeah, and then also at that point, like some people have been on stream, some people won't. I think I definitely like to even the playing field and to like maintain competitive integrity. Open decklist heading into Top Cut does make a lot of sense. I like playing, like if like all else equal, I prefer the way closed decklist feels to play versus open decklist personally. And I argue that I think it's a little bit more. I think it's more skill intensive to play closed decklist than open decklist. Like I think the better player is going to win more often with closed decklist, but I think like to even the playing field heading into Top Cut, we have all the best players on the weekend anyways playing against each other. Just open the deck list, because yeah, some people have been on stream, some people haven't, stuff like that. I think there would probably be a decent argument to open up the deck lists for day 2 possibly. Is Yu-Gi-Oh closed deck list or open deck list?
Yu-Gi-Oh is closed.
Okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh has never been open about deck list kind of things. I don't even think we've had an open deck list discussion.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh is the community especially. Yeah, maybe I'm biased. The community isn't normally very open to discussing things that they don't have.
Yeah.
So like, I challenge you to have an ID discussion with a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Just generally, the community likes how their rules work. They do not like change.
So like going to the new season of Yu-Gi-Oh, there's going to be no ties, right? At all. It's a double game loss if you get to time, right? If it's like someone's up 1-0. Yes. But there was ties last up until this recent rule change. Ties existed, but you couldn't ID.
Ties existed, and if you could not ID.
Interesting.
If there were, it's difficult because an ID is classed as collusion. So it's very difficult to even have a discussion about should IDs be legal, because a lot of the community will just say, yeah, it's collusion.
Yeah.
There's a lot of arguments. There's probably people in Pokemon who don't like IDs.
Oh yeah, that definitely exists, yeah.
But it's very...
I just feel like if you're gonna have ties, you basically just need to have IDs, because... But yeah, I guess like, I mean, at that point, like if you're threatening like DQing someone, I guess they could apply that to Pokemon as well. It's like if you choose to ID, if you can't ID, but like there's nothing stopping 2 players from sitting there and draw passing until time expires. Like, but then I assume at that point that's when the judges step in and be like, well, you're obviously not playing the game, so it's gonna be like a double game loss or a DQ or whatever.
Yeah, it's very much like, how do you, with Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously they had judges trying to stop IDs and stuff like that if they thought they were going to occur. but I feel like it's one of those where it's very difficult, especially when you have like a 2,000, okay, more like 1,000 matches going on at the same time.
Yeah, it would be hard to ever catch all of them, right? If everyone's doing it.
I always just find the ID discussion, or like ID or just like rules discussion, is quite interesting because the Yu-Gi-Oh perspective is very, very different because of how, I guess, just the fact that it's never something that's ever been present.
Like the discussion.
So there's a lot of the players have never experienced it.
Yeah.
So that there isn't as much of like a discussion about it. It's the community's opinion is a lot more one-sided.
Yeah, they're like, this is just the way
Which
things
I'm not saying
are.
is a
So
bad or a good thing.
yeah. They're just like, this is the way things are, and there's no reason to ever like consider change, basically. Until it actually happens, and then like the new rules just kind of force change, right?
And the new rules kind of come without notice.
Yeah.
Like I was just doing a random ass stream, and then someone was just like, "Did you see the policy change?" And then the entire Swiss structure changed, and the entire time rule structure changed like that.
Yeah, that was interesting to hear Triff's opinion on the Swiss change, because he seemed to like the idea of more top cut rounds, less Swiss rounds. I'm definitely of the opinion that more Swiss rounds lead to the better player winning more often.
More Swiss rounds.
Yeah, like more Swiss rounds is better.
100% more Swiss rounds.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna ask your opinion on it as well then. And that's what like.
So my opinion.
Go ahead.
My opinion. Okay, maybe I'm biased because I've had a lot of like higher Swiss finishes, and my opinion is just you should reward, especially like you should reward the most consistent deck building.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm 100% biased because UK Nationals last year there was like I think it was like a 2024, yeah, it was a 1,400 player event. I ended up making the finals. And I played against someone I think I was 11-0. My opponent was 7-3-1. And they ended up winning the tournament because they were playing a very, I'd say more of like a high rolly, slightly brickier strategy.
Yeah.
Which is a meta call. Like I have nothing against the guy or anything. It's very much a meta call. But it punishes. I don't like the extra rounds of top cut system because top 64. Let's say it's top 64. Wait, what was I gonna say?
Did you lose your train of thought?
I like systems that reward consistency.
Yeah, and more Swiss rounds
rather than reward
that.
Like higher power, higher. I like to reduce RNG.
Yeah, definitely. And the more Swiss rounds does that, yeah.
There is another one that I love to make an argument. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes does extended top cut, and I hate it.
What is that like? More just
yes.
You know it's happening going into the tournament, or
European Championships 2022 had a top cut of 128 players.
That's what we used to have back, like my first national championships. I went, but before we had the ICs, we used to have national championships, kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh does, where you have to play in your nation's championship, and that's what we had. We had best of 1 Swiss 9 rounds into top 128, best 2 out of 3 cut. But I didn't know the game, but the game just like default kicked us out, I guess. We were taking up server space. But yeah, that's literally what Pokemon used to. Well, we used to have best of 1, which is not good.
So it's more that because it was extended cut, it was that according to like their normal policy, it would be top 64.
Yeah.
But they add an extra round of Swiss. They add an extra round of top cut for some events, but not others.
Yeah, so then you don't get as rewarded for going, like you said, like you were 11-0, but you don't get as rewarded for having the higher record or for having an undefeated record or something like that. Because you still have to play in top 128 cut. Even if you're 12-0 and someone is 8-4, you have to play against them round. You all advance to the same part of the tournament.
Yeah, I think I was 8th after Swiss. I was like 8th or 16th after Swiss, and I ended top 128 at that European Championships.
Yeah.
Which is makes me a little bit sour.
Yeah.
I much prefer the extra rounds of Swiss system.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting to hear and see. Because yeah, the system.
I definitely have very different opinions to like Triff, because Triff is a lot more.
Yeah, because I thought he would say, because to me it sounded like, when he told me about it, because I didn't know what the exact changes were, so I asked him about it. And I was like, oh, in my head I was like, oh, it sounds like an improvement, and he was like, I don't like the idea of it, or he's like, I want more top cut rounds. Where I was like, oh, okay, all right. I thought everyone would be on the same page with that, but apparently there's differing opinions on the more top cut versus more Swiss.
I think most competitive players are on the same page. I'm gonna go second this game again, just because I went first the last two we played fully out.
Go for it.
I think most players are on the same kind of page with it. But
wait, for or against it?
For it. But initially, when they announced the policy, they gave the wrong number of rounds, which caused an issue. They said initially that they were going to add 2 extra rounds of Swiss, which would have meant that not all 13 twos will top in a top 8 cut.
Yeah.
Or 12 twos. They said that initially, but on the diagram underneath, it was 15 rounds of Swiss. So the announcement was actually wrong, which caused a lot of people to go against it.
So initially people had worse opinions of it without the full information.
Yeah.
Makes sense. The no tie thing is interesting though. That's what they do over in the tournament system in Asia is terrible for Pokemon. They play best of 1 and they play best of 1 no ties. And up until it's actually kind of funny, up until this last season, they weren't allowed to concede matches once time had been called. So like you could be like, based on your turn, I always lose here, so I'm just gonna concede. After time has been called, you just wouldn't be able to concede in Japan until last season. They finally changed it.
There's been Yu-Gi-Oh in Japan has had those time rules for a long time. This is basically just them now making it the same as it is in Japan.
Okay. So you guys are basically adjusting to what they're doing in Japan?
Basically, yeah. Okay, we'll just go this. We always go to Dreepy.
Yep.
And then we just put energy on Dreepy Pass. Oh, wait, no, we go Hilda.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to Hilda her.
Yep. Cloak and a basic energy. Or actually, do you... That's actually interesting.
I don't think it's... Okay, I'm going to price check quickly.
Yeah, go for it. So the thing is...
Okay, I'll focus back in.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll focus back in on actual card games. Okay, Duskull, Latias, Faz I've already got. 1 boss is prized. Counter catchers aren't prized. 2 stretchers are... Wait, 1 stretcher is prized. 1 jamming tower is prized. Okay, I think I'm fairly good on prizes this game. I don't think there's any key pieces missing.
Okay. So yeah, the question is what energy do you grab? And it's between a basic energy or the Neo upper energy, because we're about to attach a Luminous.
I don't think I grabbed the Neo yet, because the thing is, you're gonna get Baby Bolt to start sniping next turn.
Well, that's the thing we have to think about, right? So let's look at the field real fast. If you look at the board, I'm gonna go next turn. I'm gonna go Baby Bolt, KO Dreepy probably, and then you're gonna go Evolve Dreepy to Dracloak, cycle with Dracloak, maybe Nitrogen for Dreepy, and then I'm gonna go Raging Bolt, KO that Dracloak. And then you need to ideally get out 2 Dreepies next turn, and then evolve both Dreepies to Dracloaks. And then if you attach 1 energy to one of them, I would KO that one. So it depends on if you'd ever like play a research between now and then. But like you will like your first Dragon Ball attack is probably going to be with Neo upper energy, right? Because of how our Dreepies are going to get staggered. Unless you at some point in that sequence, you could definitely like counter catcher a Noctowl and do it, and I could get stuck, right? So that'd be the only thing that would like slow things down. I guess you'd maybe have enough time to find the Neo Upper. I kind of do lean towards just taking the Neo Upper now because you could just sit on this hand and like fez a bunch of times. I guess maybe you'd Iono before then though. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we probably won't put the Neo Upper in play before we play like an Iono. So probably go with a basic energy. That seems fine. Because I guess we'd want to be able to go like Counter Catcher, Noctowl, attach, and then see if I have the retreat plus the Baby Ball attack again. Yeah.
Is it even worth putting an energy on the Dreepy here? Because I know that I'm just going to get Raging Bolted on Dreepy anyway.
Honestly, that's a decent question. If you, I guess I'm always KOing a Dreepy no matter what. So honestly, I think you're maybe right. I think, yeah, probably just Badoo. Yeah, because I'm always KOing Dreepy here, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying, unless you, yeah, because like, I don't think, the only thing to think about is like if you wanted me to KO a Dreepy, but I'm always going to KO a Dreepy. So yeah, you can just go ahead and Badoo. Yeah. Yeah, first I was thinking we're definitely going to attach, but that's definitely a good point. Because I can always like stagger your Dreepies and Dracloaks, so I think I'm always going for that knockout anyways. The only question would be like if I ever don't go for it.
Unless I get hand disruption here, which is unlikely because you're going to have to use your supporter to put extra on the ball. Yeah, I'm realistically not gonna lose the Fez.
Yeah. Let's see. What do I need? A lightning. And I guess actually, you know, I have second Noctowl in hand, so Iono as soon as possible would be pretty good.
So that just means going Fez, then just Fez and just try and dig into it.
Yeah, Fez first, see what we draw.
Because ideally I'd like to get a Puffin. I know one's prized. I mean, I'm going Stretcher back for Dreepy no matter what here.
Well, unless we find a Puffin, because then we just Puffin for double Dreepy. The thing is, we just need to get down 2 Dreepy this turn. Okay. I mean, boss does do what a counter catcher would have done. Yeah, it does like the same thing where we just try and buy a turn.
Yeah, because Hilda isn't doing anything here anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm still gonna have to Stretcher it for a Dreepy so that I can at least get the Gloat down next time to dig.
Yep.
Especially if I can stall, because I know you have Judge anyway.
Yeah. So the question
so
here.
Now,
go ahead.
I think I go Luminous on Gloat because I know that my win con to gaining a lot of momentum here is going to be you getting stuck into the Noctowl for a turn.
Yeah. The only question would be like, do you know I can remove this Noctowl for sure or not? I don't think you know if I can or can't. All you saw me do was last turn was Crispin for 2 energy, and I put those 2 energy in play.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't guarantee you getting it through the Badoo.
Yeah.
Can I? Because you can still.
Well, you know I have a Noctowl in hand from the Fan Rhythm.
Because you can go Noctowl to Crispin, so you guarantee you have to retreat.
But some Raging Ball players only play 1 Crispin, and I could have prized second Crispin. And I think with how many energy we have in hand, like we have 2 energy in hand, I think it's okay to take the risk, I guess, if you want to even call it a risk.
I think at that point, I throw on the Fire Energy, not the Luminous, just so I have it to add back as a Stretcher option.
Yeah, I think that tracks. Yeah, it sounds good to me. Yeah, and the Boss Owl.
Bosses. There's no point benching anything, so we just hit.
Yep.
Because it's too early for me to want to risk putting an Ursaluna in play.
Yeah. And that is sometimes like in these kind of matchups, Ursaluna is sometimes our first attacker. Like if we can just never establish a Dragapult, we can just go like pop Dusclops or Dusknoir and then attack with Ursaluna plus Iono. If you replace, no, that's fine. I think it's got to be fine.
Okay, so I think my hand is actually in an okay position here. Because evolving to Clops, Iono, Luminous on the Dreepy.
Yeah, so what is like the big thing you think we're looking for this turn? What is the card we want to find? Or what is the is there a play we want to find besides just Badu the active?
So as much as I'd like to get a Gloat setup, it's not looking great. Potentially getting Ursulana with an energy on it. Because that means if you snipe the next Gloat, I still have a more efficient way of hitting back. I need to get multiple I need to get like 3 Dreepies on bench here.
I actually don't hate the idea of the Ursaluna play, to be honest. We could maybe hold off on the energy attachment. And then the other,
I think we still go Clops, Dreepy, and then Iono, then Fez.
Just hold the energy.
Yeah, because if we are trying to set up I feel like setting up the Ursulana is going to be very important to get it on an early attack.
I feel like that might be the... Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I hold the energy. There's one more thing I was thinking about. No, that's fine. Yeah, if we find counter catcher, that's cool. We can counter catcher the Noctowl, but if not, yeah. Yeah, seemed good. Also, at this point,
I'm putting you on less and less outs.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. There's like one more... I had a thought about something else, but it's not relevant, yeah.
Okay, that's... oh, triple pull.
Sorry, let's start the Fez. We got the counter catcher. That's a big one.
We also got Night Stretcher, which is access to another Gloat.
Mm.
Jamming Tower. I mean, you just get rid of the Noctowl. You don't have one in bin, so it'd make Night Stretcher kind of valuable. I don't think there's nothing fancy I can do with the Clops here. I definitely go Night Stretcher into Gloat.
Yeah, I think we could start.
Because my Wincon is getting you locked.
Yeah, we could start there.
Like, my best possession is still getting you locked here. So that I can go rank up. Ooh. That...
Do we have a supporter in hand right now? What is the supporter options?
We have Iono.
Oh, I think yeah, definitely.
We always go for Noir.
Yeah, so the only other thing to think about here is if we can counter catcher the Noctowl first and then put the Jamming Tower in play. So then the Owl doesn't get bumped. And then that means we should probably play the Jamming Tower. Yeah, so counter catcher Owl, try and trap it, and then play the Jamming Tower to take away options of me benching more stuff. And that's why it feels like this matchup is always possibility to come back, because if I only have like just the Baby Bolt set up, it feels like there is... Let me check my hand. A lot of options to make the comeback. Because all I have is a Baby Bolt. Like I was putting the pressure on my head in the prize. I'm ahead in prize cards, but it feels far from out of reach.
And now we just Itchy Pollen. There's no point using Clops here.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen.
And there's no point benching Latias for no reason.
Yep.
Because if you're going to drag something up, you'll drag up like, Gloat, probably. And then I'm going to be digging next. If I can keep the Gloat, I'm going to be digging for... I'm going to be digging for Neo Upper. Otherwise... Okay, you do play 2 Crispin.
Yeah, it's like Crispin. I was actually stuck until I top decked the Noctowl there. So it was actually looking pretty bad. That... 4.
because now having access to the, I know you're going to get Fez draws, but having access to the kill on the Raging Bolt with Noir is kind of nice for guaranteeing setup of the Dreepy.
Yeah, so now like this is going to be like a turn where I'm curious, like what do you think is what is the play here? Like what do you want to actually try and do this turn? Like we have these cards in hand, based on what we could get access to, what are we like playing towards, do you think?
Okay. So you still have who I know, let's check what I know in your hand. Because your double searches from knockdown last turn were Crispin and Arizero. You've already used both of those. So I'm 100% sure that we're going for an Ursulana play.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure we're going for Ursulana. I know you said typically we don't take major knockouts.
That's when we can attack with Dragapult though and set up like big turns, right?
I think killing the Fez is... I think knocking out Raging Bolt with Noir and then knocking out the Fez. Because if I do that, I can put you in a... do I have a Jamming Tower left? I don't think I do. I do. Okay. As long as it isn't prized. I don't think it is. No, I don't think it's prized. It might be though. Number one, if I can kill Fez with Ursulana by countercatching it up.
Yep.
And then knock out the Raging Bolt with Dusknoir. It means that you have now gone through both Crispin. You have less ways, and I'm only gonna have one energy attached to the Ursulana, so Ogerpon isn't gonna be able to kill it back immediately.
Yeah, should be pretty safe.
I think it's aimed to kill the Fez with Ursulana and then Raging Bolt with the Noir.
Okay.
And if I can get to a Jamming Tower, that would be great, because then that puts you on no bench space.
Yeah.
That would be like dream scenario, I think.
Yeah. All right, that sounds pretty good to me. So then how would you sequence for that play? Like the current hand? Like how would you sequence out the current actions available?
Obviously, we're going to be putting out Noir. The problem is we have all three Pult in hand. And I've already gone through 2 Stretcher. Do I really want to research pitch all of my Pults here?
Oh, I guess that's a question as well. Yeah, how much do you value Iono versus research here? Because you saw I went draw for turn, I played Noctowl out of hand, played both cards I got off Noctowl, and that's all I did.
I don't really want to shuffle back your hand, because I think it's just cloggy right now.
Well, remember you were Bedouin me, so my hand could be pretty high value. It's hard to get. It's hard to get a read on that, right? There's one more factor we can add into the possibility of Iono, right? Because we can pop Dusknoir before Iono. Because if you pop Dusknoir, you're going to give me a 5th card. But if you pop Dusknoir and then Iono me, I go from 5 cards to 2 cards, right? But then at that point,
I'm then going down a card too.
Yeah, that is true. We are seeing -1 card.
I feel like I need the cards, because the problem is I am getting the Fez draws. I haven't gone through any Ultra Balls yet. I still need Ultra Ball. Realistically, I need Ultra Ball plus energy. Or Ultra Ball plus Night Stretcher to get me energy.
And Countercatcher, right? Also, we need Countercatcher for the Fez, ideally.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Countercatcher as well.
Yeah. So these are the scenarios where like we have to gauge, like we know getting the play is possible off of both lines, right? We could research. It's like an important thing in Pokemon as well is knowing when. The goal is not to draw prize cards this turn. The goal is to win the game, right? So we want to make the play that we think gives us not the highest chance of drawing prize cards this turn, or even executing the game plan this turn. Right? The game plan this turn is KO Baby Ball with Dusknoir and Countercatcher KO Fez. That's the game plan this turn. Playing research gives us the highest odds of executing that game plan. But we want to ask ourselves is what do we think gives us the highest odds of winning the game? If we play the research, then pop the Nor, I have a 5-card hand going into my turn with access to a Hoot Hoot and Mew. If you pop the Nor, then play Iono, you you lower your odds of seeing the play for turn, but you reduce my hand from a 5-card hand to a 2-card hand. And you can't really gauge the value of my hand very well, right? Because you Badooed me last turn. It's really hard to tell how good my hand is right now. My hand could be very good or very bad. But one thing we do know is 2 cards is less than 5, so we should assume on average my hand will be worse if we Iono. So we have to gauge the value of how much value do we put in increasing our odds of getting the play versus reducing my hand size. And then the big thing with this would be like if I go return knockout here, I just win the game, right? If you pop the Nora, I draw a prize. So if I return KO your Ursuluna, I literally just win the game, right?
So realistically, you haven't gone through any copies of Ultra Ball yet.
Yeah.
You have 3 prizes left. You likely at least one of those cards in hand is an Ultra Ball to get to a Noctowl. So I just want to reduce cards in hand, which means I go Noir, pop the ball, and then just Iono.
Yeah, I think so. Fez. Yeah, so it feels worse because we're not maximizing our odds to execute our game plan, but we always have to keep winning the game in mind.
I also don't particularly just want to pitch triple Dragapult off research, especially that just doesn't feel good.
Definitely not. Yeah, the triple Dragapult's kind of funny.
I know that you dropped 1 pult for a second Hawlucha, right?
I did, yeah. I was trying out the second Hawlucha, yeah.
Hello.
And let me see. Let me count my bench very fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should be able to send it
if I get the replacement. No, it doesn't really matter. So I think I got Ultra Ball first to get access to the Ursulana to maximize my draw from Fez for an energy. Of Fez and Diana for an energy, because I can go for the Ursulana now with Ultra Ball.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I could also go for a Dragloak, but I feel like Ursulana is just more important.
Oh, that is a good question, actually. Well, go ahead. Yeah, play the Ultra Ball. What are the counts left? We have 3 Ultra Ball left, 1 Ursaluna. We get to see guaranteed +2 cards off a Dragon Ball or Dracloak. We have decent odds of seeing a Dracloak anyways. I think doing this is probably fine. Or getting the Ursaluna, like you said, is probably fine.
So if there's still 3 Gloaks in deck, I think it's always Ursaluna.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that always makes sense.
Because we also have 3 Ultra Balls. And I only have okay, I still have 5 energy, so I'm still fine. I think it's Ursulana.
Yeah. And then
I think I do also play the Dreepy.
Well, so I would maybe not play Dreepy because we definitely need a bench Latios, right? Because we need to move the Ursaluna out of the active. And you want to be able to actually. So if we this is where we just like do the math and be like, okay, we go Ursaluna this turn, KO Fez. We're assuming that if we assume that happens, we'll have 3 prize cards left. Can we win on the next turn? Assuming I don't just win by KO in your Ursaluna. And the answer is yes, but it involves Dusclops. Because then we can go Dreepy to Dracloak this turn, Dragapult plus Neo plus Dusclops, and then we can go KO Mew plus KO Noctowl or Hoothoot, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, so we go.
I mean, also, no, because you're not gonna bench anything stupid.
Yeah, so we could bench Latios. So yeah, because we need Latios to move the Ursaluna. So if we didn't need that, then we could have benched Dreepy here. But yeah, I'd put down Latios. Yeah, I'd just commit to Latios right now, and then play the Iono and just commit to the line fully. And then if we draw, like me setting up the Noctowl honestly is a little bit questionable. I maybe should have pushed an Ogerpon there, but yeah, I think we just commit to the line here and then see what we draw. What went to the bottom there? I'm so bad at remembering the things in the moment. How many cards?
So it was double pull. Double pull.
Okay, so we just draw with the Fez first here then.
There's nothing I'd want to get back because we didn't get any energies either. Okay, so we got the energy for the Ursulana. Obviously, we got the Gloak. We didn't get Ultra Ball, so I feel like just pitching the Puffin just in case I get Iono or judged.
Well, we don't want to pitch it yet though, because we want to maximize our odds for counter catcher, right? Because we have 3 dead cards on the bottom.
Oh wait, no, we're gonna want to get Duskull.
Oh yeah, that as well. Yeah, direct it first. Find the counter catcher, ideally, and then Puffin for the Duskull. Okay, game's a little bit short.
Okay, so are there any win cons for me here? Because
I did push Noctowl, so I am stuck with that in my active currently.
I think it's just lock you into Badoo.
Yeah, I think just go for the Badoo attack.
So I just go Luminous and then
I would actually go ahead. So the thing we want to think about here is just oh, sorry, go ahead.
We don't want to use Poffin because we don't want to put those top decks back on. Actually, no, I kind of want to have the chance to top deck into a Pult here because I don't have access to it otherwise. So I do want to shuffle the deck. So I do want to Poffin for Duskull.
Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, that was the question I was going to put forth. Is do we want to shuffle the deck? And yeah, I think the option of Dragapult sounds pretty good. Now that we're not committing to Ursaluna in the active, we're leaving the Bidoof there.
And then we have to put the Luminous on Glow because we don't have access to Upper Neo right now.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. And I would just hope. Now I'm just hoping that you can't get the Noctowl out of active.
Which I don't think I'll be able. Well, actually, let me see. I got Fez Draw here. Actually, but even if I can move it, I have to be able to have something to attack with. So let's see. Not great.
Okay, so
that was pretty good.
Now I'm in a much better position because I just need to get into a counter catcher here.
Counter catcher. Well,
I know that your hand is.
I was gonna say depends what we want to attack.
Is there a world I just hit with Bidoof and pass? Obviously, like dig with your glow and whatever. But is there a world that because you couldn't do anything, I just hit with Bidoof to put Noctowl into the into Pult range?
The question is like how high value is that? It's not terrible, but like how much is that actually doing for us? Like it's just our odd prize, but we're still 2 Pult attacks away from winning the game. And if we attack twice with Pult, then we're probably winning the game anyways, right?
Yeah. Okay. So obviously our aim is set up Pult here. I am going to end up Ionoing you. I'm probably just going to go basic energy onto Gloak, Iono, then Gloak.
And what are we looking for?
We're looking for Pult plus Counter Catcher.
Yeah.
A Dusclops would also be nice, but it's not necessary.
That'd be a thing, right? Because
I'd like to bring up the Fez and then just hit the Fez, put that on KO range.
Yeah. So the one question would be like, is there? I guess if we're not going to take a knockout, we probably don't want to use Dusclops here. We can just hold the Dusclops. So yeah, that sounds fine to me. Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing to like think about here would be like we could Loke into Dusclops, pop Dusclops, put 5 damage counter somewhere, and then Iono to 1 less card. But
I don't think it's worth any like snipe risk now that I'm just turning items off.
Yeah, that would give me the win con on Bidoof, right? So that sounds good to me. Attach Iono, see what we get.
Because I want to ideally counter catcher, just hit the Fez.
Yeah.
Because like I need Pult plus counter catcher to be able to do that. That is one of the 2. Wait, it's both, right? Because like, I pitched a Okay. Still Glow. What can we get me for next turn? Ooh. That means I can get the Clops set up with Night Stretcher instead, which is kind of nice. Or I can get Iono for next turn. But I don't need Iono for next turn, realistically.
Yeah, if we can pull off 2 attacks and I don't clear my bench, we should win. I think the big thing to think about here would be... the big thing to consider is whether or not we actually even want to put Dusclops in play. If you put it in play and then I gust it, the only way to move it is to pop it. So that would be like one thing to think about here. We might use Dusclops later, but like putting it in play right now means if I gusted it, we'd have to pop it. I don't think I could have. I guess like I could theoretically actually draw into a sequence of like bring up Dusclops, snipe your Bidoof off the bench with Baby Bolt because I still have I'm down both my Crispins. I could have Prime Sada as well. Yeah, okay. So we should probably just not put Dusclops in play. So with that in mind, we probably can just commit to the then that gets out of the discussion. So we could commit the Night Stretcher to the Dragon Ball DX. So the question is, yeah, whether or not we want the Iono for next turn, I guess, is the big question.
Thing is, I don't know if I want to keep the Stretch alive for the Clops for next turn.
Yeah.
Assuming I don't get hand disrupted.
I think we could probably do the math on that real fast. So if we look at my bench, so if you're gonna punch the Fez, if I'm able to retreat the Fez and discard the Fez, you just can't win next turn. I'm pretty sure.
No, I just lose anyway. That's
well, you might not lose if I don't take a knockout, right? Like if I just am able to just get the Fez off my board, then you just can't win next turn, but you're still 2 Dragapult attacks away from winning still, right? So
yeah. So I already have clean. In theory, I already have clean KO on the Mew. What I would like to do is be able to punch the Fez and just put. If I punch Fez, put enough counters on the Noctowl. I just put the Noctowl on 10. That means that next turn I'll be able to go punch over Mew. Because I still have bosses plus Countercatcher and deck / prize, and I'm gonna take. My brain. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So what we have to think about is like we need if we bring up Fez and punch it, that's one of the 2 prizers set up. The other 2 prizer in play theoretically is Mew, and then we need to be able to KO a 1 prizer.
I can just set up. I can set up the Noctowl, but the thing is, you could just Toro the Noctowl and put me in a really bad position.
Yeah. So that'd be the question. So like we want to set up as much as possible. We want to make it as hard as possible for me to remove Pokemon from play. While still maintaining a win condition, right? So we want to go punch Fez for sure, and then we need to be able to threaten as many 2 prizers and 1 prizers at the same time as possible. So by putting one on the Noctowl threatens the Noctowl, that's cool. Then we could put theoretically 2 on the Hoothoot. That would put the Hoothoot in range. Because remember, I could like bench 2 Pokemon, and one of them could be Chi and Pao, and then I could discard 3 Pokemon. So you want me to also discard as many good Pokemon as possible, theoretically, right? So if I don't have the Hoothoot for the Noctowl, but I have the Chi and Pao, then I would have to discard my Hoothoot. And so if I don't win the game that turn, you want to like me to remove as many good Pokemon as possible, basically. So if you punch the Fez, I'd have to discard the Fez. If you put 2 on the Hoothoot, I'd also have to discard the Hoothoot. I'd maybe have to discard my Mew as well. So if we did something like punch Fez, 1 to Noctowl, 2 to Hoothoot, and then 1 to each Ogerpon, then both Ogerpons are set up to be KO'd. And then we could go like, or I guess we'd maybe have to go like 1 to an Ogerpon. Or we need 1 more damage in play, I guess, because we have to put the 1 damage on the Fez after that. So it'd have to be like 2 to Noctowl, 3 to Hoothoot, 1 to an Ogerpon. Because you have to play, because one of your damage has to end up on the Pheasantipity on the next turn, right? Because we don't have guaranteed access to Hawlucha. So I think that makes sense.
If I'm able to go through Clop, that then can just put the okay.
Yeah, so I think 3. So
I think we still go.
Yeah, so 2 to Noctowl, 3 to Hoothoot, 1 to Ogerpon.
In that case, I still think I go access to Pult here. Because that then gives me the access to Clops, so I can Clops down any potential Hoothoot if it does stay.
Yeah, I think...
And I can put more in range.
I think I agree with that. And we have 3 research left, a Hilda left. I guess the question would be like, is second Dusclops in the deck anyways? Because like Iono is guaranteed draw power, but we have the Brock Scouting in hand, which is also a way to get an evolution. But we might need access to a Countercatcher specifically, so we'd want to like draw more cards out of the deck, which Iono gives us. So the question is just like how much we value the draw power of the Iono. I guess like the potential disruption as well. Because if I do the Chi and Pao play, you might want to hand disrupt me again would be the thing. Although that should be most of my resources, so maybe it wouldn't be that concerning. I still have 2 Ultra. I still have multiple Ultra Balls in deck. I think I still have 3 Ultra Balls in deck. The more I think about it, I think we lean towards the hand disruption option, yeah. Because I think it's okay to commit the Nitroger to the Dragapult here.
I agree.
I don't think we miss it too much.
Thinking about like the amount of because I still have 5 prizes left.
Yeah, so Iono's like a pretty heavy draw power for us still. Yeah, Countercatcher Fez 200. Oh, I guess you can bench a Streepy as well. I forgot we got access to. I always forget that happens. We can get access. I think you can bench a Streepy, right? May as well. It gives us +1 out to a Dracloak. We have 2 1-prizers in play anyways with the Badoo and the Duskull.
Yeah, because we didn't try bench it last time because we didn't necessarily have access to the Pult.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we just bring up the Faz. Retreat into the Cloak. And we're just setting up for big prize, so it's 1 on Noctowl, 2 on Hoothoot.
No, it has to be 1 more, right? Because we're gonna have to commit 1 damage to the Fez next turn, so it has to be 2 on Noctowl, 3 on Hoothoot to threaten them. Because when you bring up the Mew, you have to put 1 on the Fez. Because the Fez will have 200 on it. So 1 of our damage from Dragon Ball has to go to the Fez. Unless we get Halucha involved, but we're not guaranteed Halucha. So I think we should play more heavily into the damage ending
So
on
it's 3 on the Hoo-Hoo, and then just put 1 on the Ogre-Pons.
No, we need 1 more on the Noctowl still, though. So 1 more, one more
Oh,
Hoo-Hoo,
no.
1 more Noctowl, and then 1 on Ogrepon.
Sure.
Right?
Oh, because we're putting into range so that Dusclops can kill that many on the bench next turn. Okay, yeah, got it.
All right, let's see here. What can I do?
Because I have Scouting in hand, which also I also did underestimate the fact that I have Scouting. Scouting can just grab that second Dusclops, and if I'm just going for Dusclops hit game, I can just go Scouting into it.
Yeah. Do I have something here? With Pawn, Ultra Ball. I gotta get Sada for sure, and then what do I need? 5? Oh, I guess this will do it then.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's one. No, I don't think there's any other play. Unless there was a play. If you Badooed for 1 more. No, there's no other play. Yeah, you always just go all in here, and then you hope I don't have the response knockout.
I mean, it was like it is still a multiple card combo with not that many cards in hand, so.
Yeah, I just hope I get the owl. All right,
You still hadn't used any Ultra Balls, so it was still a good chance you did. But I think that was still the best way to put myself in a win condition situation.
Yeah, definitely. I need to take a break real fast. I need to go some water. Use
I'm
the
probably
bathroom and
going to do the
whatnot.
same, so that's all good.
I'll be back in 5.
Okay.
All right.
Hang on, I'm still here. Wait, I can stay 1 sec.
Let me make sure my mic's muted correctly. All right. All right, chat. Hope y'all are enjoying the stream. I appreciate all the resubs and all the support as always. Gonna play some more games with Jessica. Probably for another couple hours, as long as she's down. What else did I want to mention? I'm going to be restreaming. There's the Premier Ball tournament happening in the Philippines at 7 p.m. my time. So I'm going to be streaming that. Is Hollow Knight today? I might play a little we're going to play some more games with Jessica. Then maybe I'll play a little bit of Hollow Knight and then play Hollow Knight into the Premier Ball tournament happening. Premier Ball tournament happening later tonight. We'll see how things go. Yo, I appreciate the 14 months there, Kuma. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to get a snack, get some water. My water bottle's empty. And then we're going to run some more games with Jessica. I will be right back. All right. Are you collaborating with any other Yu-Gi-Oh players or just them? I mean, no one else right now that I've talked to, but who knows what the future will hold. Does anyone know if the Philippine Championship he's streaming is mega format or black and white? I assume it's black ball, white flare. But I actually don't know. It's black. I don't know if no, it is black ball, white flare. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident. Any tips for people onboarding from Pocket? Nothing specific. I mean, you can let me know if you have any questions specifically about. Yeah, nothing specific. Triff was funny as hell yesterday. Yeah, Triff is definitely a character, that's for sure. It was fun having him on, talking to him, playing some games. Probably do something similar with him in the future, potentially. Not today, Nax. Sorry. Well, maybe later during the late stream ball. Do you go to any events? Yeah, she does plan on going to events. I mean, Master Ball in live, but I feel like I can only play the one deck. I don't know how to play with. I mean, you just gotta pick up something new and try something else out. The stream has felt way more technical than yesterday, so I really appreciate that. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be a different vibe for sure. But it was so fun getting to know Triff a little bit better and play some games with him. Alright. Let's see if she's ready to get back into it. He's got to play more decks and be willing to lose games. Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. Don't be afraid to lose games. Don't let that be like a reason why you're not trying different decks and different strategies and stuff like that. All right, I'm back.
Hello.
Okay, so yeah, I'm down to go for like another hour or so if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, I'm all good with that.
I wanted to do.
Like, I'm good. I am happy to be here for as long as possible. I'm just trying to learn as much as and absorb as much information as I can. That is what I am here to do.
For sure. I was gonna try and think of like good examples to give for like deck building type stuff. You didn't have any other like specific questions, did you, on deck building?
So deck building was more just like a general question regarding more what I thought it would be just best, what I'd like to do next, if this is all right with you, is before we do any deck building stuff, could I just play a match uncoached?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm down.
And just see where my thought processes kind of go from there. And then after that, if the best way might be to do it, if we just get a blank deck list and I just very briefly talk through a couple of things about, I guess, utility.
Mm-hmm.
And my main thing isn't deck building from scratch, actually. My main thing is event preparation.
Yeah.
And so with Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously we do a lot of predicting what the meta is going to be like, making sure we have a side deck for it. With Pokemon, one big difference is you guys don't have a side deck.
Yeah.
So, like, when it is worth playing, let's say, the usage you think that it's worth playing something like Damp Psyduck, Toadsegruel for Goldengo.
Yeah. I assume it's like,
And this,
I assume it does feel like there's a little bit more flexibility in Yu-Gi-Oh, but there definitely is like, and I'm sure there is, I mean, it sounds like there probably is with like a side deck, they give a little bit more flexibility where you don't feel as bad if you like make a wrong prediction in a meta call. It might be a little bit more punishing in Pokemon to make a wrong prediction, but I know your side deck spaces are still limited, so they're still pretty important. But the thought process, I'm sure, is the same, where it's like at the end of the day, you're still just trying to maximize your expected win percentage, right?
kind of, the problem is that it's limited to 15, which is still quite a lot, but because there is so much overlap, generally speaking, if you're going first, there are just some very generically good going first cards.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going second, there are very generically good going second cards that you can just put in whenever you need to. Versus Pokemon, because it's your entire deck, one thing I kind of just want to not grill you, but like interrogate you on how you prepare for events and how you make those meta calls. Sure. I think that's the best way to put it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine for sure. We can go through it. But yeah, if you want to do a blind game first, I'm still gonna have your screen open if that's fine. I still just want to watch what you do through your plays. Yeah. But I'll have my. Is there a specific matchup you want to go? I assume you're still gonna be playing Paltnor, or should I just play whatever?
You can play whatever. I'll play Paltnor. I can talk through my thought processes. I just want to just run with my thought processes because you've given me a couple different things to think about. So I want to run with my thought processes, and then I want to know how far off I was in general at the end.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me find. I mean, I don't even know what I want to play. Sure. All right. And you can do it timed or untimed if you want. If you want to put pressure on yourself or not, it's up to you.
I probably go untimed because I'm still gonna talk about my plays and stuff.
All right, go for it.
Wait, are you sending or am I sending?
You go ahead and send. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sure.
Wait. You can't hear me, right, Jessica? All right, just confirming. What did I pick? Golden Go? It's a pretty chill deck. Would you ever bring Bolt with Lunatone to a tourney? The new Lunatone? I have no clue. I have to try the deck out. It seems worse than Noctowl probably, but I don't know.
Okay, so if I'm going first, that typically means... Okay, it could still be a bunch of decks.
Yeah, it's still a pretty wide range.
Are there any decks specifically that if they make... What are the decks that make me go second?
The decks that make you go second would be it might just be Noctowl decks. Yeah, it might just be Noctowl decks, to be honest.
Okay, sure.
I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of a different one. Besides a Noctowl deck. I think that's it, just Noctowl decks. Everything else wants to go second. Of like actual meta decks. There's always gonna be fringe stuff, but...
Oh, no, like I know rogue stuff will just kind of do its own thing.
Yeah. Oh boy. This is pretty awkward to have to do immediately.
I guess Bidoof forces it here, though.
Well, in this situation specifically, calling for family is pretty important.
Oh, because you don't have access to Genesect.
Yeah. So there's like the little things that to pick up on. Like I'm calling for family because the rest of my so the rest of my hand is like the rest of my hand was like basically dead without Genesect. Like I need Genesect to play the game. So I didn't have like an Arven or anything like that in hand. Now, being aware of that information is important in Pokemon, but like there's a lot of times there's not too much to do with it. Just like making sure you're gathering information whenever it's there, so when it is relevant, you can actually take advantage of it.
So I just go recon. Right, so we've already gone call for the family. I can't remember boss is best here. Because there's an argument to go for Neo. But the thing is, if I go Neo, if your hand is, I get kind of screwed by bosses if I go for Neo. If I go Neo, I get screwed by bosses. But I am doing thing is, you already have all the energies in hand. Versus if I go Luminous, I'm requiring myself to dig for more, which I might not necessarily get anyway, because I don't have that much guaranteed dig power if you knock out one of my...
Yo, what's up, Sweeney?
Cloaks. So I'd rather go for the Neo here and just bank on you not having it. Because if you have it, I can just go... I have Bidoof, and you knock out the Gloat, I still have the Bidoof to stall for a turn. I need to bear in mind. And... having an NG next turn would be nice, because realistically you are getting a knockout next turn, so the counter catcher is going to be live. But I don't have any supporters right now. I'm going to see 2 to 3 cards next turn. I feel like I'd rather have energy because I already have the bosses, and it just keeps the counter catcher in rotation for the grind. Actually, I'm going to price check while we Huh? Oh wait, no, I can't price check. I'm being stupid. It's like, what? Like, I was in my deck. It's like, oh, I may as well... Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I've made that mistake before as well. I'm like, why can't I see everything?
In this case, it just lets me touch the Luminous instead of the Neo Upper, because I can just touch the Neo Upper to whatever lives. Now, there's arguably a world where I go Dusclops. Dusclops kill Gimmighoul, because it forces you to use... Hang on. So you got this off of the Search Pro. This could force you to use, by going to Clops, knock out the Gimmighoul now, it could force you to use something you don't want to use early. Because it could force you to use like an NG retrieval early. But also, Clops is so much more valuable later on to actually kill the Dengos. I feel like Clops is just worth keeping. Because you're going to have access to it. Because you're going to get access to double Dengo, 3 draws, 2 deck thins. You didn't use a supporter last turn.
Yeah, so it tells you I probably didn't have Arven because I probably wouldn't have used ESP.
I have Holucha. Like, I feel like I keep the Clops because I have Holucha Clops. And that can get me set up to actually kill a setup Dango rather than just kill the Gimmighoul. Okay, I'm just going to ask for this one. Is there any reason for me to kill the Gimmighoul? Because I don't know.
Okay, so we do want to KO the Gimmighoul here, and once we like realize that, that should be like our first action before we even Hilda, right? Because we get the prize card, especially when we haven't checked our prizes, so we don't know for sure what we'd get. So it puts so against Golden Go, most of the time you don't want to take KOs because basically it's actually
just in this situation it seems worth it.
One thing to kind of just like to understand like I guess like an underlying strength of Dragapult in general, but Dragapult Dusknoir is Fezandipity EX is broken. It's like one of the most powerful cards in the game currently. Dragapult takes away the power of Fezandipity because you don't have to take KOs to still win in the same amount of turns, right? You can win 2 turns from now taking KOs or not taking KOs. So that's why Dragapult is so strong, because you don't give your opponent Fezandipity. So most of the time we want to avoid taking KOs, not all the time. In this situation specifically, by KOing the Gimmighoul, it makes it awkward for me to bench another Gimmighoul, and this is where you just want to like, this is like where like some baseline fundamentals come into play. If you KO a one prizer and there's no other one prizers on board, it feels bad because then you have to go through higher HP Pokemon to take the same amount of KOs. But if you KO a one prizer and you know I probably want to put another one prizer in play at some point, that would be another Gimmighoul or Monkey Dory. It makes it awkward for me to do that if you take this initial one prize knockout aggressively, and that's kind of one of the drawbacks of actually playing this Gimmighoul. I mean, you saw the strength of it, where I got the Genesect where I want to have had Genesect otherwise. But now, immediately, we're seeing the drawback of playing the 50 HP Gimmighoul is you can just Dusclops it instantly, which is what you want to do here, because it makes it awkward for me to put another Gimmighoul down, or to put the Monkey Dory in play, because you can pop this Dusclops and immediately Nitroger for Duskull to be able to pressure potentially be able to pressure my Monkey Dory. Or if I bench a Gimmighoul, you can go Hawlucha plus Dragapult to KO that Gimmighoul, and now you're on even prize cards heading into the end of the game, right? And then also, yeah, removing my Metal Energies also means I might whiff the attack, because I went Esurge
because I'm locking you up with Badoo anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So now I would need another Metal in hand, or I need like Cypher Maniac.
Okay, yeah. No, I think I was going to hit the Gimmighoul the Clops. It's just this situation hasn't come up before, and I haven't played that much Goldengo, so I wasn't 100% sure if there was something I was missing.
Nope, yeah. Just like getting a prize card aggressive like that is good. It feels like a lot of people make the mistake of not drawing that prize card because it doesn't feel great to take a one prize knockout against Goldengo when you know their whole board is becoming 2 prizers. But limiting me to only 2 Goldengos potentially, and like trapping my Monkey Dory out of play potentially is like pretty good. So like both of those things make things are like pretty bad for me.
And also, yeah, I do get the extra setup as well. Let me just poke. Because that also now puts the Goldengo that you put over this in range of.
Yeah, you could be
plus.
You could get aggressive, yeah.
So I know you have a lot of cards in hand, but I do know that probably just above half of them are energies.
Yeah.
You can't bosses me.
6 of them are energy. Yeah, I was looking for the boss play that turn, and I actually... Honestly, I don't even know how good the boss play was, because I saw you take Neo Upper, so I don't even know if I would have gone for the boss. The more I'm thinking about it, actually. I'm actually not sure if it's correct to bench this Gimmighoul or not.
You could have gone boss on the no material Gloke and hope that I don't get access to a regular energy, but I think that's dumb.
Yeah. And now I have to decide how many energy to discard, because I definitely need to over-discard a little bit, or I probably just lose to Iono. 4, 5, 6, 7. Night Stretcher, or 4, 5, 6, 7. So probably 4. Or a vessel for 2, as long as it's in there. Yeah.
Okay, that is kind of nice.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Like, it's the best top deck I probably could have gotten. Okay, so we're always gonna go near up. Like, I might just commit this Gloak first, because if I commit this Gloak, it means I can use the Pulk guaranteed. And then Neopa, it might be worth just to give you less cards, because I'm going for the KO on one of the Goldengos. Just to like give you less cards, it might be worth to try and use both the Gloaks to try and dig for either a stretcher or access to another Clot. I mean, I'm just going to have to evolve this one anyway, so I don't really mind about blowing it here. What does that do? Yeah, we just let the do. Because I don't really want to bottom deck the second IO now. I'm not really conserving any information with this. Although I probably should just do it after I Jiggloked. But we then use this Jigglok, because I am just digging for... I'm digging for a better IO now. Yeah. I mean, benching this is actually kind of nice. Is it? Yeah. Because you're on 4 prizes, you can be on... no, because you'll take a 2 prize. Because I can only afford to give you 1 more prize anyway. I don't want to see it, so I'm just... Because I'm going to INO its bottom deck anyway. And then we go pull. We always go Countercatcher to bring up the Goldeggo that has 10 off it already. We're always going to hold Lucha on the Gimmickle too, because we want to cut you off from all of the Gimmicles. Then we go Countercatcher, bring you up, so that I can kill that with Clops. There's no world to use the Duskull. Is there a world to use the Badoo? I mean, Holucha's like dead on bench anyway. And Badoo could have some utility later. No, I don't think I'd leave the... No, do not leave the Monkey Dory option open for late game. I don't know. That is really irritating that I didn't get to what I wanted. There's no point going jamming to... is there? Because forcing this so it can't just regular retreat might actually be quite nice. If I force this so it can't just regular retreat... Because I want to kill this Gimmickle. This is my, like, aim here. Is to get rid of this Gimmickle. I probably should have gone Countercatcher first. I should have gone Countercatcher first so I could put one on the Gimmickle and one on the Goldengo to put them both in range of the Dusknoir. I should have put both in range of the Dusknoir. I did think about that at the time, but I just didn't do it, and I don't know why I didn't do it. I've put cards that I don't want off INO at the bottom of the deck. Do I want to shuffle the deck right now? No, I don't. I do think we do have Dragon Towers in case we can't get access to... Because we only have 1 steel left. And we've gone through the Energy Search Pro. And then it's going to hit, and I could give... This does give Fez is the problem. Do I care that it gives Fez? Because realistically, it's getting 1-2 draws anyway. Do I care that it gives Fez? Because I could just give it to the Goldengo so I can guarantee the hit kill on it. No, I don't want more gimmicks getting set up. Because Countercatcher isn't going to be live anyway. Sure. I probably should have proffered last time. Bad news.
All right, yeah, this is a good thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going to be deep, but you got.
you saw the the halucha. We should have done the you recognize it though, the halucha play. We should have sequenced differently, but it's like not a huge deal probably. The extra 10 on the bench golden go instead.
No, I thought about it at the time, and I was like, nah, but no, I should have just done it.
All right, let's see.
I think throwing the jamming towers there was correct. But I know it can just get countered.
Yeah, no, the jamming tower is good. Yeah, I can just get countered, but you put the pressure on me. I need one more card, right? You're already putting me in a situation where my resources are lacking a little bit. So you put that much more pressure on my turn.
Okay.
Yeah, my turn is not anything impressive. That's for sure. Let's see here.
No, this is where I really regret not putting the counter on the gold angle.
I guess I actually literally just have to bench this. I don't have a choice.
Okay. Okay, I have the Dusclops in bin. This is where it would have been really nice. Right. Iono here, I think, is just fucking killer if I just put down to 3 prizes. I don't particularly care. You do. I don't want to put myself into even prizes. I'm just going to get the group here. Oh, I don't put... Yeah, I don't put myself into even prizes. We can definitely stretch back for the Dusk. Then... It would be nice to set up a Solana here. No, but if you take the knockout on my Dragapult and I require the Ursulana, then I'm going to be in an amazing position anyway. So I accept the recon. Now I just Iono. I don't want to set up Monkey. I'd rather leave the bench space. Okay. That's useful for next turn, not right now. I don't want to shuffle the deck just yet. Go Gloat. We always go for this. Do I throw this right now? Oh wait, I was supposed to fucking use the Dusclops first. Just missing stupid things. I was meant to only give you 3 cards on hand. I was meant to use the Clops and Gimmighoul first.
I mean, all the mistakes that you're making so far, though, you're recognizing basically the turn after. It's not even like a... I mean, that's like about as good as it gets, right? Besides not making the mistake. Yeah, besides not actually making the mistake, recognizing it that fast is still pretty good. Is the next best place for it to be, literally within the same turn, still recognizing the mistake.
Ooh, is it worth... Okay. I think it is worth going Duskull for Poffin here, or Poffin for Duskull here, because it means that if you don't kill the Pult, if you cannot straight up kill the Pult here, it means that I can literally just clops plus counter on Goldengo so that I just win. It just provides an instant win condition. I don't really lose anything. Yeah, I unshuffle the deck, but I think it's worth it. And then... one, two, we need at least one on this, at least one on this. Oh, no, but then I just stack on this to make you less like... No, I shouldn't have put one on that, one on that. I should have just gone 4 on Goldengo. No, I can't unmove the counter. It's so sad. I should have just gone 4 on Dengo there to stop you from going... Monkey Dory, take off the Dengo. Because it just guaranteed my kill shot. So I'm just going to stack up this so it's less worthwhile for you to take off the Dengo. But I should have just put all 4 into the Dengo there.
Well, the math would be the same because Ursaluna only hits for 240, right? So if I move 30 with Monkey Dory, you're still 1 short.
It's
right,
slightly different because it means that if I put 40 on the Dengo, even if you take 30 off, it means if you don't kill my Pult, it's Clots plus Pult kills the Dengo.
Sure. But I guess the one thing you can think about there is if I KO a 1 prize Pokemon next turn, I'm going to KO your Duskull, right? I guess you could say, what if I just don't KO anything? Which I guess is also fair. And for how this game has been going so far, I wouldn't be shocked if I don't KO anything this next turn.
It was more just, yeah, it was in the case that you don't KO anything.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Definitely reasonable. We definitely wanted to...
I don't particularly care about the Genesect and the Goldengo. I don't care where the counters are on those. But yeah, I just needed to put more on the Dengo.
Yeah, we probably wanted at least 2 on my Goldengo. So if I whiff the Monkey Dory play, then we can still KO the active Goldengo with an Ursaluna. If I go KO your active with Goldengo. Okay. Let's see. Seven. Base, then you pop. Move 1. Pop Ursaluna. I'm definitely in a situation where I feel like I have 0 good plays. I come up with something though. I think there's probably some weird play that is better than this play, but I'm just gonna KO the active. I think there is.
Yeah, the play that I ended up making, I think, was just worst of both worlds. Oh, as in how I spread the counters, because I already clicked on it. I should have put at least 20 on the Goldengo. You are right, because then I would have just been able to just clean up with a thingy.
Yeah, now it's
a little bit messier.
Yeah, I didn't want to think about it too much harder, but I think there was probably There might have been a world where I don't know, if I take a 1 prize knockout though, you get access to Dusclops. Giving you Dusclops feels pretty terrible, so maybe there wasn't. In my head, I was like, I'm trying to come up with some kind of play where I KO a 1 prizer because I had boss, but Dusclops is pretty good.
So obviously, I know obviously the play like I'm gonna end up going for is like bosses into the Genesect or bosses into the Fez don't quite kill it kind of line to set up a kill for next turn, because realistically, I cannot set up a kill this turn because I did not set up enough counters on the Goldango for Ursulana. Last turn, if I had put one less counter on the Genesect and one more counter on the Goldango, this was just game for me, realistically. I hate that, like, a single damage counter them. Okay, I don't hate it, I actually like it. I don't hate it, I really like that that tiny, tiny mistake matters so much. But that one tiny mistake, I think, has put me into a very bad position here. Unless the Gloak gets access to Solana directly. Oh, hello.
There we go.
If I forgot to price check at the start of this, so there's still a chance. Yeah. Nope, there you are.
The other line that was available there was just to dig for Countercatcher, because Countercatcher plus Ursaluna is active right now as well. So you could have just researched. You would have had research plus potentially 2 Lokes plus Fez, which probably finds you a Countercatcher. So that probably would have been the higher odds play instead of going for the boss play, like the boss and just wait play, or boss and punch.
Okay, yeah, because I had enough countercatchers left, so no, yeah, I could have gone for that.
Especially because you saw me build up like a superior in my hand. Like last turn, my play last turn was Arven for superior. So like knowing that, my hand is already of like higher quality than like an average random 6 cards.
No, that makes sense. Okay, where am I at? I'm just gonna ask bluntly because I think I have the right ideas.
I mean, like that game specifically was pretty good. Like you made mistakes, but like you saw the mistake literally immediately after you made it. Like, I don't know, from what I can tell, I mean, I think you're already in like a pretty good spot. I like kind of knew like going into this that your mindset would already be probably pretty good as far as like how to approach getting better at a strategy game, because you're so good at Yu-Gi-Oh! There's definitely like so much, like if you're just good at any strategy game, there's a ton of overlap from one to the next, so it's not a surprise to me. But yeah,
so Yu-Gi-Oh!
Go ahead.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't my first like strategy or card game. I've played and competed in quite a lot of them.
Okay, yeah, so that's gonna help as well. So it's like there's nothing different. That's why it's always funny when I hear people be like, X player from X game couldn't go over and be a pro in X game. I think like pretty much anyone at the higher level of any strategy game could probably play any other strategy game, as long as it doesn't involve mechanics. Mechanics is something else, but if we're not playing StarCraft or something like that, then you go to Hearthstone or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or whatever, you already know how to learn how to get good at the game. But your plays was pretty good. I mean, everything that we like kind of played through today and talked about, the only thing you need is more reps, really, and that's it. Like,
yeah,
you understand how to identify misplays. You see misplays pretty quickly. Like from the games that we played, you see the misplays basically after they get made. So it's like, or the turn, literally within the turn or the turn after it happens. So all it is more reps to identify the little things that make the difference in certain matchups. But your knowledge of the card pool and the decks themselves is like pretty high already. So it's just playing more Pokemon. It's like the only real advice I have. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
okay, that's
for sure.
That's kind of perfect, because it's also the main reason I'm asking this. It isn't just so I can like be big chested and just like boast. It's because like I'm not Triff.
Yeah.
But okay, I do like Triff. I am just like messing. But It's because, especially in terms of when do I start trying to attend events, how long do I leave it, kind of thing. It is useful to have that kind of gauge.
Yeah, I mean,
especially since my first regional is successful is January.
Yeah.
Okay, that is like local-ish is January, but I can go to more earlier if I think I'll be ready.
I mean, if you put the time in to keep up with the metagame, and I guess like that's where we can go to like close out the stream today to do a little bit more discussion about like tournament prep. I guess like how I think about it, how I tackle it, to give you maybe some tips on how to like approach that. Because would you say if you don't go to, or if you went to one before Stuttgart, you said it would maybe be Lille? Was that the one?
So I'm pretty much guaranteed that I'm going to go to Birmingham, which is January. Lille, I know tickets just came out for it. I'm not sure if there's still tickets left because I know they released like a day or two ago.
There might not be, yeah.
But Stuttgart will probably be the first. If Lille tickets are gone, it will be Stuttgart.
Oh, Stuttgart's in November.
And then after that.
I thought Stuttgart was January. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, that is, what, 2... September, October, November. I mean, yeah, you'd definitely be more than prepared enough for Stuttgart. The only question is, actually, I'm not sure. There'll be one major set release before Stuttgart, maybe two. Upcoming releases. I don't actually know when a set drops in November. I don't know. Oh, it will be legal for Stuttgart. End of November. I think Stuttgart will be the first tournament that it's legal for. The new set.
So I've already read all of those cards. I know about the Charizard. I know about Oricorio. I know about. I've read all of the cards that I found translations from on like the proxy sites for
it's going to be a
mega set and set after.
Yeah. Phantasmal Flames will not be legal for the November tournaments, I believe. I think it will because it comes out the week of LAIC or the week before. It comes out the week before LAIC, so it should be legal for Stuttgart. I'm sorry, I'm responding to someone in my chat.
I know there's some product delays in Europe.
Yeah, for the next set.
I know there's some stuff with product delays, so that might be why. But okay, can I just start asking questions?
Yeah, go ahead and go for it.
How do you best prepare for new metas? Because with Yu-Gi-Oh, we have a very clear. It's normally very clear with Yu-Gi-Oh what is good, or like what is going to be good. With Pokemon, because side decks can be built quite generically. In Pokemon, because your side deck, how do you make those meta calls in advance? Like, how confident can you be? How ballsy are you with your meta calls in advance when you're going into newer formats?
So there's a lot of evolution in most formats. There's a lot of evolution. Like the beginning of this format, the first tournament in Japan was dominated by Grimmsnarl and Gardevoir Jellicent. And then that's the same format we played at Worlds. And at Worlds, Gardevoir Jellicent was like completely absent, except for like one group of players that played it. They didn't do great. And then Grimmsnarl was like a bad play for the tournament, right? So that's the same format. It went from the two decks that dominated the first tournament in the format were just not seen at all. Now Japan's format's a little wonky, but you know it's still a major tournament nonetheless. So I mean that's like to give you some perspective on how much it can change. And I would say there's like a decent amount of the format has a decent amount of growth. Most formats, the average format has a decent amount of growth. So like the big thing to focus on for early tournaments is just coming up with something innovatively powerful. Like that's where you get your biggest edge, or just playing a deck that is probably still just good that you know very well. So like if Poltnor's still a good deck by Stuttgart, and that's the deck you've played the most, and it's like it's still going to be like a tier 1, tier 2 deck, like there's not really a question about that. You don't have to be the innovator with a potentially new archetype or like a new take on an old archetype. You could just run Poltnor again, you'll probably still be fine. There is an edge to be gained by being the innovator, and that's where, as the game gets more and more competitive, that's where more and more of an advantage is going to come from, is going to be innovation. So I think that's like where we are currently in the game, is raw skill or raw talent whatever you want to call it, is becoming less and less relevant for succeeding, and some form of innovation or literally playing perfectly is like a bigger deal, and will keep becoming a bigger deal as the game gets more competitive. So yeah, playing any kind of good deck, for me personally, I always want to come up with some innovative advantage, but that's how I've usually approached deck building for picking a deck for literally any tournament. I usually want to come up with some innovative advantage. That's like been my default for as long as I've competed. More recently, my preparation for tournaments has definitely changed, where I just kind of stream a lot before the major tournament I go to, and like pick a deck and then play it on stream a lot and then bring it to the tournament. So, but before that though, I was always trying to come up with like some kind of innovative advantage. So I value that personally pretty highly. I like trying to take advantage of that. But of course that's gonna be harder when you're newer to the game as well. But like, it doesn't mean you can't get more comfortable with that, as you just need to play the game enough. Like you even said earlier, and I agree with you, you have to learn how to play the game before you can deck build in the game. The example I usually give people is like, if there's levels 1 to 10 in deck building and levels 1 to 10 in gameplay, you have to achieve like level 9 in gameplay before you can achieve level 9 in deck building. Like it comes one step before the majority of the time. There are some outliers where like there could be someone who's like a level 10 in deck building and a level 8 in gameplay, but most of the time they go hand in hand, and playing the game at a higher level comes with deck building at a higher level, or deck building at a higher level comes after playing the game at a higher level. But yeah, that's usually new format stuff, like to get the biggest edge. It doesn't have to be new and innovative. It could be like an old archetype with like a new spin on it, or it could be a good meta call. It could be like, oh, because of the new decks coming out with the set, this is what's going to be popular. This old deck that people aren't thinking about is actually a really good play for X and Y reason, whatever it might be. But yeah, so, I'm definitely not over. I think not overly trying to meta call, I guess would be one way to put it for sure for new formats, and just trying to play something good and powerful, whether that be an old archetype or a new archetype with innovation. Just trying to come up with something powerful and different is definitely the biggest edge to gain from new formats.
Okay, I've got to ask, do you know anything about me and my deck choices in Yu-Gi-Oh?
I do not know. What do you lean towards mostly?
The majority of success that I had between like 2022 to 2023 and 2024, I basically helped create a complete rogue deck that ended up taking 2 European championships in a row and a bunch of other results. I love innovating with rogue decks.
Okay.
That's kind of my whole thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is innovating with more rogue decks. Yeah. So once I've got the kind of grips, I am most likely... Okay, you saying that trying to like innovate and stuff gives an advantage at events is what I want to hear.
Yeah, and as the game grows more, it'll give a bigger and like that'll be where more and more of the advantage comes from, is coming up with some kind of innovation. If it's there to be found, if you can find something.
Once I have like a much more better grasp of gameplay, and I'm more like I'm in deeper, and I'm more like, yeah, once I'm in deeper and I'm a lot more confident in my gameplay and more confident to go into deck building, that is like that. Having a game where innovation is rewarded is like perfection for me. That is what I want. So that makes me very happy to hear.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're set up pretty well for that for Stuttgart specifically then, because we're going to have, like, that's a decent amount of time away, a couple months for Stuttgart, right? 1, 2... It's like basically 3 months. You'd have like 3 months before then to just get more familiar with the game. And there'll be 2 major set releases between now and Stuttgart. And Stuttgart should be the first tournament where it's legal. So that should set you up pretty well to potentially be able to try and take an advantage of something in the new format, in the new metagame, coming up with a new way to play a deck or something like that. Because yeah, like I said, there's a lot of format evolution on average in the Pokemon format. It's very unlikely that like the first metagame, the first major tournament's metagame is like, oh, everything's figured out. There's always like a lot more layers, and sometimes it seems like there's not, but then especially like when we bounce around region to region, like the first major tournament happens in America and we're like, oh, it feels like the meta's figured out. But then the first major tournament happens in Europe and it's like, oh wait, the good European players came up with other cool stuff, and then it just like kind of keeps evolving from there. Of course, the longer the format is, the more stagnant it gets, but these next 2 set releases are coming up are pretty close together. It's like only like 2 months separating them, so I mean, I think you'd be set up pretty well to maybe do something with for Stuttgart then, if that's going to be your first tournament, because you have a lot more time to get comfortable with the game, and then there's 2 major set releases to kind of work off of as far as that goes.
Yeah, it's either going to be Stuttgart or, depending on like just if I go or not, it'll be like January after that. But
that would be, I'm not gonna lie, if it's Birmingham, that's like the worst time, because that basically we have like a long format every single year where we have like a 5-month format without a major set release. There's a special set that releases in January, but I actually think it probably wouldn't even be legal for Birmingham. So that would be like 3 months into a format without a major set release coming for another 2 months after Birmingham. So that at that point, Birmingham is like when the format would be like pretty stagnant, probably. So that's like the worst time to be innovative.
I'm used to formats being more stagnant, and also that's if I'm comfortable being innovative as well.
Yeah.
But Yu-Gi-Oh is very, very different. When Yu-Gi-Oh set releases, you know what the best decks are, and typically there may be a little bit of variation in what is the most used and what is the most successful. But generally speaking, there is, of course, the deck lists will get better over time.
Yeah.
But they won't necessarily.
The archetype is still the same.
Yeah, it's all still very the same. It won't evolve. It will just refine.
Yeah.
I'd say refine rather than evolve, whereas Pokemon formats seem to more evolve over time rather than refine themselves.
Yeah, it's like a combination of both. The lists get better, but then also like the deck that was most popular at the beginning of the format might not be very popular at the end of the format. There's a lot of potential for things to shift around. I will say, like, in general, it does feel, sometimes Pokemon formats feel like they get stuck, where there's like one of the decks is like more so the gatekeepy deck, but it doesn't even have that good of a matchup against the best deck, but like people just don't put it down for a long time. So like kind of like gatekeeps the format a little bit, even though it's not that good of a play. So that can happen sometimes in Pokemon formats, or I feel like it happens like a decent amount of the time. Like the second most popular deck in the format has an unfavorable matchup to the first most popular deck, but people just don't want to stop playing it for whatever reason. And then it gatekeeps like the rest of the format sometimes. So that happens a decent amount of the time. But yeah, those are all things you'll just learn as you just play the game more and keep up and see how decks become more popular and less popular and stuff like that. I guess with that as well, don't read too much into online tournament meta shares and stuff like that. They're quite a bit different than IRL stuff. If you looked at any of the online tournament stuff, there's a pretty big difference between IRL tournaments and online tournaments in terms of meta shares, and it's not a terrible tool to look at win percentages if that even is something that matters to you. I usually don't look at win percentages for stuff too much. I just usually go by the feel. If I think it's favored or unfavored, I just go off of that. But more data is never a bad thing to have available.
So I have looked at a lot of the win percentages for both real life and online tournaments. I think as someone who is starting out, and I agree with you that like the feel of the deck is more important and how the matchup feels. But as someone with no information and no prior knowledge, data is the perfect place to start. Yeah. So
that's what I always tell people.
Even that,
if you don't have time to play the matchups yourself or play the deck yourself, then use the data that's available to inform your decisions.
If I could ask a few questions about just you specifically.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, like your preparation specifically. So if I just take an example, you took a slightly spicy Goldengo list to Worlds.
Yeah, very mild.
I just want to get mild, okay. But I want to get into like your thought process for what you brought to Worlds.
It just felt like Goldengo was the best play. When it was all said and done, like I wish I had if I had more time. I don't wish, because like for the time I had, I'm like, it's kind of like whatever. For the time and effort that I put into the tournaments, like whatever, I wasn't really going to create more time or anything like that for this Worlds this time around. So I was like, well, Golden Go just feels like the best play. It's favored against. I knew Dragapult was going to be the most popular deck, and I thought Gardevoir was going to be like a slightly better play. I didn't really think it was going to be any more popular than it was. So I was like, and that's like a deck that a lot of really good players I knew would choose to play would be Gardevoir. So I was like, all right, Golden Go is good into like the top 2 decks that good players are going to bring. I did not expect Golden Go to be 22, 23% of the metagame though. So I didn't expect the mirror potential to be that high. And the list I played was definitely under prepped for the mirror compared to like what some other people brought, like Piper with the Togekiss or John Ang and crew with like the Chansey build. So more people were more teched for the mirror than I anticipated. So the Golden Go build that I specifically brought to Worlds was like pretty weak overall for like winning potential. Just because to go through all the other Golden Go players who were like more teched for mirror would have been tough. I would have been able to hold my own against the Poltnors and Gardevoir like I wanted, but yeah, it was just like, it seems like the best deck, seems like the best play, and I didn't put too much thought into it to try and be like overly innovative. I couldn't find anything. I guess I couldn't find any gaps in the meta that I felt comfortable trying to pursue besides just playing what felt like the best deck.
Okay, so some other questions I have are along the lines of things like cards like Toadsucruel, Damp Psyduck, cards like that.
Yeah.
So obviously, like, Goldango is 20% of the meta, but you can't predict. You can't exactly say, yes, I am going to play against 20% Goldango.
Yeah.
Even if it's 20% of the meta. How do you justify playing a 1 or 2 of as a tech card? Is there a certain expected usage? Do you expect like a certain level of usage?
So I don't.
Sorry. It's just.
Yeah.
I'm trying to word it properly. How do you justify? What does it take for you to justify it?
Yeah. So a lot of it, and once again, this all kind of comes like you could. Now, me and my group who I test with have done this in the past. We haven't done it recently, but we like run a spreadsheet with like to get like a rough idea of how we feel like tournaments will play out, where we like do deck percentages by deck meta percentages, like how popular I think decks will be by win rates into the matchups, right? So we like list the decks that we consider worth putting on the spreadsheet. How popular will they be? What are their matchups into each other? And then that spits out the deck that is like has the highest expectation of winning the tournament. And we don't just play that deck. We have sometimes in the past when we've been like really lost, we will literally just play that deck. We'll be like, okay, what's the best build of this deck look like? Or sometimes we'll input even though we'll like build a build of, I don't know, Golden Go that's like more teched for the mirror, and then we like put that on the spreadsheet separately and then increase its win rate into the mirror match, and we see how that fares against the rest of the metagame, and then lower its like win percentages into like the other decks. But besides like doing the spreadsheet numbers to give you maybe like an idea of what to work off of, would be just kind of the feel of the deck. So having a good enough understanding of the deck where you are confident enough in the other matchups, in the matchups that you're not teching for, that you don't need to overly play against them, even though you're cutting cards, or including the cards in the deck to see how it feels against those matchups as well, right? Because like I think a good example of that would be if we're looking at like the Worlds decks, Marco Cifuentes' Zoroark deck with the 2/1 Toadscroll line. So Zoroark has a pretty bad Golden Go matchup. And historically, the deck was played with Darmanitan, but you're still unfavored against Golden Go. So his solution was to include the Toadscroll for the Golden Go matchup. And Zoroark naturally has a favorable to like 50-50 Dragapult matchup and a favorable Gardevoir matchup. So those two matchups are covered. And every deck has like some theoretical floating space where it feels like you can include tech cards or just maximize consistency. But when a deck is expected to be played at a high enough percentage, high enough play percentage, including like a Psyduck over a 4th Ultra Ball, will theoretically increase your win percentage. So the way I think about it and look at it at the end of the day is it might not happen in this tournament run, but if I played in this tournament 1,000 times, or it might not happen in this tournament run, but yeah, if I've simulated 1,000 tournaments, is including the damn Psyduck going to increase my win percentage or decrease my win percentage? And if it increases it, even if I don't have the tournament run where I use the Psyduck because I don't play up against Dusknoir decks, or even if I play against up them I lose, I would still play the Psyduck. So the way I always just think about at the end of the day is just like, based on how I view the matchup percentages for the deck I'm playing and how popular I expect the other decks to be, should I play the Psyduck or should I play the Toadscruel? And it could even be worth it. Let's say you're a favorite into Golden Go 60-40, but you add Toadscruel and it becomes a 90-10. If Golden Go's popular enough, it's even worth it to tech for an already advantageous matchup, right? Because the expected return on win percentage is just that high. So it really just like, at the end of the day, when I think about it, it just all comes down to what gives me the best expected win percentage in this tournament run, and then is it worth including the tech card according to what I expect to show up and how I think my matchups currently play out. So having like you need that like initial understanding of your own deck at a baseline of when I'm just like kind of building the deck in its kind of most neutrally powerful form, how do I fare into the metagame? And then from there, it's like, well, I'm coming up short in these matchups. I'm doing way more than well enough in those matchups. So if I start to tech it one way, what does it feel like now? All of a sudden, am I losing some of my more advantageous matchups, or are they still kind of staying fine? And now I can actually beat some of my more disadvantageous matchups. And then is it worth it at the end of the day? And to play enough games to actually get like hard numbers for that is like not possible. So there's no real hard numbers to tie to it. So it all just kind of comes down to, well, put a tech card in, play some games into the matchup, or just play the games neutrally with the tech cards included and see how the deck feels at the end of the day. Like play Zoroark without Toadscruel. I can't beat Golden Go. Put the Toadscruel in Zoroark. Okay, I'm beating Golden Go just fine now. Can I keep up with everything else? Yeah, it feels like I can. Okay, bring Zoroark with Toadscruel to Worlds. Play the deck at Worlds.
Okay, so it's very like it's risk versus reward, right?
Yes, but in the sense where we're kind of always assuming we're right. So if we played the card at the tournament, we're assuming we've done the calculations enough to the point where we're just like, it is worth it's not really a risk. It's like we think by playing the Psyduck, our win percentage increases. Therefore, there's no risk. We're just if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But we're assuming based on our previous knowledge that we're right to include the Psyduck, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not trying to gamble. We're not just like going to add like 4 Pokemon catchers in our deck, and if we hit 2 heads, if we draw 2 in the first 2 turns of the game and hit 2 heads, we win every game. When there's like better ways to win games that allow us to express our skill at a higher rate. So I wouldn't quite categorize it like risk for reward. We're just assuming that this is giving us the highest win rate potential at the given tournament.
That generally sums up most of my deck building questions, because most of my deck building questions are regarding like, I guess my one tiny one, just because I haven't really looked at deck building much, is probably quite basic. How do you judge when something is worth playing multiples of for prize reasons? Just as an example, 2 Bidoof is incredibly standard in Pult.
Yeah.
If you are just creating a Pult deck in a brand new format, you do not know that is standard. How do you get to 2? Like, does it just depend on the card's value and how intricate or how important it is for the next game plan? Is there something else?
So I think Bidoof's actually specifically like a bad example because you use multiple Bidoof in most games, right? So like simply having maybe it's not a bad example actually, because one way you could look at Bidoof is like, well, I like to be able to use, if you like play with the deck, you realize, oh, I use Bidoof, they KO Bidoof, I want to use Bidoof again. Well, I play 4 Night Treacher, so I could just Night Treacher for Bidoof, right? But then all of a sudden you realize, well, now all of a sudden Buddy Poffin and Ultra Ball can't get me my second Bidoof. Like, that feels bad. And we use double Bidoof very often, sometimes triple Bidoof. I would like more ways. I would like to amplify my outs to Bidoof through the cards I'm already including in the deck, right? So Bidoof's actually not a bad example because there's like that way to think about it, specifically through Bidoof. I think another card that would give like another good example Also, I guess with Badoo specifically, not only do we... I guess another thing to think about with Badoo is not only do we use multiple during a game, but we use it every game, right? Where I think a good example of something that would be something that would be similar would be like a Cleffa in like a Charizard deck, where they play one Cleffa. And you would find if you play with Charizard with a Cleffa in it that you use it sometimes. You don't use it every game, and you almost never use two of them in a row. Even though you could have access to do it, you almost never do it, right? So it really just comes down to the frequency. Like one question would be like, do you use it every game? If you use it every game, there's a higher chance you're going to want multiple of them. And then if you use multiple in a game, then on top of that, you might want another one, a second one. If you're going to be going like, it gets KO'd, I want it again kind of thing. Because it is possible that you could play something that you use most games. Like you use Fez pretty much every game, but you don't play multiple Fez, I guess, as an example. You don't need it as aggressively. Like for Dragapult, I think Dragapult Duster is actually a good example for that, because like you put Fez in play, or you're comfortable putting Fez in play in almost every single game in most scenarios, because like the draw power that it gives you for how many cards you want to see as Dragapult is just so good. It's like hard to argue to not put Fez in play after your opponent takes a KO, as long as you have access to it. But you don't play two Fez and Dippity. It's actually a card that I've considered like wanting to maybe put a second of in decks like Dragapult or Golden Go as Fez and Dippity, because you just like put it in play all the time, and prizing it would suck in a lot of situations. But the chance that it's prized and then that you lose that game isn't very high. For how often you actually need it, which is something to like think about just with prize cards in general, is like you have to prize the card and you have to lose the game because you prize the card. So it's not quite like prizing any single card is like around like 10% or whatever, I think. But yeah, you'd have to prize it, and then you would have to not draw into it before you need it and lose the game because it was prized and you couldn't access it soon enough, right? And sometimes you could look at the game and be like, even if it wasn't prized, I still lose here. So it wouldn't have ended up mattering. So you don't want to like, a lot of people get like scared into including cards they shouldn't in their deck to like play around the prize factor. But when you actually run the numbers, when you like slow down for a second and run the numbers, you realize I could play two of this thing, but the chance that it actually makes that big of a difference is like not worth the inclusion. So like that's why you only play one Cleffa in Charizard. You want it sometimes when you prize it when you want it, that sucks, but it's not worth including a second Cleffa in Charizard to make up for those games, because it's such a small percentage. So a lot of it, once again, kind of just comes back to feeling at the end of the day. The more you play, the more you'll kind of get a feel for that and be able to correctly assess, should you play the second Badoo, should you play the second Cleffa, so on and so forth. Does that answer your question reasonably?
Yeah, pretty much perfectly. Like, I think the thing I needed to hear that was, do you lose if you prize it? You lose if you prize it and don't draw it from prizes? Because that's like a more defined way to judge if you need multiples of a card or not. And especially like with going into trying to deck build from like scratch when there aren't necessarily just for new decks and stuff. That is very useful to know as just like a general rule.
Yeah, the question is, it's like, do you lose if you prize it? And even if you do lose if you prize it, at what rate is that actually happening, right? Because if it's like, I do lose when I prize this in one of every 100 games. It's like, okay, out of 100 games where you prize it, where you lose one, or not even quite, if you play 100 games with the deck, you're losing one because of prizing it, it's probably not worth including a second copy of the card, right?
Yeah. Okay, I have one final, very important question.
All right, go for it.
I'm going to make you pick. You've coached 2 Yu-Gi-Oh players. I'm going to make you pick favorites. Who is the better Pokemon player? Me or Steven Trifanowski?
I definitely give you the edge for right now, for sure. Yes. Trif is not quite up to your level. I do want to have faith in him for sure, but yeah, you definitely surpassed Trif currently in the Pokemon TCG, no doubt.
Look, I've played against Trif 3 times. I have in Yu-Gi-Oh! I have never lost. That's all I'm gonna say. I played against Trif 3 times. I am undefeated.
Let's go.
Trif, this might be a challenge to you if you see this, but
That would be a fun match to set up. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe after you guys have both put some more time into the game, doing a show match, you versus Triff. That would be pretty fun to do. I'm not gonna lie. Could maybe try and do that.
Oh, I'm down. I'm very down for that.
What is
I was tempted to call out. I was tempted to call him out, but then I saw your stream and I was like, I should give it a little bit more time.
Yeah, he needs to cut all the dittos and fan rotems. He needs to get through his ditto fan rotem phase, and then he'll be in a better spot. What is the highest stakes match you've ever played against, Triff? Now I'm curious.
We played a dumb money match in Bologna for a tweet. Specifically, Triff's whole thing is like, Pend best deck. Oh my god, Pendulum best deck. That's Triff's thing. So I made him tweet all caps, exclamation marks, plant best deck, because that's my thing.
That's what I saw some people saying in my chat was the plants. The plants, is that the name of the deck, or is there just plant cards in the deck? What is the?
I'm just gonna say you've coached me in Pokemon. AzulGG plants when.
I would definitely be down maybe to
is-
do some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff at some point for sure.
If you ever do, I am very down to teach.
All right.
In terms of plants, plant is actually like 5 different plant archetypes. But it's kind of difficult to say Ragnaraka, Sonevalon, Therion, Rika, Ragnaraka. So we just say plant.
Okay. You just call them plants. Wait, is it it's like a bunch of different decks?
It's a bunch of different,
Okay.
like different parts of different plant decks in one.
Oh, okay.
So it's
Makes
like
sense.
it's like playing, think of it like engines. Think of it like playing a Bidoof engine, a Pidgeot engine, a Zard engine, but like 5 or 6 of them in one deck.
Okay, yeah. That sounds like some of the decks Tord's come up with sometimes. He's played some pretty crazy decks with to actual success at major tournaments before too, but yeah, he does some crazy stuff sometimes. He puts a bunch of decks in a single deck.
So with Yu-Gi-Oh specifically, we call them pile decks.
Yeah.
They used to have more success. Recently, they've really upped the power level somehow. So there's a lot less pile decks now, which is what I found really fun about deck building, is making those pile decks.
Yeah.
But they're a lot less prevalent now because the decks they're printing are just so strong that your old, like, 10-year-old MASH card doesn't, a pile of like fun cards together can't really compete.
The power creep is
Also,
like the new sets are just better, right?
the power creeping Yu-Gi-Oh is, look, I see Pokemon players going, oh my god, 10 years ago we only had 200 HP. 10 years ago in Yu-Gi-Oh, you summoned maybe 3 times a turn. Now you can probably get about 50.
Oh my god.
Yu-Gi-Oh, the amount of text on Yu-Gi-Oh cards has like quadrupled, maybe.
Yeah, that's always
Yu-Gi-Oh!
the daunting part of like Yu-Gi-Oh. So there's just a lot of text on the cards, and then this was actually only because the only thing I played in Yu-Gi-Oh, I played like a little bit of GOAT format. Like I have like a friend who like used to have GOAT decks, so I'd play some. But then there would always be like, I'd be like, okay, well I read both cards, or I read all the cards on the field. I read the card in my hand, and I'm like, this should work like this. And then he's like, nope, it doesn't work like this because of this. And I was like, oh. I was like, all right, that was always like the annoying part for me with Yu-Gi-Oh, because like when I would play Magic, like as long as I know the keywords in Magic, like the cards seem to work as like they just read. But for Yu-Gi-Oh, it always felt like there was like an extra layer that you had to have like knowledge of to like fully understand the interactions.
Even worse now. So one thing with Pokemon, right? I have been playing probably for about 2 weeks. I'm not very interested in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh right now at all.
Yeah.
I am putting my time into Pokemon, I am playing Pokemon. Just to clarify.
You're gonna be a Pokemon player soon. You'll be a Pokemon pro, not a Yu-Gi-Oh pro.
I mean, that's the aim.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. But with Yu-Gi-Oh, the barrier, one concern I have about Yu-Gi-Oh is the barrier to entry for me playing Pokemon was maybe an hour of reading cards and understanding how they get placed. The barrier to entry for Yu-Gi-Oh is about 6 months of hard grinding.
Yeah.
The barrier to entry, like, Yu-Gi-Oh has kind of like how countries like Japan have aging populations. Yu-Gi-Oh has an aging player base because there is no animes or anything like that really for Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. We don't have any younger divisions. They cancelled our younger divisions at the World Championships, for example. And the game is incredibly difficult to learn. I would, like, if you were to try and pick up Yu-Gi-Oh, or like if I was trying to teach you Yu-Gi-Oh from zero knowledge, you would, it is not the same as teaching someone Pokemon, to say the least.
Yeah.
And because of that, because it's so hard to get into, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't get that many new players. So whereas in Pokemon you have like a full junior division, senior division, my issue with Yu-Gi-Oh is that it's really hard to get into it. Like if I had a friend, I would not recommend them to get into Yu-Gi-Oh because it would consume months of their life just to be able to play our locals.
Yeah, that's like definitely one of the big things Pokemon has going for it. It's just so easy it's so easy to learn the game and get into the game and just play the game. It's definitely one of those things that's like I feel like the other games in general. I don't know where Magic's at right now, but it feels like Yu-Gi-Oh, and I feel like One Piece probably did a little bit of looking at Pokemon because I think they added rotation like last year or something like that, and now have like rotation and everything in there. So they're taking some steps in the right direction to keep the game around long term. It feels like.
I mean, how would I put it? I am a bit of a critic of Yu-Gi-Oh, or like because I'm not a fan of some of the practices. I'm not going to do that whole like rant spiel, but it is generally one of my big concerns is that whole player base thing. Just because I would not want to teach. I've tried to teach people Yu-Gi-Oh from like without a simulator, like in person. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's too much.
And also, it's fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. If you watch, so I didn't grow up on the Yu-Gi-Oh anime.
Yeah.
My introduction to card games was my dad. I had some Yu-Gi-Oh cards from a car boot sale. My dad was like, "You really need to get we need to get you a hobby because I was, I don't know, an annoying 12-year-old." So he found the cards I had, took me to a locals, and I learned from that.
Yeah.
The Yu-Gi-Oh anime, the original one that they plug. It's a bit weird. And it's nowhere near as accessible. It's also old. They don't have any kind of animes or anything like, or get like video games or anything attracting newer players. Versus Pokemon, you have the show, the show is a big one, but like you have like the video games. You have so many different routes into like joining the game.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what we've seen like a lot of, like every time there's like a new thing that comes out, there's a huge surge like across the board. I don't know what it looks like on the video game side of things, but I'm sure it's pretty similar. But like when Pokemon Go came out, there's a lot of people got into the TCG. Like Pokemon Pocket recently came out, which is still a strategy or competitive card game, but a lot of people came from Pocket to the real TCG and started playing it as well. So yeah, there's like so much stuff that's interconnected to give gateways for people to get into the TCG for sure, which is definitely something that a lot of the other card games don't have.
It's not really a secret anymore, but I did used to be a VGC player.
Yeah, I saw you mention that. What was that, like way back in like when?
2017 to 2019.
Okay, okay.
I only ever attended like I think 2 regionals for it because I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was a kid, and also I was majority focusing on Yu-Gi-Oh because that was like that's always been the game I played competitively.
Yeah. So you already had
But-
like yeah, you already had like some experience with the community, I guess then.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of an introduction to the community, and also I've always found the Pokemon community to be very like welcoming.
Yeah.
So I'm enjoying the game a lot. I have that competitive itch, and I don't want to spend £4,000 on a Yu-Gi-Oh event. Just play Pokemon. Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Even outside of how hard the game is to play, I don't want to spend like £800 on a deck.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. So it's another thing.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Another positive for Pokemon.
No, the main reason I'm playing is because I'm enjoying the game a ton. I have that competitive itch. I want to get good. I want to go to events. Yeah. I'm enjoying the game. I'm enjoying learning all the intricacies. I'm having a ton of fun.
Oh, that's dope to hear. If there's anything, if you ever need anything else from me, just feel free to reach out. And I would love to do another stream like this in the future, especially like as we get closer to one of the majors you maybe plan to attend if you want some more practice in a certain matchup or anything like that, or if you ever need any more insight from me, happy to help with whatever. But you're on the right track for sure. Like I would not be surprised to. I'll be rooting for you to make top cut at one of the European majors coming up that you plan to go to for sure.
Thank you. I'd be super down because especially if I can then ask more questions about like specific prep, that would be perfect.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, feel free to always send me a DM or whatever.
Thank you so much, Mateo. I learned a lot. I'm gonna go and play more Pokemon. I'll be honest.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, it was great to meet you, Jessica. I'll be in touch. Yeah, I'm definitely down to do more streams like this in the future. But yeah, have a good rest of your I don't know, is it morning over there? Are you in the AM?
1 a.m.
1 a.m. All right. Well, have a good rest of your day.
See you around.
Yeah. All right, chat. That was fun. It's good to get to talk to Jessica, play some Pokemon. I'm excited to see. Honestly, I'm really excited to see what she's able to achieve in the game. Like, played some games. I mean, she already has like a really good understanding of the game. Obviously, knows the card pool. Definitely investing the time and effort into it. And I mean, to no surprise. And I thought this would probably be like she's definitely good at card games. So like she already understands Pokemon pretty well. And yeah, I mean that like the whole like playing with Triff yesterday, playing with Jessica today. I'm just excited. It makes me more excited for the future of the Pokemon TCG. I don't know where I'm gonna stand in competitive play moving forward at all. I have no clue, but like, dude, it'd be pretty sick to see some Yu-Gi-Oh players come over to the game and put the time and effort in and then start to be successful. Yeah, I mean we already saw it with Kamal, right? Kamal played Yu-Gi-Oh, right? That was One Piece. No, Kamal played Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah. I mean we've already seen it a little bit with Kamal. Kamal already came out. Kamal has a top 8 at a regional. Got his world invite this year as well. So we just have like the next wave of Yu-Gi-Oh players coming over. Try it out. Jessica seems actually like really interested and invested in the game as well. Like, so that's sick to see. Triff, we'll see about Triff. I mean, I think he says he wants to, top cut a Pokemon major. But I mean, he's got a lot going on with his Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. So he says he wants to. He probably wants to, but like we'll see how much time and effort he actually puts in. But it seems like Jessica's pretty committed. So sorry if this has been asked before. New viewer here. Do you have any tips for the Guardy versus Dango matchups? I always get Guardy bossed. I mean, nothing really off the top of my head. Alberto Conti was a Yu-Gi-Oh player also. That's true. Alberto was and Alberto won what? Two majors last year. It's atrocious. Yeah, the matchup's bad. It's too hard to go into like matchup nuances over stream though. Vola. So I don't have much advice to give, to be honest. Triv's going to play, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, Triv is going to show up to some majors, I think, for sure. I think Triv definitely will be showing up to some Pokemon majors. I think he will. We'll see how he does. But I'm definitely excited to see Jessica's journey into the game. See what she's able to achieve. Definitely. Yeah, Alberto was a Yu-Gi-Oh player, and he won like 2 majors last year. I mean, Alberto's doing pretty well. We're gonna try a Yu-Gi-Oh tourney. I don't know if I can find time. Maybe that's what Triff said last year and no showed regionals. Yeah, but he'll do it. I think he'll do it. Yeah, he did say that last year. But now that I'm in, I could definitely push him to do it. I think I could basically be like, you know, I'll send him a DM. The Pokemon community is laughing at him behind his back if he doesn't show up to the next major tournament. I'll try and do my best to help convince him to go. You go to any majors in the near future? I don't have any plans right now. My first major is probably going to be Vegas or LAIC. I'm probably not going to go to LAIC, to be honest. My first major is probably going to be Vegas. But we'll see. Are you going to touch a league card game anytime soon, or has Riot not gotten in contact with you? I haven't talked to Riot at all specifically. One person did reach out to me to see if I was going to Gen Con, but I think they were like at Gen Con, but I didn't end up going to Gen Con, so last time he said a YCS at the time, I'm pretty sure. That makes sense. My first major is going to be Vegas 2. Yeah, Vegas might be my first one. We'll see. I'm not committed to going to Vegas though, so I don't have it in my command or anything like that. There's like between Joltik Guardy, or Duskpaul for Pittsburgh. What do you think the best option is? I mean, Duskpaul. Yeah, probably Duskpaul. That's the deck I like the most right now, but you watched Tim Frank's video about the problem with Golden Go? I did not know. Before I can teach you Rift-Bound over Tabletop Simulator? Bro, I just hate Tabletop Simulator so much. Tripp's first major is going to be Vegas, and he's going to get lost on the way to the venue and end up at the Bellagio for 30 hours. Tabletop Simulator is so butt. I mean, it's good. Tabletop Simulator is good for what it is. I just don't like using simulators at all. I hate the extra interactions you have to do to like actually play the game. Go to Vegas for the major and then stay for the week for the F1 race. Would you chase the next Worlds? I don't know. I'm not I haven't thought about it very hard. I've seen streamers talking about spreadsheets. What does that mean? I'm competing at my first regional at Pittsburgh. It's just putting together, yeah, the simulators complicate it a bit. Spreadsheets, it's just like putting all the information in a spreadsheet and then seeing the results from the information, basically. I don't run, for my group, I don't run the spreadsheet. Caleb does, so I just like give him the data to input into it. That's it. My spreadsheet knowledge, knowing what I know what it does, and that's about it. I just give him the numbers. I need to be fully manual or automatic, but I don't want to be picking up cards and moving them around. Let me just click the card and hit play. I hate fully manual. I need to be like PTCG Live. There's a video about spreadsheets in Pokemon. Oh yeah, I forget who made that video. Someone did make a video. A Canadian player. I forget the Canadian player's name though, or his YouTube channel. But he did make a video talking about that, going through like a spreadsheet. If someone remembers, they can put the name in chat. Yeah, Simon Fang. Falzar on YouTube. Yeah, go check that video out if anyone's interested in spreadsheets. Go bookmark that video and watch it. TCG Masters is fast and live. You guys should really try it out, and you can verse yourself or someone. It's faster, but it's like just so, dude. It's just so it's bad to look. It's just not good to look at. I think this guy's sponsored by TCG Masters. Yeah, dude, you have to put that hashtag. You have to put the hashtag ad at the end of your message. Where do we go to find your spreadsheets? You can't find my spreadsheets. Mostly because I don't even know where they are. It's just my group does a spreadsheet. That's it. But I think spreadsheets have less value than they have in the past. I think experience and innovation are better than just running the numbers and it spitting out like the best play. Yeah, I think experience and innovation. Yeah, there's a. I don't know. There's been time. Like there's so many ways to play the game. Spreadsheeting is not as good as it was as good as it was before though. Yeah. So what's your main role in League and what's your rank? My rank? I don't even know if I've played 10 games since the reset. 80 carry though has been my main. I don't even know if I have a rank right now. To be honest, 'cause I don't know if I've even played since the reset. I definitely haven't played 10 games since the reset if I played any games. All right. How are you liking? I have no idea what that is. Is that the new champion? I don't know what that is. Yunara? Yeah, I don't play League very regularly. I was playing Valorant, and then most recently I've just been playing Silksong. Gonna play Silksong? I think I am gonna play Silksong. I think this might be the plan. So we got a tournament at 7. That's 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now. So I think I might end the YouTube stream, play some Silksong on Twitch, and then restart the YouTube stream later with the... Yeah, there's the Premier Ball Philippines tournament happening at 7. Have you tried League TCG? Maybe. It kind of just depends on what else I have going on and time and... Yeah, there's like... As what I've been saying recently, there's just so much Pokemon to play. There's just so much Pokemon to play. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe like at some point in like December, January/February, maybe I'll be like, man, I'm just gonna take a break from Pokemon and just go play Riftbound or something and figure it out, to be honest. The tournament's at 7? Yeah, the tournament's at 7, which is 2 hours from now. We got 2 hours until then. Maybe I'll keep the YouTube stream around. I'll reset the YouTube stream. Have a good one, Jeff. That's how I kind of feel I lost my vibe for League. Man, I love how much meta there is for Pokemon. Like Mega Charizard. Mega Charizard? Will you be in pits? No. TradingCard.app used to have a spreadsheet, but don't see it anymore. Oh, did it really? What tournament? There's a was it Premier Ball League in the Philippines. Happening at 7, which we're gonna watch party. That is the plan anyways. Would you like Silksong? A lot. The game's pretty sick. What's your favorite ADC in League and your main? Jin for both. Where we at in stream? Yeah, I'm done playing with Jessica for today. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna play some Silksong until Premier Ball League Philippines. So I'm gonna end the YouTube stream and I'll start the YouTube stream back up again when Philippines comes around. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go ahead and end the YouTube stream. So YouTube, if you want to watch me play some Silksong, come over to Twitch. If not, I'll be back again in like 2 hours for the Philippines stream. Bye, YouTube.